Here, you'll need this.
I cannot lift this.
Grow stronger.
Grow stronger. That's all you have to do. What a great movie that was. How are y'all doing? Pod class in session. You're goddamn right. Oh, we're going to talk about Destiny's Child today. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Not that, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Here we go. Live from Reno, Nevada. In the high desert, my secret bunker, my nuclear bunker underground in the high desert somewhere in northern Nevada on Bureau of Land Management land. Welcome to the Rational Mail. Why, thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. Before we get started,
husband is responsible for the emotional well-being of his wife and of his family. You just can't come home and pass out in the lazy boy and say, I made the money for the groceries. I made the car payment. Your most important responsibility starts when you walk in the door of your house, not when you leave the door of your house. You're responsible not just for provision and security. You're responsible for the emotional well-being of your family. Okay? And so I'll do Husband 101. Sometimes she tells me things and I want to fix it. I learned a long time ago I'm supposed to listen and not fix everything.
it's not about the nail.
Have any control over what you wear when you go out?
Oh, hell no. No.
If Shoutout wears something a little too bit revealing, you heard me? I should have a bit say so just because, like, you were a reflection of me.
No.
If that makes sense.
No. I walked out here in this mini skirt.
Shit.
Right, because I'm a woman of 2023.
No,
and I feel like women can wear what they want to wear. I shouldn't have to talk to my husband about wearing what I should wear, you know?
You fine like someone, but at the same time, also be respectable and respect your husband, you heard me?
If I want to wear a bralette, I can wear a bralette out. I shouldn't have to ask for his permission. I shouldn't ask for his permission.
No thing on your titties out?
I'm not saying my titties out. He's saying if I wear a
bralette
and underwear. That's what I'm saying. I know.
A
man should not be able. A man should not be able to tell a woman what she should and should not wear. It's 2023. If there are flying cars, that means men cannot tell women what they should wear.
Go back to 1993.
That's period.
Let's see
That's
what
on
happens.
anything.
Something really interesting. It's the bad boy paradox, they call it, that young, naive women are attracted to those Machiavellian types.
Definitely.
But when they get older and more experienced, they start to be able to see through that. The reason they're attracted to it, as far as I can tell, and I talked about this with Bus to see if I was way off on the wrong track, is that those reckless, fearless people mimic real fearless competence. And young women aren't good at distinguishing between the two. And so they get sucked in by the sort of psychopathic recklessness because they think it's fearless competence.
Okay.
And then, of course, the guys who are doing that, they'll prey on that because they're trying to aid competence. But what the women are really after in their heart of hearts, they might be out for an adventure too, because there's that element of it. But they want that fearlessness that does go along with true generosity and competence, and also the ability to keep, real darkness away.
Make more than their husbands in heterosexual marriages are up to 3 times more likely to get cheated on. Another recent study found that men's stress levels rise if their female partners earn more than 50% of their household income. Researchers find that promotions to top jobs dramatically increase a woman's likelihood of divorce, a pattern that does not hold true for men. In a series of studies published in the American Psychological Association's Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, men felt felt bad when their wives beat them at something. But they also subconsciously lost confidence when their wives got any wins, even when they weren't in direct competition with their partners. And this was true across all kinds
Hoop earrings, duly noted.
of achievements, personal, social, and intellectual. Men felt worse about themselves when their partner succeeded compared to when she failed. And when their partner succeeded at something they failed at, their self-esteem took an even bigger hit, and in turn, their relationship satisfaction diminished. There's quite a
Boy, man, she really makes men sound like they're just infantile, fragile, little children with just inferiority complexes, and they're all insecure in their masculinity. Oh my goodness!
bit of this data
Who wouldn't want anything to do with them?
For ambitious women, personal success comes with a higher likelihood of relationship stress. And as long as we live in a world in which women's ambition often comes with these steep social and personal penalties, it's likely that these gender gaps will persist. In fact, there's quite a bit of research that shows women often change their behaviors in interactions that involve men to avoid this kind of backlash. For more on this kind of research,
Yeah, that's called pandering. just so we're clear.
Manipulate women using their menstrual cycle. So this is a dumbed down chart of a person's menstrual cycle. As you can see, it starts with our period. This is when we bleed for 7 days. We are moody, fatigued, and in a world of pain. During this time, it is best that you shut the fuck up and buy something useful like food or tampons, thus making you seem like a considerate person. Next, we have days 7 through 12. Our period has ended and our estrogen levels begin to rise again. This is a great time to give compliments, but don't confess your love just yet, because days 12 through 16 is ovulation. This is peak estrogen and when we are fertile and full of eggs, which means we're super horny. So this is the best time to seduce your target or confess your love. But make sure to wrap your willy. Or not, if you're trying to trap someone.
She's not full of eggs. She's full of one egg, just so we're clear. I mean, that's bad medical advice, but okay.
Days 17 through 21, our eggs release and begin to dissolve if not fertilized. This causes a sudden change in hormones, which intensifies our emotions. This is a great time to gaslight and manipulate us, when we are most vulnerable and susceptible to trickery and mind games. You can do the most emotional damage during this time. Now, this chart is missing something major, which is PMS, which stands for premenstrual syndrome. And for me personally, this is even worse than the period itself. This is when our estrogen drops and our skin breaks out. So call us pretty. Also, our libido becomes non-existent. So this would be the worst time to seduce or ask us out. Let us nap instead. Many women experience drastic mood swings and feel absolutely insane during this time. So
God, she makes it sound so good, doesn't she? Oh, God. But when Rollo says it, he's a son of a bitch.
You don't see that in society. You see women my age where honestly, it's 50-50. Like,
that's because women are trying to change it. That's the whole point.
We already are. It's not even trying. We are changing it.
And
you just have to give it time and stop bitching.
Okay, let me ask a few more.
And just be thankful.
Let me ask you a few
work
more.
hard.
Let me ask you a few more questions that I think we'll get to an interesting point here, and this is what I'm really curious to see what you think. Okay, so now that we define patriarchy, do you think that patriarchy is the cause of gender roles, or is it the result of gender roles?
I think it's an excuse.
I think it's the result.
Okay, so then here's what I want to know. Historically, weren't men in the productive sphere while women were in the reproductive sphere? Okay, so isn't patriarchy just the natural evolution of men and women just giving into their expected roles?
Again, I think that goes back to survival. Like, those were the roles that
We're
we needed to
still
survive
surviving.
back in the
How
day.
did
But
we
again,
not
today, we don't need those things. Women don't
How are
need
we
to
not
have children.
surviving?
Like, women can go
Why
out and
do
do
we
all the
not need
things
to
that
have
men
children?
do. You don't need to fall into those gender roles
But that's what
anymore.
makes us special. Men can have children. I want to do something they can't do.
Okay, but not every woman wants to have a child, and they shouldn't have to.
I never said they had to.
Okay.
I said I want to.
Okay, let me get to the next question then. Why is patriarchy seen as such a bad thing when women always expected men to provide?
I think that women were taught to expect that.
I personally enjoy it.
Because of the patriarchy.
But you don't think that's a biological thing because
I think it depends on who you are, like, and what.
Again, because it's different in every society. Some societies are matriarchal, so it all depends on society and where you're from. A lot of old societies, like a lot of Native American societies.
And why are they not around anymore?
Because white people killed all of them.
Actually, they were the ones who no, you actually don't know your history. Native Americans were also very mean to us as well. We fought each other. And you want to know why Jamestown got all the smallpox? Is when the Indians gave them gifts, like rugs and things, they actually put smallpox on the rugs. It'd be like putting COVID on someone and then giving them cake.
Never forget, these two are old enough to vote. Just throwing that out there.
Of feminism is here, and it's going to change the world as we know it. My prediction, this is going to be a counter movement to the fourth wave, where women start embracing their femininity instead of tearing down masculinity. Cool, women have joined men in the workforce, but now they've realized that they've lost sight of the things that actually make them strong women, like their warmth, their love, and their ability to nurture the people in their lives. They're realizing that they're now in debt to sexual liberation and hookup culture. It ruined them, and now they're realizing that competing with men resulted in no fulfillment whatsoever. They just serve their male boss instead of the man in their home. All for what? 12 weeks of paid maternity leave? Yeah, you could keep that. Feminism destroyed the traditional family and the natural dynamics between men and women. And now women are waking up. We're going to see a fifth wave, and the women that lead it will be the ones that recognize masculinity maintains society, while femininity maintains life. Welcome to the fifth wave, my guys. The fifth wave.
So basically, matriarchy that panders to guys, kind of like the pastor at the beginning of this show. I'm confused.
My question is, why are these beautiful women single, bro? Why the fuck am I single, bro? Why the fuck am I single? Guys, I've been single. I'm gonna be single. Oh my God. I'm gonna be single for 4 fucking years now. In a few months, bitch. I haven't had a boyfriend, like, officially. No, dude. And I just think about it and I look at myself and I'm like, bitch, you're fucking pretty, bitch. Like, I'm not trying to sound like, you know, I'm egoistic or whatever, but like, dude, I'm pretty, bitch. I got an ass, bitch. I got my own place. I make my own money. I cook. I clean. I do señora shit and I'm not even a fucking señora. Like, I got long hair. I'm Latina. I got a good personality. I'm funny. Sometimes I got an attitude, but I'm not like crazy.
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty?
Married, my business grew 278% over 3 years. If you look at some of the most successful people in the world, they got one girl, dude. Yeah. They got one girl, and they got a solid girl. They don't have none of these little Tweety birds running around. They got a solid chick. And the reason they do that is because it creates such a stable place to operate. I know that I've got somebody that's creating a home life for me, a place to relax and rejuvenate, you know, my life force. I don't have somebody arguing with me. I don't have somebody calling me, texting me. I'm not doing enough, blah, 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 or trying to juggle 3 chicks and all that shit. That's fucking work. That's another full-time job, man. When you have like one person really there to support you and help you so that you can focus on the bigger task, you can't put a price on that.
But it doesn't make it right for you to have a girl at home and then go out and have sex with all of these women. Like, why are we placing value on that?
Well, relationships and sex and relationships, like the mating process is amoral by nature. It's not meant to be fair. It's not meant to be moral. It's not meant to be any of that stuff. We're here to reproduce. And unfortunately, there are unflattering realities in the reproduction process.
And if we're here to reproduce, then are you reproducing with all of these women that you're having sex with?
No, but you're still,
that's the point,
you're still copulating because that is the act to reproduce.
How does that make you valuable if you don't respect your penis?
He believes a high-value man can sleep with as many women as they want to, and they're totally fine because men don't view sex outside of just an act, and they move on.
No, officer, there's a lot more to it than that, but we'll come back.
Generally speaking, that's what he says. And women, they get emotional.
You're full of shit.
So if they sleep with a lot of people, they're damaged goods. But men can be totally up to par, sleep with as many women as they want, and everything is cool. And so she kind of called him out on it. He's saying that, no, it's just for reproductive purposes. So like as animals, there's no morality to it. It's just reproduction. And then she called him out and said, well, all the women you sleeping with, are you trying to reproduce with them? See, because if you ain't trying to reproduce with them, then what you're creating is your own reality of morality in sexual encounters with women. You're not just trying to reproduce. You're trying to have a good time. You're trying not to reproduce.
Okay, I got to pull that out because I will probably get chapped for that one. Hey, how's it going? Oh, wait, thank you, whoever gave me this.
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Oh,
God, perfect. Thank you. That will be like forever. I'm going to have to trade that one, I think, to Chris Pogson for a good one. Big Mo, if you're watching, let's deal. Oh boy, what a great day. Hey, happy Easter, man. He is risen, right? Yeah, see, I know Christianese. Speaking of which, I'm going to be doing a religious talk with the guys from Iron Disciples and Glenn Lawrence, actually. If you don't know who Glenn is, he was on Access Vegas with myself, myself, Red Pill Thor, John MLD, and Aaron was on there. We had just a sort of a meeting of the minds, and he was there kind of like he's an interesting cat. So I'm going to be doing a talk with him, and the probably the only guys I have any respect for as far as like the Christo Red Pill is concerned, which is the Iron Disciples. And I like these guys quite a bit. They're kind of a come up right now. You probably never even heard of them, but they're a couple of twin brothers, actually. And then I want to say it's Mike. There's another guy there's like three of them. And really, it should be a pretty good conversation. I would hope it's going to be a good conversation. Thank you, guys. Sororita Bass, I see you there. Who else is in the house? I'm going to put Sororita on because she's a member. And then who else is a member? You have a member? You're Wayne. Thank you. Yes, that's Jedediah Bila. This is Jed.
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty?
It's too good. It's too good. It was too good not to put on there. I mean, Jed, if you're going to give me those, and I'm saying this with love because I love Jed and Jedediah Bila. If you haven't checked her out, please do. I think Mike Sartain will probably be having her on his show or vice versa. I don't know when that's going to happen, but should be happening soon. As you know, I've been on her show several times. And there's Glenn. Glenn has decided that he is going to be a member too. I need to get a sound drop for. Would you like to know more? If you become a member. I need to get a name for my members, the Red Pill members. I have to think of like some like cutesy like nickname for like members of this. I just open up memberships. It's as cheap as they would let me make it. I'm only doing it simply so I can sort of keep control over the chats when it gets out of hand, quite honestly. But you will also be able to get like early access. So when I actually take the time to prep this show a day in advance, as I did for this one, then let's see. Then you will be able to get the advance notices. That's number one. And then number two is I think for my members, I'm going to start releasing show notes for the shows themselves, because for every one of these shows, I do like a lot of notes for, actually, that doesn't even look like a lot of notes. Wait, that was my most recent notes here. I will show you. I actually do a ton of these things. Like I'm a note taker, as you guys know. So that's actually today's show notes. Now that's my show notes as of the videos that I pulled. And then, dude, come on, dude. Slayer. See, the thing about Slayer is you don't just say Slayer. You have to Slayer. No lie. Okay. God damn it. No lie. Here's a quick Rollo story. I can now go. If I look like I'm more yoked, it's because the gym that I go to now, because I'm in Red One Studios, the gym that I go to, I can skateboard there. I can literally be at the gym in just by walking. I could probably be there in like 5 to 8 minutes. So I have no excuse not to go to the gym, and it's a good gym. I was in there and I forget what I was doing something. I was working out on a machine or something like that. And I am not kidding. This actually happened. Okay. I'm sitting there and I have a Slayer tank top on. I'm lifting and everything. And I have my earbuds in. And so I'm just like in the zone. I'm working. I open my eyes. I'm looking, and there's this lady, and she looks like she's probably like in her like mid 60s to maybe like just pushing 70 almost. And she's walking by out of the gym. And I swear to God, it's got his way. And she's like that. I was like, what the fuck just happened? That's true. I later on come to find out that her grandson's really into Slayer. Like, she knows you're not supposed to just say Slayer. You have to like yell Slayer. It was funny as hell too. Yeah. Shout out to Pearl. Pearl's in the chat. Hey, Pearly. Yeah. You just take it. We're gonna get to you. girlfriend. I want to all, you know what, let's just do it right now. So I made an erroneous comment at one point a while back, and I said that Pearl buys her subs. I took that as hearsay back in the day, by the way. I think it was probably like around July or like August or September is when I heard that. And quite honestly, that was kind of stupid on my part, because if you've ever heard me talk about subscriptions, I've also said that subs are a vanity metric, meaning that if you don't know how YouTube analytics work, in fact, if somebody says, oh, well, they got a whole bunch of subs, that makes them a better channel. No, actually it doesn't. Your engagement, your analytics, your click-through rate, your audience retention, your impressions, those are the things that generate actual money. And that's how you can judge the quality of a channel, not based on subs. And I've been very vocal about that in the past. I know how YouTube works. In fact, I even addressed that on the Dr. Phil show when I was trying to explain to Imran Ahmed as to why he wasn't actually the person who took down Andrew Tate back in August, because he wanted to take credit for taking the scalp of Andrew Tate back when he got canceled off of like YouTube and Twitter, and big tech just basically like blew him off, right? So his, presumption is that, oh, well, he had a 1.3 million followers on Twitter. Well, yeah, he did. But you got to remember his account was probably as old as 2014, 2016. So you're talking about progressive like buildup. It's not like you just got it overnight, right? And that's Twitter. If you go and you look at the how Andrew Tate's like subs worked out, everybody's like, well, he got canceled and he had a lot of subs. It's like, you don't know if you're going to say that you think that sub count is actually the metric of a good show. I will point you in the direction of Fresh and Fit in August of 2021, when Abba and Preach first decided that they wanted to take a piece out of Myron and Fresh were getting too big for the britches, and so they go and throw these accusations of SA, forced sexual copulation and exchange for favors, and what was it? Seeking arrangements, and then SA sexual assault, but seeking arrangements and all that stuff, all that good stuff that went down in August that nobody remembers anymore. I will point you in the direction of those. Thanks. I'll come back to that. Hold on one second. Let me star that. There we go. So let's also look at the fact that subs really don't make all that big a deal. But I will say right now that, and here you go. There you go. Got it. Thank you. Okay. You're getting off topic. Do you know me? Do you know my show? So as far as Pearl's concerned, I did not know. I don't have the stats in front of me. There are certain ways of sort of like finding out whether somebody has bought subs, but really in this day and age, it doesn't really make too much difference if someone does buy subs. So it's kind of neither here nor there, but I was wrong. Just mea culpa. Hold on one second. Glenn, what did you say? Well, we'll talk about that here in just a second. I am gonna just keep my mouth shut about JAL. So, and I'm not even gonna say that. I'm just gonna go by using the acronym for JAL at this point. So let's see. Hold on one second. Well, I will tell you that. Okay. So if you want to talk about like having people on your show, I think honestly there was a point where I'm watching what's happening with Myron and Fresh. I just played the Officer Tatum clip. We're going to dig into that today too. We're going to dig into some of Destiny's nonsense videos about what marriage and stuff. And I got I don't want to say a little bit of dirt on Destiny, but this is like nothing that people haven't already figured out. But I think he's kind of very hypocritical about some of the stuff he talks about, knowing what some of the decisions and the behaviors that he's sort of been participating in for a very long time. So I figured maybe it's time to sort of dig into that and sort of like bring that to put that into some sunshine, right? Sunshine's the best disinfectant. So as far as Pearl getting run up the flagpole, I should also say that this is also a trend that's going on right now. Abba and Preach came at me for doing what? For calling them out on their bullshit about Donovan Sharpe. And do I know that Abba and Preach went and had a phone call with Anthony Johnson and said, hey, say this about him. No, I don't. But you know what? I do know that the material that they were using to throw at Donovan about 2 months ago was old material from like 2 or 3 years ago that was thrown out by Anthony Johnson in an effort to discredit Donovan, because Donovan runs the CME, which competes directly with the 21 convention. There you go. What do you have to say about that? Well, we don't know who he is. We didn't take any money from him, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. But you're still using that. Why on earth does he even show up on your radar? Oh, he was talking shit about me and my wife. And who else hasn't? Who else hasn't? Right? Who Myron and Fresh talked about. And this, again, remember, this is like from August of 2021. We're still reheating this stuff. You know why? Because it's a slow news cycle in the manosphere. That's why. Because we don't have anything else to talk. We don't have anything to bitch about. Oh, let's go and dig something out from way back when. And by the way, it's not just Abba and Preach. It's also Ben Shapiro. If you saw, I did, by the way, if you didn't catch it, I did a midweek show on Thursday, and I talked about exactly this. And again, it's not even just him. It's also Amala from PragerU. It's Ben Shapiro, of course. It's Matt Walsh talking shit about Ryan Stone, of all people on planet Earth. Ryan Stone gets shit from you? Say my name. And when I see this stuff, I see that there is this want or this desire to sort of come at people right now. And that's really the theme of today's show. Like I said, is this the future of masculinity? Well, I mean that sort of tongue in cheek. But the reason why I'm getting into that is because right now, we're in a critical stage, I think, as far as the manosphere is concerned, because we're just this side of the election cycle here in the United States. And that's when you're going to see people pivot. That's when you're going to see people say, oh, you know what? The manosphere stuff is not playing as well as it used to. But until that point, they're going to ride it, because these people also know that that's the most likely place that they're going to find an audience, so that when we get into the 18-month cycle of the election cycle here in the United States, which really kind of has already begun, if you think about it, but the whole gotcha stuff, the whole hey, let's go dig up some videos from over a year ago. The one I commented on that Ben Shapiro was talking about on Thursday, that was over a year ago. And he's reporting on it as if it just happened just recently. It's the one where he's like, he's the fart smell when I was joking around, right? He's like, I can't believe this stuff. And it's not Ben Shapiro. It's Ben Shapiro's writers. It's the people who are in the production side of the whole thing that are picking up on this and going, hey, what are the kids talking about this time of the day or this time of year? Let's talk about Fresh and Fit. So they go and they throw something out there and they dig something up from a year ago, which, by the way, is exactly what Abba and Preach do, which is exactly what Officer Tatum is doing, which is exactly what a lot of there's a new sort of, crop of content creators who are just basically looking for low-hanging fruit. And it wouldn't even be low-hanging fruit if it was recent. So when I see what's going on with Pearl, it's like Pearl's an entertainer, okay? Whether she's part of the manosphere, she's not part of the manosphere, she has said herself that she is an entertainer. Okay, fine. You still have to know who you're having on your show. Same thing I would say to Adam Sosnick as well, right? Know who you have on your show. You're past 100,000 subs. Guess what? You're responsible for whoever you put in the hot seat next to you. And you can't go, I don't know who he was. You know goddamn well who he is. You know goddamn well who Nick Fuentes is. You know damn well who John and Anthony Lifestyle is. You know who the people are that you bring on. You know who Rudy Giuliani is. They just had him on Patrick Bet-David's show. They're not going to put him up there. Well, we didn't know who Rudy Giuliani is. He's coming in here. He's just talking like he's crazy. Get the fuck out of here. So you have to be responsible for your own show. That said, there is this new crop of guys who are basically, they just want to be critics and they want to find some material. And by the way, I would count Destiny amongst that as well. I would count Abba and Preach, Officer Tatum, with a lead attorney guy, whatever the hell that guy's name is. All these guys who want to come at people in the sphere right now. Notice that they're digging up old videos. Notice that they're digging up stuff that they know is going to play. So that's what I'm going to get into today. I'm going to start with Officer Tatum. I'm going to start with some other stuff too. So Let's continue. What do you want? No, she did not pay me to chat. Okay, just so I'll clear the air right there for you guys. This is not a paid promotion. I don't do paid promotions here. The only thing, as a matter of fact, wait. Even Devil Mountain Coffee. Hold on. I got to give my plug to my boys, right? Here we go. Wait. Order Devil Mountain Coffee. There you go. No, wait. This is even better. Hold on. Let's see if I can do this. There's a devil for you. No, I get, okay, here's my shameless plug. I get free coffee. That's about the extent of it. And you know what? If you go and you use the code RMS on devilmountaincoffee.com, you can get 20% off of your order. It's a win-win for everybody. So do go check that out. There's my plug for you guys. I need some new K cups because I'm about to go on the road quite a bit, and I usually like to take K cup, like the Keurig, quick cups, that kind of thing. Devil Mountain Coffee has the highest caffeine content. So if you always wonder, well, why does Rollo seem like he's on Adderall? No, I'm not. I'm actually on the highest amount of coffee allowable, or caffeine, I should say. So let us continue. Cuxtony has cognitive dissonance. He's got a lot more than that. I would say Cuxton. I would say Destiny is probably on the spectrum. I wonder if he ever admitted to that. I don't know. I don't watch him well enough to really know. Men feeling saucy enough to talk smack online without addressing things in person should get no attention, but this is how reality now. Yes. Yeah. Welcome to the internet, my friend. Welcome to the ain't nobody got time for that. Welcome to the TLDR generation, Bobby. Hope you enjoy this day. Are you planning on speaking with Destiny? Why or why not? He needs to. Wait. Hold on. Here you go, Destiny. Nobody wants to talk to me. Are you kidding? Who the fuck wants to talk to me? No, apparently nobody. Nobody's got the freaking cojones to come at me now anymore. Would you like me to put out my standard disclaimer one more time? Here's my disclaimer. If you have a problem with me and you want to debate me, if you want to have there's no such thing as debate, not in this century anymore. But if you want to have what passes for debate right now, look, I've got my fancy handy dandy. You can't even filibuster because I've got a chess timer now. So we're all gonna have a very interesting debate. However, if you have a problem with me, if your name is Ruslan, Alex from Playing with Fire, Alex from Date Psych, Alex, Destiny, I forget who else. Who else name somebody who has a problem with me. If you want to come and you want to hash it out with me live, face to face in Las Vegas, sitting across from me at Sticky Paw Studio, I will book this studio and we will do it. And we will do it live on this show. Ain't nobody going to be pulling clips or there's not going to be any editing. There's just going to be live, raw, and in your face. And the only person who has taken me up on that offer since I've started offering that, or I've been saying that, has been Gary Ginsberg, the guy that we're going to talk to on April 26th. That's Gary, the numbers guy. He's the numerology guy. And it's actually not even me. That's the funny thing is he doesn't really have a problem with me. He has a problem with Mike talking shit about astrology. So we're going to have a really interesting, spicy debate about whether astrology is bullshit or numerology is bullshit or it's chick crack or whatever else. So we're going to get into that. But the only person who's taken us up on that offer, Gary. I salute you, Gary. You're the first guy to do that. I have respect for you for he's flying his own happy ass out here. We're booking the time. We're going to do the show. We're going to do a live stream on this channel. And we're going to also simulcast it on, definitely in his channel because he has his own channel. And then also probably Mike Sartain's channel as well. So that's going to be a lot of fun. You want to come out? Come out, man. Come on out to Vegas because I am done paying to build up your brands. That's pretty much the long and the short of it. If I'm going to go get run up the flagpole, it's going to be here on my time on this channel. End of story. You don't have the balls to come out and do that. Then what can I say? That guy Rollo, he doesn't want to debate me. Oh, he's a pussy. I hear that constantly. I have yet to have a single invite from him or from anyone else, even a third party. I I've yet to have an email where people are saying, I challenge you to a debate. Nothing, no contact whatsoever. So anytime you hear this son of a bitch say, I reached out to him, he just ducks me, he's a pussy. No, he didn't. That's a lie. You are a liar. There is no, show me the DMs, show me the emails. I will be, you have my permission to put them out if you have them, because I know you don't. You're full of shit. And you know what? If you come to Vegas and you sit across the table from me, I will tell you you're full of shit. End of story. Thank you very much. That's why you want to debate. There you go. I'm calling you out. Come to Vegas, sit across the table from me. Not willing to do that? Oh, well. And who's the pussy now? Oh, man. You want me to shit talk this whole entire show today? I'll do it. Today's like red meat Sundays. How can I help regarding today's topic? Implied leader, I don't know. What can you do? Grow stronger. What you got? Emilio, Fenicio, Tradcons laugh at Destiny, yet a Tradcon and Destiny both pledge obedience to obey their women. Both fall for the myth that women are hypo-agent and independent. Thank you very much for your contribution. Will Mike Sartain interview with JB be in person? JB? I don't know who JB is. Can you like elaborate? I don't. Jedediah Bila? Probably not. It will probably be, if that's who you mean, which maybe it is. I believe it'll probably be like over StreamYard or something, but I'm not entirely sure. Pearl, is there anything else I need to cover? Like, just let me know. And by the way, this is not a paid promotion. I don't do paid promotions. I should think, I don't know if I've ever even said this before. I don't do, like, I have probably right now I could go, thank you very much. You are welcome, my friend.
Well, I'm a whore.
There you go. That's what you get for your getting out of your divorce. I hit the wrong button, but actually it kind of serves. What's this? Oh, okay. Well, does she know who he is? I can't imagine, like, at this stage, like, from here on out, like, I'm kind of like neutral about all this at this stage, because I like Pearl. I liked her well enough. Do I think that she sort of like lifts my material? Yeah, but she's not a lot. You could say Myron and Fresh lift my material too. But it's okay, because I'm all right about people, using my source material, because I've always said that the Red Pill ought to be open source. So please go ahead and keep doing that. I'm all right with that. Just, throw me a bone occasionally. But my problem isn't having people like Nick Fuentes on, or even like John Anthony Lifestyle right now. My problem is claiming that you don't know who that person is, when you know goddamn well who that person is. And if you don't, you should know who that person is. That was the main problem I have with him, with Adam Sosnick for sure. Like, you're going to have John Anthony Lifestyle on there and you're going to claim like I don't know who he was. The guys who do the booking, they're the one that got him on the show. Okay, well, great. Does that mean you just can go out on the sidewalk, scoop up some homeless dude off the street and put him on the hot seat next to you? And you're like, hey, so tell me about chicks in the homeless, world. No, nobody's going to do that. Oh, chat. Okay. But this is an honest mistake. This was an honest mistake. The other one was like economy being stupid. I'll get to that too. I'll come back to that. Hold on. Keep your panties on. Church of Petrol in Nashville. Destiny is debating Clint Russell on the war in Ukraine. Yeah, thrilling. You want to know about pivots? Well, what was I saying at the beginning of this year? Everybody who's in the I thought Destiny was an authority on the Manosphere. What's he doing talking about the Ukraine? He's an expert on everything. He must be the next Jordan Peterson, because he knows something about fucking everything, right? Meanwhile, Clint has received an advanced copy of Scott Horton's book on Ukraine and Russia. It's going to be bad. No, you know what it's going to be? It's going to be a whole lot of filibustering and running out the clock, which is why you have a clock that's sitting right in front of everybody. That's how you make I'm telling you, this is the wave of the future. Brian, from whatever project, Pearl, whoever, get one of these. Dead serious. Get one of these. This is a chess timer. If you're going to have a quote unquote debate, you owe it to yourself not to let yourself get steamrolled and punked and pushed over and bulldozed by some guys who's just like blah, 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 Jim Carrey and like talking out of his ass, right? Because they know it's called running out the clock. Trust me, as a war gamer, I know when people are like sort of playing slow because they want to run the time out for whatever they're playing in a tournament or something like that. It's just pragmatism at that point. But that whole debate with the Ukraine and Russia and Destiny, trust me, he gets in trouble. He's just going to filibuster. It's what Hafiz does. It's what everybody does. Rollo, you ready? You read Why Women Behave Badly, Unfavorable Truths About Women. No, I didn't even know that there was one. But I do know Men Behaving Badly by Dr. David Buss. Everybody's just behaving badly, you know? I mean, what the hell are you going to do? It's
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Oh.
I love it. I almost want that just as a separate sound drop. Anyway, shout out to South Africa. Okay. Thank you very much for that. What we got here? Rollo, did you see the interview with Hotep and Pearl? Yes, I did. And I'm planning on opining about that here in just a minute. He took her to class. Very insightful. It was the most realist conversation I've seen anybody have with her. Yes, from a tactical, strategic perspective, yes. That's on today's duly noted. We'll get to that today. Hi, Moose. Do I have to tell you to go fuck yourself yet? No, I don't. Okay, behave yourself. Just don't spam. Spamming will get you. That's the worst sin. The worst thing you can do. You know what that is? That's talking in class. It's talking over your professor. You don't get to spam jack shit. Okay. All right. So, so ChatGPT. Okay. You've heard me talk about this before. Now I got to give you some build up here. All right. Pearl just wants me to say, Rollo was wrong. Okay. I was wrong. Got it. Okay, fine. There you go. Are you happy now? Now you can go off, but let me at least give you the build up here. Okay. When you see someone like Mikhaila Peterson, for example, she's a really good example of this. A lot of people don't know that Mikhaila Peterson, you should just start calling her Jorkayla, like Jordan, Jorkayla. Whenever you see Jordan Peterson on Twitter, it's not Jordan Peterson. It is Mikhaila Peterson. She has said as much on several occasions that she is in control and has taken over pretty much his brand, his online brand. Now, he does other stuff, of course, for Daily Wire and all that good stuff. But she's the one who is sock puppeting her dad on Twitter right now. And she's been, and by the way, not my words, not my suspicions. Like, this is confirmed by her. So go take it up with her if you want to go and take me to task. Talk to her first before you come to me. But if you want to know why, like, guys like Peterson or whoever, like Alex Hormozy's talked about AI, ChatGPT, which I think is quite honestly, I'm beginning to think it's a little bit more overblown as far as the global overwhelming worldwide effects, right? I follow these accounts on Twitter right now where they show those pictures, and I can't show you the pictures, but they have like ChatGPT or like artificial intelligence create the perfect, incel girlfriend. It's like it's like waifu AI or something, right? And it will create, and they all happen to be Asian too. Like, go figure. With gigantic, Nordic boobs, but like this little kind of chibi face kind of thing going on. So when I see that, I think it's like, oh, it's the beginning of the end. Well, it just depends. Is it something that you can apply for yourself, or is it something that's going to like sort of destroy your universe? And as you know, I'm a writer. I don't know if you knew this, but I actually have 5 books out. One of them is called The Rational Male. You probably should go to Amazon and check that out at some point. I hear it's a lifesaver. But you can literally have a ChatGPT or OpenAI or whatever the hell it is, create your perfect girlfriend, or write you a book, or write your term paper that's going to completely avoid plagiarism. Like your teachers they're going to be so convincing. You can say, hey, write me I'm Nick Fuentes. Write me some nice paper for my research paper or my term paper about how great a guy Joseph Stalin was. Boom, down. And seriously, it's done in like 15 seconds, if that. And that would be long, right? I also, by the way, aside. Sorry, I'm going to give you an aside here real quick. I also, you guys know, I also play Dungeons and Dragons with the guys from Masculine Geek. I just, courtesy of Rugby here, I just came into an article that showed that ChatGPT will now play Dungeons and Dragons with you as like sort of the dungeon master. So you're the character, and then you can roll the dice and everything else, and it will literally play D&D with you, which is kind of spooky if you think about it. So it has to be creative on the fly. And so that's like one other use that you can use it for. But what people are repurposing it for right now is doing what are called Twitter storms. And what happens is you go into ChatGPT or OpenAI or choose your particular whatever. I think there's a copywriting version of this as well. And there are apps that are designed to go along with this. I'll explain some other apps to you in just a moment. But what those apps do, or what those OpenAI engines do for you, is they will create a Twitter storm. So you say, ChatGPT, here's the query, right? Create a series of tweets, a Twitter storm for me about abortion, because that's the biggest thing that's going on in 2022, right? Okay, type me up, do me a bunch of tweets. They have to be under what, 240 or something. I forget what the count is. What is it, 240 now? I need you to write me these tweets that are going to be like focus group tested, or have been tested for engagement. So you'll see these hot takes that come from Jordan Peterson, and it's like completely out of left field. Like it's absolutely something you would never hear him say, like on the stage with Tammy reading something next to him, and he's just sort of blathering on or about. You saw last week's show, right? He would never be that concise. You would never hear him talk about certain things, certain topics or whatever, just like sort of out of left field. And I'm like, is this Michaela? But it's like, it's so random. It can't even really be Michaela. No, what it is it's a program. It's an app that is like, and I don't even know the name of it, but it's like it's a Twitter storm app that will use artificial intelligence to create tweets for you that will more or less guarantee you engagement. Like it'll shoot you up for members. It'll shoot you up for retweets, for likes, or the probability is if you talk about these things or this like one-liner kind of thing, you will get more engagement as a result of that. You have it generate those spicy hot takes. You take those hot takes, put them as tweets, and put them into a scheduler like Hype Fury. That's what I use for my scheduling. And so at particular intervals, it drops that Twitter storm just sort of sequentially throughout the day or the week, however you schedule the whole thing. The problem is it's usually topics that are out of left field. Like it's stuff that you would never expect the person who is tweeting to ever occur to them, right? If you have somebody who is just talking about how to get bitches and hoes, right? Here's how to, or a fitness guy, for example. Like you got a guy who's going to tell you how to, you got John Fitch, or you've got like Drew Bay, or what's the guy from, name your favorite fitness guru, right? And suddenly he starts talking about the war in Ukraine. Or he suddenly starts talking about like the price of computer chips that go in a Lexus or something like it, just out of the blue. Now, maybe not as random as that, but like something that's still trending, but it's definitely out of their wheelhouse. They've never in their life done a tweet about this particular topic before. More than likely, they're using, or they're the people who are behind their scenes, their PR people or whoever's controlling their brand, such as Michaela Peterson in this case. More than likely, they are using an engagement app that is generating those Twitter storms for them. So with that in mind, when I see that now, by the way, Leah Halpern, same thing. Michaela Peterson, same thing. If I see somebody who's just out of left field starts talking about stuff, I'm pretty sure what they're doing is they're experimenting with an engagement app on Twitter. And then, by the way, the other part of this is they put that out there. After a certain amount of retweets or a certain amount of replies, the AI replies to one or two of the people who like very innocuous, easy replies to those people. And it will actually do the tweet for you. So it's like, hey, you're right. See you next time, brah, or something like, just to like pretend that there's actually some real live human being behind the tweet storm. And it's here now. I feel like I'm the voice of like crying in the wind right here. So mea culpa, once again, I see Pearl out of left field tweet something about this or something about that, and I'm like, well, it's nice to be using a chat bot, isn't it? Right? She insists that she's not, so maybe she's not. Do I have proof that she's doing that? No. Do I have proof that even Michaela Peterson is doing that? No. But I do know how the fucking thing works. And if I see something like that and it seems like it's bullshit, I'm probably going to call it out as bullshit. And if you do something like that and you start I don't care who you are, you start talking about something out of left field, my eyebrow's going to be Mr. Spock. I'm going to go, can't tell if bullshit or not, right? It's like, it's the same. Maybe I'm just like hypersensitive to this bullshit now, but like when I see those pictures of the AI generated waifus with the Asian looking faces and the big gigantic jiganga boobs, I look at that and, I'm going, is that AI or is that like, and then so what do? You look at the fingers and there's like, they've got like 8 fingers and like one of them's like crossed over, like, because AI has a really tough time rendering human fingers for whatever reason, or toes as well. That's how you can tell if it's, you just look for the fingers first and then like look for folds in skin, because it doesn't know how to do that like accurately. But if you're just scrolling through Twitter, that's all that matters. And you also have to remember that okay, so that's too long, didn't read, right? That's
ain't nobody got time
nobody got time for that. You can go stroke one out for your waifu, and guess what? You're being manipulated by the dude, not by the AI, but the dude who is behind that AI, or the dude who generated those waifus in the first place. That's the guy that's getting the engagement, because you're sitting there going, it's kind of, oh boy, I really wish girls like that existed, right? Oh boy, where can I find that girl? Maybe I'll be a passport bro and find those AI generated girls in the Philippines or Guam or wherever the hell you're going, right? It's because we live in an era of too long, didn't read. It's because we're scrolling by. It's because we have, we're the TikTok generation. It's like, what's the next fucking picture? And we don't pay attention to the fact that the picture we just stopped on to go, you get a boner from, right? You realize that the girl's got 9 fingers. It's them manipulating you. So I apologize for being a little oversensitive to this bullshit. And I see it also in the writing styles of people who are out there trying to get engagement through Twitter, through Instagram, through TikTok, through shorts on YouTube. By the way, we're probably about 6 or 8 months, maybe even less than that, from AI generated video. And guess what the first ones are going to be like? They're going to be about 45 seconds. And every single one of those will be generated by an AI that knows exactly how to manipulate you, exactly how to get your eyes on the screen, exactly so you'll stop. And the title will be whatever the AI has decided the title is going to be. And you're going to go out there and you're going to have a hot, spicy take. And guess what? There ain't nobody on the other end. It's an AI on the other end. Some smart son of a bitch wanted to get a billion subs. How do you do that? Create and just crank industrial scale 45-second hot clips on TikTok, on Reel, on Instagram Reels, on Shorts, and probably there's going to be end up being something that's even more quick hit. It's all for dopamine hits. I have been banging this gong for at least as well before Andrew Tate started talking about how he's being taken out of context by all these hack creators, just like Officer Tatum wanted to go after Fresh and Fit, just like Abba Preach wanted to come after me, want to come after Pearl, want to come after Donovan, want to come after this, A, B, C, D, E. That's all they do. That's their entire profit model. That's their entire revenue stream. Hack hits, hack hit, hack video. Attack piece, just keep it going every fucking day. And if you had an app that would do that and generate that for you, and all you got to do is just sit back with a fucking Mai Tai on the beach somewhere and have cabana girls come and feed you grapes, why wouldn't you do that? So I apologize if I am overly sensitive to seeing people come out of left field with something that's a really spicy hot take. They make one reply to it and they've got God knows what, 350, 500 replies to it. I'm probably going to raise a fucking eyebrow right now. So was I wrong? Yes, I was wrong, because I talked with Pearl afterwards and she says, I don't know any of the stuff that you're talking about. I believe her. I had a conversation with her. I absolutely believe her. But do you understand why I came to that conclusion in the first place? Okay? That's how I come to that conclusion. And by the way, I ain't going to be wrong. When we get to August, when we get into the election cycle, it's going to be the very first election cycle that is engineered and powered by AI. Trust me on that. Take that to the fucking bank. This election cycle will be determined by auto replies. It will be determined by quick hit videos. All the people who didn't know how to get any traction in 2020, well, you could probably make a case for like 2016 as well, but certainly the last election cycle, we're dealing with people who are 20th century characters and 20th century brands. Trump, 20th century brand. Biden, definitely a 20th century brand. Same thing. Hillary Clinton, 20th century brand. They are brands. Just as I always say that dating in the 21st century is brand management, everything else is too. That is not just limited to intersexual dynamics, my friends. It's about everything. If you have an account on Instagram, if you have an account on any social media right now, you are a brand. And I'm going to quote Robert Kiyosaki before I kill this rant. Robert said this. He says, if you are not a brand, you are a commodity today. End of story. Thank you, Robert Kiyosaki, for that. You are wise beyond your, and you're a pretty old dude. You're wise beyond your age. Who, by the way, just had a birthday yesterday. He is now 76 years old. Happy birthday to my good friend, Robert Kiyosaki, because he came on my show and wished me a happy birthday. So I have to give him a shout out today too. But his is April 8th. So there you go. Go find him and tell him happy birthday on Twitter for Rollo. That'd be great. All right. So have I cleared that up enough? Are we settled? Are we chill on that? Because AI is going to be something that's going to, if it's not going to like destroy the world, the people who are using it right now to manipulate it to their own ends, they will be. And I'm a writer. I know writers' voices. It just absolutely kills me. Because so many people, they just lift up Jordan Peterson as this brilliant mind of the 21st century. And he's the fucking messiah. And he's got, maps of meaning and 12 rules for life and all this other shit. And, oh, Rollo, you sound really saucy and conspiratorial. No, I'm not sounding conspiratorial. I know what his writer's voice sounds like. And it don't sound like the bullshit that I see Michaela Peterson put on those goddamn tweets. That is not him. But if I go and I point that out, oh, you're professionally jealous. It must be a conspiracy theory. No, until suddenly you find out that Michaela Peterson is basically sock puppeting her dad and trying to automate it as best that she can because fucking, what? Nobody got time for that. I got time for that. If you could automate your own brand management, if you could automate your own brand, why the fuck wouldn't you? I would do it. I would absolutely do it if I could. If it would free me up so I could write the next book, if it would free me up so I could go and do the projects that I really feel have some sort of meaning instead of trying to chase down everything and play whack-a-mole all the time, you're goddamn right I would do that. But you know what would happen? I would suffer because people understand what my writer's voice is. I've got 5 books to my name. And if I started typing and writing about something about brain surgery, if I started talking about something completely out of my wheelhouse, you would have every right to go, you know what? Smells like bullshit. And I would go, yeah, you're right. At least I cop to it, right? The fingers with AI, sometimes weird hands. Yes. The Trump images, perfect example. Yeah. And you know what? People blow by it. I've seen so many instances right now where people go, hey, did you see this? Trump is being frog marched out by the FBI and the CIA have picked him up and they pushed his head into the, it's like, FBI, open up! I can't believe it. No, that didn't happen. But you believe the bullshit because somebody generated an AI image of it. See, the only thing you can't generate in AI is you can't talk about me. You can't talk about the red pill. You can't talk about you can make a joke about husbands and men. But if you wanted to generate a joke about wives and women, well, that would be wrong. We don't I'm ChatGPT. I'm not programmed to do anything offensive to women. It will literally tell you that. So with that in mind, does old man Rollo sound crazy? Am I turning into Aaron Clary? Do I? Because I have people send me constantly these examples, like screen caps of them using AI to see if it's as woke as everybody says it is. And yeah, it is. You can't generate shit about Rollo unless you talk shit about me, of course. But you can't generate anything positive about anything I say, or Andrew Tate for that matter, or maybe even Pearl at this stage. You know, hey, ChatGPT, give me a Twitter storm that's positive about Pearl's interview with Nick Fuentes. Send. Nope, can't do that. Nick Fuentes is a confirmed anti-Semite, racist, and all-around bad guy. Won't give it to you. I guarantee you it won't be. You won't be able to do that. That's ChatGPT. If you think I'm crazy about that, I won't sound. Hear me now, believe me later. So Rollo, E-phase girls, epiphany phase girls, just say epiphany, bro. Thinking guys date younger women is predatory. Well, it depends on what TikTok video you watch for 30 seconds, but yeah. But do they also believe that it's predatory for a woman to marry a guy, say 7 years younger than her? Probably not, because we live. Okay, would you like me to explain that to you? Hold on, wait. Would you like to know more? Would you like to know more? Here's why. Because anything that works in favor of especially female mating strategies, but anything that works in the favor of the female experience will always be promoted. Anything that is counter to that will always be toxic masculinity, misogyny, hate, bigotry, insert whatever epithet you want to. That's why, because you live in a gynocentric social order. And there's another example of it. Jeremy Smith, Red Pill is not an action nor status. It's a praxeology and sharing of notes. Thank you. You get it. Lord, thank you. There's somebody. One lone bright soul exists. Thank you, Big Mo. I love you. I love you like the brother that you are for me here.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
I love Big Mo. I am not ashamed to admit. He's the only man I will kiss on the head. I will kiss you. You will watch me do that. I will do a video of that next time I'm out there, which, by the way, will be mid-May. Donovan's teachings are still on point in understanding women. Yeah, they are. I mean, it's Donovan, right? I still like Donovan. I kind of wish Donovan was doing something new. Either that or just like stay focused on the CME, because that I think is one of his strengths. Like, play to your strengths, right? If Destiny was into politics first, then the Manosphere stuff was the pivot. Yeah, and then pivoting back. Did he? Who knows? As far as I know, Destiny basically plays Twitch and plays whatever fucking video game is hot at that particular time, and people just like make it rain for him for playing League of Legends or World of Warcraft or StarCraft. He was a professional StarCraft player, right? How, like, it still boggles my mind that people can make money off of playing video games. Maybe, oh, you're an old boomer, Rollo. Yeah, well, I'm not a boomer. I'm an Xer, but even when Mike Sartain, who is also, I guess, technically an Xer too, starts talking about how he used to play professionally, like I think he played Madden professionally or something. Correct me if I'm wrong. I probably completely just screwed the pooch there, but like the whole thing is like, how do you make this kind of scratch, man? Be a formal debate, Oxford style debate. I will guarantee you. Okay, Petrol. I don't have where's my here? I got you, Petrol. Hold on. Petrol, here's $1. I will bet you $1 on the table. I will leave this on the table until that. I'll put it right under the board here. I will leave that $1 on that table. You put down $1 too. I guarantee you it will not be an Oxford style debate. I guarantee you that he will not be able to sit still. I guarantee you that if he's not taking his Adderall, he's going to be like fidgety because he won't be able to filibuster. He won't be able to talk over. I guarantee you it won't be that way, because, and here's why I say that. It's an Oxford style debate. That would be boring as fuck. Quote me on that. It would be boring as fuck. That would be the worst YouTube you could possibly imagine. Because you know what? If that were the case, if that were entertaining, people would be watching the debate on the House floor and the Senate all the time. All right, I surrender my time to the gentleman from Tennessee. All right, and do you know why people don't like? You know why C-SPAN is not like watching The Bachelor? That's why it's boring as hell. It won't be like that. But here's $1. Here's $1 that says, I'm going to leave it right there. Here's $1 that says it's not going to be that. It won't go down that way. Will there ever be a red-pilled president? Don't hold your breath. Rollo, how can you support Donovan when he doesn't follow his own advice? Such as, he is in a relationship with a post-wall divorced single mother. Take that up with Donovan. Take that up with Donovan. Yet you'll still go and take Destiny as a legitimate fucking resource in the manosphere. Like, here, okay, so got that guy, got your logic, okay? You can't support him. He doesn't live his truth, whatever the fuck however you're referring to this, okay? It's a genuine question. If his advice isn't working, why use it? I don't know. I don't take his advice, okay? You do. You can tell me whether it's worthwhile or it's not. I don't care if he's a convicted criminal. If what he says is true and you get value out of it, awesome, bitching for you. But yet these are the same questions from the same guys who will prop up a guy like Destiny and say, yes, he knows something about the manosphere. And I would argue this. Jack Murphy knows more about the manosphere than Destiny does, and they're essentially the same person. The only difference is Destiny happened to be on Fresh and Fit with Sneeko and the boys, right? And you got to prop them up and legitimize him as being some sort of like voice of the manosphere. Bullshit. I call bullshit. Why is Destiny who he is right now, and we're not propping up Jack Murphy? He also he cucks his wife out. Hell, he's written the infamous cuck article that got him kicked off of Tim Pool. That got him in hot water with The Blaze on You Are Here with Sydney Watson. Fuck you, heartfelt, right? Do you guys remember that? No, you don't, because that was back in the December of 2021. I know, because I was on the week before. But why are we holding up Destiny? Because I will tell you this, Jack Murphy has way more time in the red pill, like right up until the time he flamed out. He has way more time in the red. He was like all about it back in the pickup artist days, and then he kind of gave it up for a while. And then he got really tight with Anthony Johnson in the 21 convention, and he was actually part of the PR team for the 21 convention. So don't you think that he knows something about the red pill, that maybe Destiny's probably not the best one? So if we're going to get a cuck and we're going to get a guy who's going to farm out his wife's ass on Tinder, why wouldn't you want the cuck beard? There's way more recognition with that. Why wouldn't you want him on there? No, we're going to put Destiny on there because he's younger and he's got blue hair and drag queen story hour, right? He's going to go play video games. He's more okay, I'll give you this. He is more likable than Jack Murphy. But from a legitimacy perspective, why are you, if you're going to talk shit about Donovan and not talk shit about Destiny and not talk shit about, like, say, Jack Murphy, there are bigger fish to fry before you go and try to fry the fish that is Donovan Sharpe, okay? Like, get your fucking priorities straight first, okay? Because it's basically the same thing. If your logic, following that logic, if you say, well, Rollo, you need to disown him. Okay, I'll disown him. If you'll disown Destiny, if you'll go and you'll disown Chris Williamson, if you'll go and you'll disown these sons of bitches that you prop up and say are the greatest things since sliced fucking bread, go dig in and say the same thing about Jordan Peterson. Go do that. Because you know what? His daughter sure the fuck doesn't live according to his comments about, like, single mothers and careerist women. Why are you? He's way bigger than fucking Donovan Sharpe, but you guys don't go and say, well, we should all be disowning Jordan Peterson. No, nobody's saying that. They want me to go in because they know that I had a prior former relationship with Donovan, right? I played fantasy football with Donovan. That's the length and breadth of our relationship right now. And I like Donovan. I don't have him. When's the last time Donovan's been on this show? Can anyone tell me when that was? I went and I spoke at the CME. I went to him. Can anybody tell me the last time Donovan Sharpe has been on this show? No, you can't. Fuck, I can't even remember it. But you're going to hit me up for Donovan, but you won't go and disown Jordan Peterson. Go fuck yourself. End of story. That's the end of it. That's why I went after Abba and Preach, because it's all bullshit. It's just generating nonsensical bullshit content because they got nothing. You know what plays to that set? You want to know why amateurs like Abba and Preach even exist? Because all they do is just hit pieces. What do they do? What books have they written? What positivity? How have they changed fucking lives? They haven't. All they do is go on there and just dole out red meat. Here, more red meat. I'll go make more. It's like them at the fucking barbecue or the grill or something like that. Here, you want some tops? Here, the brisket's fresh. Like, why are you coming at me? I try to at least stay positive and give you something that's like educational. Hell, I've been on this for 1 hour trying to like, shuck and jive all this shit. I've got a whole you want to know why this podcast goes for 5 hours? It's because of you guys. That's why. Sorry, it's more than a man can take. Big Mo, thank you for bringing me back down to earth. Like the video or else. Yes. Like the video or else. So you're goddamn right. And Sambada gonna break your own poor milk. Yes, it's gonna be spoiled milk too. Thank you. And it ain't gonna be grass-fed beef that I'm dealing out when I'm dealing out red meat. It's gonna be the cheapest ground round I can find at freaking Rayleigh's. Rollo, did you see the interview with Hotep and Pearl? Yes, I did. We'll come. You know what? I'm gonna star that because I actually have that in my notes here. So let me. I guess I went back a little too far. Jesus Christ. See? Oh, hey. Oh, man. Oh, shit. Miguel from Dollar Cost Crypto. It is his birthday today. Everybody's born in April. Maybe Gary, the numbers guy, was right. Maybe us Aries are going to rule the world. Kalibaba rule the world. So I did not know it was your birthday, Miguel. Miguel. Congratulations. Fuck, I fucked up. I should have known that before I even came on here. Miguel's birthday is today. Dollar Cost Crypto. Go check it out. Find him on YouTube. Dollar Cost Crypto. Miguel. He's my partner. He's my heterosexual life partner. I have to make that clear these days because otherwise I'm gonna have to clarify it with.
That's nasty.
Yes.
It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty?
Okay, I got to you, got to Jeremy, got to you. Thanks, Jeremy. I hope I ran you up the flagpole sufficiently. What else is here? Emilio, I got to you as well. Whoo! So that means Miguel must be watching this. Okay, AI, we got to you. Thank you. Going. Hey, Big Mo has become a you know what? This is Big Mo's drop.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
Big Mo is now a member. Thank you for being a member. Thanks for having a member and being a member. Oh, hey, wait, here we go. Wait, are we still ants? I don't know. I'm going to give you shit for that from now on. Contrarian authors will be the only authors left due to automation. Yeah, because we're the only ones that can get away with talking shit. Thank you for pointing that out, though, Allie. Oh no, he's talking to girls again. As a writer, I can confirm the writer's voice thing is very accurate. Yes, like if you, for instance, if you were reading like Robert Greene and you were reading 48 Laws of Power, and then you read 33 Strategies of War, and then you read Art of Seduction, and then you read Mastery, which is actually probably, I think, one of his very best books. And then you read even The Laws of Human Behavior, which is the most recent one. And like, quite honestly, I think that one kind of went a little bit woke. Sorry. But even when he goes a little bit woke and he kind of like waters things down a little bit, over the years, you still know it's Robert Greene because the voice doesn't change. If you're an author, you know what the voice is. If you are a big fan of like James Patterson or Michael Crichton or I'm trying to think who else is a good one. Like famous author. Stephen King. I don't care what you think of him, but you do know he has a good writer's voice, right? That's what makes good for a good author. If suddenly somebody is trying to pretend to be that particular person, Stephen Baldacci, like suddenly I'm still like, imagine me trying to write some fiction and try to pass myself off as Baldacci. That's what I'm talking about. But people don't understand that. It's true. Yes. And the thing is AI can sometimes master that. Or I think eventually it'll perfect it. But it's not even so much the writer's voice as it is that writer would never on planet Earth. Like if you have like J.R.R. Tolkien, he's writing The Lord of the Rings, and suddenly he starts writing like gumshoe mystery novels. You sure that's J.R.R. Tolkien? You might believe it, but no. His voice is different. Hey, Jeremy, I see you again. Okay, hang on. I'll get to you. I didn't get to my super chat. Here's to 2023 Blood Sports. Yep, YouTube Blood Sports. Man, was it Andrew Worski? It was before his time. Was it Andrew? Worski is his last name. Should have stuck at it, man. He would have been a millionaire. Is it possible to have Scott Galloway on your show? I've reached out to him, by the way. So has Mike Sartain. I want to have Scott. Yeah, I've been as diplomatic and as nice and as low key and low decibel as I possibly can. I change my tone for you. I would really very much like to have Scott Galloway on. I would love to have him and Richard Reeves on at the same time. If I could arrange that, that would like explode the internet. It would be a good one. I would definitely probably have a tougher time with Galloway than Reeves. I know that sounds odd, but it's true. I never mentioned Destiny. Okay, I don't care. I did. Big deflect. No, that's not a big deflect, asshat. Because I won't go and punch. What do I have to do? Punch Donovan in the face? Will that be enough? Oh, Donovan, fuck that guy. Okay, here you go. Just for you, Jeremy. Fuck that guy. Got that? Okay, but put that on the next clip for your whatever channel you're on right now. No, it's not. See, that's the thing. Support Donovan, and then in the same breath you speak of the convention that's supporting him. Yeah, and are you working for Anthony Johnson? Maybe I'm being conspiracy theory guy again, right? The praxeology doesn't work. Thus, he is a fraud. Just call it out. Okay, well, he's a fraud. There you go. Done. Okay, maybe he wants to come on the show and defend himself. Maybe you ought to go over there and talk shit about him. Maybe you ought to start your own channel. Maybe you ought to start your own social media and go after him. I'm telling you the same thing. The same people are telling me, oh, you need to disown this guy. I'll tell you what, there's bigger names than Donovan Sharpe that I have disowned, but you don't say jack shit about them. Not at all. See, that's what kills me. Is like you guys go and give me shit about like talking shit about like Peterson or talking shit about somebody. I'm not even really talking shit, just calling them out on bullshit, right? But you guys don't go and call out Chris Williamson. I don't see a fucking campaign of people coming on other people's chats or putting $20 super chats in there on Chris Williamson's live streams to say, hey, why don't you have Rollo on there? Why you keep ducking Rollo? No, you'll come over here and say, I think you're ducking Destiny. Okay, fine. I told you he can come to Vegas. Now, here's your turn. Go over to fucking Chris Williamson's live stream and say, why don't you debate Rollo? No, you won't do that. You know why? Because your problem is with me, not Donovan Sharpe, not fucking Chris Williamson. It's me, baby. And you don't fucking exist unless I exist. Simple as that. And that's not me being a prick. It's you literally can't exist. You can't think of anything else. I think it's Rollo's time. What is it? 1 p.m. on Sunday? I think I'm going to go there and do give him some piece of my mind. Hey, Rollo, have you seen the latest trigonometry with Pearl? No, I haven't. I would like to, though. I have not seen that. You guys think that see, here's why I need AI. Hey, did you see that article? Even if you know how many times people tell me like, you should go and check out this video or you should read this article. Like I wish I could. Fuck, how awesome would that be? Can you comment on the birth rate? Should us men be concerned? Yes, I have 1 million times. I've talked about fertility rates, both on this show and on Access Vegas. Should we be worried? I'm not going to tell you how to feel, right? You will never hear me say, you should feel bad or you should be worried or you should be concerned about these things. Oh my God, fear of missing out. Oh my God, you only live once. I don't know. I'll tell you the facts about the United States has been below fertility or like replacement fertility for decades now, I think. And we're one of many other westernized countries that are also, there's other countries that are actually below us too. Yeah, we've been raising that alarm for a long time. Nobody cares. What am I going to do? Oh, do a show about it. For what? Change somebody's mind? Hey, ladies, you need to be fucking these guys and have more babies. That'll be a popular show. Maybe I should do that show. Yeah. Well, hey, yeah, why does Rollo tie? Yeah, well, I'll tell you why. Because the son of a bitch goes and talks shit about me. Or doesn't talk shit about me, I shouldn't say. Like he's scared to have me on the show. But he'll have the people who I quote all the time. So why would that be a problem? Because I sound gleeful. All right, we're gonna get into some other stuff here. I think we'll get into the Officer Tatum thing first because that's the easiest one to sort of dig into. Miguel, happy birthday, my friend. Oh man, let's see what else we got here. Oh, I saw CJ Sparks she's in my private chat. My private chat. Wait. Hold on. CJ, you need to be here. CJ Sparks. Okay, she's going to be in Miami for Babes in Toyland. Yeah. Oh, also happy Easter. Oops, sorry, that killed the buzz. That's your ASMR. No, that's the porn. That's corn music. Sorry, I can't say the P word, right? You guys think that I don't see what happens with writer's voice. You think I don't see what happens with AI, but yet we're still talking like corn, grape, transmissions. Really? You think that I wouldn't like figure out like the backstory for ChatGPT? I'd like to ask Ben S., who loves to lecture us all about the government shouldn't tell people how to live their lives. If he agrees, Ben Shapiro, with 18 as the age of consent, 17, 21, none. Missed my previous chat. Sorry, I didn't see that. Alberto, Sammy, if you can grab Alberto's previous chat, I'll get back to you. Sorry, man, I get on a roll. There's not much I can do. Or maybe I did get to it. Did I get you here? Rational Trucker, last week, Ben Shapiro should realize something is up when she records herself, allegedly calls her husband over to block him. Ben Shapiro. Husband abandons wife and she allegedly confronts him instead of her husband. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Where did I put that? Is this the one? No, that's not the one. Wait. I had I actually did a screen cap of this. No, that's not it either. Hang it. You know what's funny is I try to prep as best I possibly can. Oh, is that it? Emily Radajowski. Is that the one? Okay. Emily Radajowski said 3 days ago she is done acting. Yeah. And Rich Cooper's done with the red pill. And Kiyosaki's done with the freaking, the real estate market. And, we're all just giving up everything. Oh, and but Lana Rhoades is giving up porn. So is Mia Khalifa. Okay. She is done acting, citing Hollywood misogyny. She is 31. Hollywood misogyny. What you mean? Misogyny. Yes. It's wall o'clock and she's right on time. Thanks for the book. It helped me make sense of a lot of suffering. Yeah. Well, trying to think of it as suffering. Try to think of it as a challenge. Think of it as suffering's always an opportunity if you really think of it right. Well, okay. Do you want me to get into this really quickly before I jump in? Like, who wants put a 1 in the chat if you want me to talk about Hotep and Pearl? I'll let the chat decide. How's that? Put a 2 if you want me to just move on. Oh, thank you very much. Here we go.
Well, I'm a whore.
Yes, and so is Ned for his college fund, keeping him off OnlyFans. I wonder if you could put your dog, well, I mean, not like in a section, God, I wonder if you could put your dog on OnlyFans. Like if you had it as like people would pay to watch your dog go do fun things at the park or some shit like that. I'm not saying like sex, okay? But I wonder if you could start like an OnlyFans for like your pet or for like your bird or your fish or some shit like that. I wonder if those things exist. Oh, you know what? You're right. This is funny. Bro, Big Mo, do you know, and you guys can go look this up because 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, I'll talk about it here in just a second. I think it looks like the ones are winning right now. -0. So remember what I was saying about like the Twitter storm thing for ChatGPT. Okay. Was I mistaken about Pearl? Yes, I was, because she cleared it up and says, I don't use that. Okay. I will, if she tells me, calls me up and says, I don't use that, I'm going to take her word for it rather than just like have, make, assumptions. Right. However, there is another app right now. And I think I have it on my phone. It's called The Riz, RIZZ. And what it is it's a ChatGPT bot so that when you are like chatting with a girl, it will tell you what to say. It's like Cyrano de Bergerac, right? It steps in and it has all the game that you don't have. And if that exists, why is it so much of a stretch to think that like you couldn't have something very similar to do spicy hot takes for engagement on Twitter? I mean, it's like, in fact, I would be more surprised with the Riz than I would with a Twitter storm, right? I would presume that that's probably how it's going to go. It's called what's it called? It's called the Riz. I have it here. Is it the Riz? You know, it'd be fun. Oh, I didn't even think about this. How awesome would it be to get, yeah, it's called the Riz. How awesome would it be to use the Riz app on Access Vegas? Oh, that's a fucking great idea. I think one minute we should have this segment on Access Vegas with the girls there. And then we'll say, okay, so a guy coming to pick you up. It'll be kind of like, you know how like Myron Fresh, like have the girl try to pick up the guy on, like they do the role reversal thing on the show. What if you did this? What if you had the Riz and like I'm trying to pick up on the girl, but it's not my words. It's all just coming out of the Riz and say, okay, so I can use one of these canned responses. Hey, baby, you're so fine. I drink your bath water. Oh, and then she responds something stupid. Okay, I know it's dumb, but then it will give you another like response that you could like. So you have this back and forth. So it's like not me trying to pick up the girl. It's actually the Riz that's trying to pick up the girl, and they're trying to find out whether if it would work or not. That would be fun. All right. Okay. So you want me to tell you about? I'll tell you about Hotep here. As you know, I'm not going to talk shit about Hotep because I like Hotep. I've known Brian for almost as long as I've known Aaron. I knew Brian, who is Hotep Jesus. I knew him before he was Hotep Jesus. I have done the covers for the last 2 books that he's done. I still consider him a very close personal friend. Hotep is a surgeon when it comes to his interviews. There's 2 ways to win a war. One of them is blunt force trauma, right? It's attrition. It's like throw bodies at the wall and just until you can bash in the wall and you can defeat your opponent. It's all it is just blunt force, like power force out. No, we have more bodies to throw against their bodies, right? That's how you win in an overt, like it's a war of attrition. Okay. And then there's the wars of strategy. And what the war of strategy is you know, you can't beat your opponent with brute force or bodies on the field or like just, you know, strength for strength. You can't, but you can maneuver and you can make your opponent come to the battlefield of your choosing. It's all 33 strategies of war. By the way, that's where I pulled this out of. But like there are the people that I know, like online right now, there are very few tacticians. There are very few strategists online because if you go on Twitter right now, most of the people will take whatever you say literally. You go and talk about like you cannot use allegory, prose, metaphor, hyperbole. There's no nuance on social media because if you say something, it's supposed to be sort of like wink, wink, nod, nod. It never comes across the right way because everybody is too literal, and that literalism is really an effect of winning a war through attrition. Just push, 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 push. It's all about it's not about the bigger message. There's no art to it. It's just literalism all the time. And then there's the people who are strategists and tacticians, and they can sort of like, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And they can get you to hang yourself. Hotep, when he does interviews, he's smart as fuck, and he will get you to talk about yourself, and he will tease out little parts of it, and you won't even think that the actual purpose is one thing, and he goes through 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 little sub purposes to get to the main purpose. That right there is a good debater. That guy right there is somebody who knows how to like make you hang yourself. It's when I talk about how guys will say, well, Rollo, my best friend, I can't red pill him, right? Or he's resistant. He calls me a misogynist. How do I red pill such and such, right? And I always say, look, you got to pick your battles first. First of all, you got to ask yourself, is it worth it? Right? Is it your best friend? Is it your brother? Is it your dad? Is it somebody that you love? Then it might be worth it. Okay. But if it's just some random dude or some guy you met at the gym, or it's like somebody you know who's never going to appreciate that, you kind of have to ask yourself whether it's worthwhile, like investing yourself in it. Like, was it Law 10? You know, beware of saving the dying man, or because people who draw misery on themselves will draw it on you as well. Like you don't try to save those who don't want to be saved. Okay. So ask yourself that. The next thing is people will say, well, how do I, what chapters of The Rational Male should I read to him and, you know, pronounce from the freaking pulpit or the, you know, declare to the mountaintops, right? I'm like, don't do that. Don't be a red pill evangelist. You have to be a tactician. You have to be a strategist. Well, Rollo, you should say what you mean to mean what you say. Yeah, you should. In an ideal world, that's how it would go. But you don't live in screws fall out of doors all the time. It's an imperfect world. But you need to wait and pick your battles, and you need to be a tactician, and you need to have conversations, and you need to have the, I don't say subtlety, but you certainly need to be able to sort of lead the witness. And that's what Hotep did with Pearl, is he led the witness. And I saw where he was going with it, because Hotep's audience is expecting him to turn Pearl into a racist, because they smell blood in the water. The black manosphere smells blood in the water. Pretty little white girl, she's got a very popular platform. She's got a huge following. They want to see her go down. See, that's the thing, is I think it's I'm paraphrasing God, what's the comedian? I can't remember his name. But what's his name? That, like, people love to see a hero go down. They love to see people who are like just average people. They want to see a hero fail, because it makes them feel good. Like they could never take that person down, right? They want to see a person fail. Cowards want to see a person fail, a hero. They want to see the hero fail. I'm not saying Pearl's a hero, but like, let's be honest. I mean, she has a lot of market share, but so does Hotep, right? Hotep's on Gutfield. Hotep goes on Rogan. So no, it's not Kevin Hart. It was somebody will come up with it. I'm not quoting Green Goblin. Jesus Christ, get off your high horse. It's not Marvel. No. I forget where I saw it. People love to see a coward. Cowards love to see heroes fall. And I'm not saying that Hotep's a coward. I'm just saying that, like, the people who are in the manosphere, people who are in the black manosphere in particular, when there's blood in the water, people will use it to create content. And I'm not even saying that that's what Hotep did. I'm just saying that the people who watch Hotep want to see her fail. And there's like almost this unconscious expectation to sort of put her on the spot and let her hang herself, basically give her enough rope. And I see what you're saying, Ryan. Where'd Ryan go? I'm going to dig you out, Ryan. Sorry. Yeah, I learned this the other day. Yes, misplaced literalism. Yeah, you know who probably taught you that? This guy. Yeah. See, here's the thing. Is this really Ryan? I don't think this is really Ryan, because Ryan wouldn't talk shit like this. But maybe it is. Who knows? No, actually, that's not Ryan. Get the fuck off my channel. Brian's already on my fucking... Go fuck yourself, dude. I know that's not you. Somebody... Oh, wait. Here we go. Block that user. You know how I know that's not you? Because you don't have a... Let me see. Was that him? That wasn't him. Trying to see if that was actually Ryan. See, I have to stop the show for you dumb fucks. Okay, there you go. All right, bye. Please don't use the F word. I'm sorry. It's Easter. I think. Sorry, Lord. I will not use the F word anymore. Can I use the S word? No. Okay. Swearing. Can I say hell? Is that against God if I say hell? Like, I'm wondering, like, what's the threshold that I can? Remember I told you, like, swear words are like putting spices into soup. The F-bomb, that's like a habanero or like a ghost pepper. Yes, misplaced literalism. Thank you for that. All right, so do I think that Hotep gave Pearl a fair shot? I think maybe it was sort of a response to market, honestly. And again, that's what I'm about to get into here with the Officer Tatum bullshit. Okay. Sorry. Oh, sorry. My bad. I'm supposed to say that. Sorry. Darn it. The bull crap. Is that okay? Is bull crap acceptable? Here it is. Dave Chappelle. Thank you. See, Sam comes through. When a hero stumbles, the cowards rejoice. Nothing feels better to a coward than to see a brave guy fall. Okay. Now, say what you want to about Pearl. But, and I'm not saying that she's the brave guy, but I am saying that there are cowards that want to see her fall. How's that? I think maybe I'll just leave it at that. That's a good one. Say BS. Okay. Thank you. I'll let you guys be the tone police. Only today though. Okay. It's Easter. It's the Lord's Day. He is risen. Okay. But okay. I'll try not to swear for the rest of the show. Okay. So let's actually, and with that said, let's jump into this because this is actually what I wanted to get into, because if I don't do this now, I will never get to the Destiny video. But I would be remiss if I did not put this one out there. Where's my show? Sunday show. You guys don't know. That's my folder on here. So if I die and you get onto my laptop, you'll know that the shows are always found in the Sunday show folder. Okay, so here it is. This is Officer Tatum. Fair use. Actually, you know what? Before I even do that, I got to put this up. Sorry. I got to do the honors. Okay, this is all fair use. Copyright disclaimer under section 107 of the Fair Use 1976 allowance is made for fair use. Got it? Okay, read that. Okay, can we move on? We can. Okay, here we go. Where did it go again? There we go. All right. So is this it? This is it. All right. This is the one thing that kind of bugs me about these guys, like especially come ups like this. And I know he's not a come up. He's got like millions of subs, or is he pushing 1 million? I don't know. But again, another account that is based and built upon tearing other people down. These are the cowards that want to see you fall, and they will do anything in their power. And by the way, Myron and Fresh are not the only victims of this. I am, Pearl is, Andrew Tate has been. So there's your preamble.
It's not meant to be fair. It's not meant to be moral. It's not meant to be any of that stuff. We're here to reproduce. And unfortunately, there are unflattering realities in the reproduction process.
And if we're here to reproduce, then are you reproducing with all of these women that you're having sex with?
No, but you're still,
that's the point,
you're still
right?
copulating because that is the act to reproduce.
How does that
Okay.
make you valuable if you don't respect your penis?
If you don't respect your penis. Guys, let the record state, I respect the penis, and you should as well. Okay. Before we jump into this, I want to point out that this is a very brief clip from a much longer exchange. This is what these guys do. This is what they do. This is their bread and butter. This is what they do when they want to build up a brand. This is what they do when it's a slow news week in the freaking during the week, right? It's the very slow news cycle. This is where they go. Let's see what Officer Tatum has to say right after he pitches you his new T-shirt.
Let's say 45, and the sleeve is gold. This is literally gold.
Okay, thanks. We got it. You got merch.
I just want more people to be able to share.
Buy your stuff. Got it. Okay. So because they wouldn't otherwise pay any attention to you in the first 5 minutes of this video, and therefore you're going to go and throw your shirt out there. Good. You know, hey, you got merch. All right. You know, maybe I'll have some merch.
I think that Fresh and Fit, and if you guys don't know who they are, it's like two dudes that sit on the camera.
Do you know who Fresh and Fit is? Anybody? Bueller? Like, don't feign ignorance, dude. People know who Fresh and Fit is. All right, let's go.
Camera. One guy, you know, I don't want to say he's on the spectrum, but he can't.
Oh, really? Really? I didn't catch that on the first pass. Sorry. You're going to say Fresh is on the spectrum. Really? Really? Oh, man. You know, I wasn't going to say nothing because I probably won't be out in Miami until mid-May. But man, this almost makes me want to like take a flight out there and do a live show with the boys, because this is like, you want to talk about like grist for the mill? That's all this is. God damn it. Why do you guys make me not swear?
Speak well, and he's definitely not charismatic. Now, the guy Myron over there.
Fresh is not charismatic. He doesn't speak well. Let's continue.
He's a little bit more charismatic. He's a little bit more of a person that can articulate himself. However, they say some things that make a lot of sense, and they say a lot of things that make no sense. And I'll lead with this premise. I think that if you can compartmentalize what people like Fresh and Fit and others say, I think you can gain value out of this.
That's a very big word. I don't think it means what you think it does, though, brother.
If you can't compartmentalize and not realize that these dudes are single and they really ain't got no game and they really ain't pulling women,
Dude, you know this. You're in the clubs there with them. You see that they're not pulling anybody. You were in Vegas, 2-3 weeks ago? You know this for a fact, right? surely you must.
They ain't Christians. Like, they're not going to give you a good value point on what it means to be a high value man or a man at all. If
this is too much, I had to do this.
She's not a Christian.
You want to be a really good man. These are young guys who are not married and all that other stuff. So,
well, darn it,
they bring these women on.
How about me, man? Do I rate, right? Or is it wait 1 second? Or do I?
Like, man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man.
I'm married. I'm a Christian. I just told you he is risen, my brother.
And most of them are dumber than a bag of rocks.
Really?
All of them, they just got looks, and they bring women on, and they destroy them, right?
So they're dumb as a bag of rocks. They're crazy as a bag of cats. Dumb as a bag of rocks.
Right? They have them going out there saying, I want a man 6'2" with $1 billion a month, and him to love me, never cheat on me, and be a virgin. And
wait. Let me stop you right there, officer. Officer? What's he an officer? Let me stop you right there. They don't, let me get this. They don't represent just normal girls. Not all women are like that, right? Is that what you're gonna say?
And then they get toe up, right? Because some of these women are not thinking correctly. However, for the first time in a long time, I see a girl. She's sitting right next to Myron.
This girl is not even like close to being a good example for this, because I've seen other girls on there like actually like have something to say and have a really good conversation. This girl is not what he thinks she is.
Let me get the mic. She's sitting right here. This girl finally says something that I think made a lot of sense. Because
I guess you didn't see red when she was on there. That girl who was up there and essentially came on the show as a ringer. And the only reason she was coming on was so she could like sort of get her. I guess you didn't see the show with Toy Hardy either. That was a really good show for us, man. I mean, he ended up kicking her off the show. She was like, was she smart? Well, I wonder what he would say about Toy Hardy on our show.
Because these young boys do not understand marriage, love, and how to really treat a woman.
Right, for you to have a girl at home and then go out and have sex with all of these women. Like, why are we placing value on that?
Well, relationships and sex and relationships, like the mating process is amoral by nature. It's not meant to be fair. It's not meant to be moral. It's not meant to be any of that stuff. We're here to reproduce. And unfortunately, there are unflattering realities in the reproduction process.
And if we're here to reproduce, then are you reproducing with all of these women that you're having sex with?
No.
Okay, let me stop right there. Okay, so Officer Tatum, perhaps this is your first foray into the manosphere. Perhaps you didn't know who Myron Fresh were, or this guy seems like he's on the spectrum. He's not very socially savvy and all that. Maybe that's your first impression on this. I don't know. I could be wrong. But let me see if I can clarify things here for you, because it seems like from this clip, you would think that Myron's getting owned here. I would want to see the rest of this clip. But what Myron is trying to explain to this young lady is the difference between what's known as proximate goals and ultimate goals. And maybe he didn't do as well a job as he probably could have in explaining this. But then again, Myron is like playing whack-a-mole with these girls. He's having the same conversations over and over and over again. So let me see if I can clarify things for you here. What is a proximate goal? The proximate goal is pretty much what you would say if you saw a hot girl in a club, right? I want to tap that ass. Is she single? I want to fuck. Hey, are you DTF? Try not to. I'm not swearing. DTF. Hey, you want to get after it? Is ass a swear word? So that's the thing, is you get hot for that. You get the arousal factor. You're like, oh, she looks good. I want to get to know her, right? I want to like see if I can get in there, right? It's the idea of using pickup. It's the idea of using game. It's the idea of, you don't even have to do that. Maybe you met her at Bible study, right? You're like, hey, she's an attractive person. She's somebody I'd like to get to know better. You seem like someone I would like to get to know. Right? It might be something as simple as that. But you have you have an attraction, you have an arousal to that person. That arousal stage is what's known as the proximate goal. She's hot enough, and I want to tap that. And when people say, hey, Rollo, how did you vet Mrs. Tomassi? I didn't. I was at the club. She was at the club. And I go, yeah, I think I'm all about that. I want to get after that. I'm glad I did. But I wasn't going, I wonder if she'd be a good mother for my future children and would like to have 2.5 kids and a station wagon and a golden retriever in the front yard. That's the ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is what you're talking about, family creation, A long-term relationship, having sex with her, of course, but also having a wife, having kids, having all that. But those are two different things. And what he's trying to do is explain to the fact that the ultimate cause is reproduction. The proximate cause is I want to get after that. Those are two different things. One leads to the other. But when you conflate the two of them, you do no one any favors by confusing all that crap. Do you get me? Let's keep going.
But you're still
that's the point,
you're still
right?
copulating because that is the act to reproduce.
How does that make you valuable if you don't respect?
Okay, stop. Let's rewind. Off topic. Currently reading Hector Garcia's Alpha God. Yeah, good for you. Per your recommendation, and damn, what a book. Thank you. Would you ever get him on the show? He probably would never agree to come on the show. He's probably too big a deal, but also he's also kind of like a masculine apologist on top of that. He's very good at his stats, but he's kind of an apologist. So let's get back to this really quickly. So she's like, you don't have any respect for your penis? What about your values? Okay, that's a reframe. We'll talk about the reframe here in just a second. But what Myron just spoke about was reproduction. And he was not wrong. It is. It's all about reproduction. The proximate cause of I want to get with that girl, or and maybe the proximate cause or the proximate goal of wanting to tap that ass. It doesn't have to be that. It might not be like, oh, I met this girl at the beach and she looked good in a thong, or I saw her at the club and now I want to get after it with her. It could be, I met her at church. I met her through my parents. It might even be a prearranged marriage. That's the proximate cause. What's the ultimate cause or the ultimate goal? Getting together in a long-term relationship, having kids, being monogamous, which we will cover when we get to the destiny part of today's show, children. But what he's doing is he's making a separation and a distinction between proximate goals and ultimate goals. She thinks the proximate goal is the ultimate goal. So when she says, well, you don't want to reproduce with all these girls? No, because he's describing the proximate goal. Are you good? Like, here's where a lot of guys fail when, let me put this back. Here's where a lot of guys fail when it comes down to proximate goals and ultimate goals. They also confuse those two. And it's easier to do when you have sort of this moralistic perspective about things. So when somebody says, hey, I'm really hot for that girl, I really want to get after that girl, they're not thinking, I want to have babies with that girl. When a guy jerks off to pornography, he's not going, I wonder what it would be like to be married to Lana Rhoades. I wonder what it might be like to get with Mia Khalifa or Riley Reid or Brandy Love or Sterling Cooper for that matter, right? Like, I wonder what it would be. That's not the thing. And I'm going to bring this up a little bit later when I talk about destiny, but the idea that men can separate their emotional investment in that woman from the sex act itself is like speaking a different language, particularly to guys who want to use that confusion to their own advantage, whether it's to their brand's advantage or they want to use it as intra-sexual combat, which, by the way, sometimes those are two and one and the same, and they can make you a lot of money if you get all moralistic, which is exactly what he's about to do here. But when you conflate those two things, it seems like Myron doesn't know what he's talking about. No, he knows exactly what he's talking about. But if you take him out of context like this, it seems like all he cares about is the tail. He just cares about getting laid. And that's not what he's saying. He's saying, look, it's all about reproduction. The ultimate goal is reproduction. Myron, if you're watching this and you want to avoid these conversations, just learn the difference between proximate goals and ultimate goals. That's all I have to say. Ultimate goals is reproducing. Proximate goals is I want to figure out how I can get to the reproducing. But that's the thing is guys like this get all moralistic on their high horse and start virtue signaling because all they do is focus on the fact that, he doesn't understand the bigger picture. No, he does. He's just trying to explain it to a girl who's conflating those two things. He does see the bigger picture, but when you take him out of context in a 30-second buzz clip, it seems like it works to your advantage. So that's really where all this
your penis.
You can't. Because here's the difference. Women are consistently and overwhelmingly underestimate how difficult it is to attract the opposite gender as a man.
See,
wait, I got to do this. No, you notice the facial expressions in there?
These dudes don't really have no substance, man. She actually called him out on that because their theology is that
now it's a theology. No, bro, that's not a theology. I wouldn't even say that's a praxeology. That's just like factual reality. That's empirical, factual reality, dude. It's not a theology. That's not a statement of belief. That's a statement of fact. That's a statement of mechanics. That's a statement of empirical, objective reality. But again, what's he going to do? He's going to turn it into an emotional argument, just like she does. Look at look at the similarities between what the woman says and what he says. He's going to couch his emotionalism in moral terms. She's going to couch her emotionalism in, well, what about love? Don't you have respect for your penis? That's a virtue signal. That's an attempt, anyways, at an emotional reframe. What Officer Tatum is about to do here is do exactly the same thing. He's just going to do it. That emotional reframe is going to be in moralistic terms.
That men and women are completely different when it comes to sex, right? And I think that it's different, but it ain't completely different. And so
would you care to elaborate? No. Okay.
Believes a high value man can sleep with as many women as they want to, and they're totally fine because men don't view sex outside of just an act, and they move on. Generally speaking.
Okay. Can. Statement of fact. Can a high value man have more than one woman? Yes. Should he do it in where it's open on his end and closed on her end? Is it open on both their ends? Is it closed on his end and open on her end? But he could still have extra women if he wanted to. Can is a statement of what is, not what should be. Get that through your head. You won't, because you're making appeals to emotionalism from a moralistic perspective.
And that's what he says. And women, they get emotional. So if they sleep with a lot of people, they're damaged goods. But men can be totally up to par, sleep with as many women as they want, and everything is cool.
Yes, true. That is factually true. On a factual basis. You want to know how I know, Officer Tatum? Just go look at how many guys are addicted to pornography right now. We can just go as simple as that. Why is pornography free? 4K streaming, any variety of porn. It essentially appeals to and makes a whole lot of money off of virtually supplying the male sexual strategy, which is unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. And Officer Tatum, even if you had the access, if you were a high value guy who could do that, you would still do it. In some context, you would still do that. If you could have access to unlimited sexuality and unlimited availability, you would most likely do it. Right? Oh, well, I wouldn't do that. I have more respect for my penis or whatever. You can couch it in moralistic terms. It's not about what you would do. It's about what you would desire. That's why pornography is what it is. That's why women still advertise themselves on Instagram even after they've been married. It's not rocket science. It's not hard to tear you apart and debunk you and just like you want Hotep Jesus' surgeon. This is it's too easy. It's too easy to dissect this right now. Why would pornography be the international multi-gajillion dollar juggernaut that it is today right now if that weren't true? If what Myron said isn't true. The difference is that men can separate the sex act from an emotional investment in it. Would you like to know how I know? I'm going to show you some facts here in just a second. I'll let you continue though.
And so she kind of called him out on it. He's saying that, no, it's just for reproductive purposes. So like as animals, there's no morality to it. It's just reproduction.
There is no morality to the proximate goal of sex. There might be, you could apply morality to the ultimate goal of sex, but God, I love that guy. I should have used that as a screen cap. But to the proximate goal of sex, no, Myron's absolutely 100% right.
And then she called him out and said, well, all the women you sleeping with, are you trying to reproduce with them?
No.
See, because if you ain't trying.
Well, actually, he should have said yes. Yes. Trying to? Yes. Actually doing so? No. Is my ultimate goal to say, I want to tap that girl because I want to have babies with her. I want to put a baby in every girl that I meet at the club. Do you think that every guy thinks like that? Do you think that that's what Myron is suggesting? I want to know. Do you actually think that that's what he's suggesting? Guys who rub one out regularly to Pornhub, do you think that they're going, man, if I could just figure out how to put a baby in this girl that I have no idea who she is, instead of just like the proximate goal of having an orgasm. Do you think that that's what those guys are thinking? Do you think that's what they should be thinking when they're doing that? Because that's not what they're thinking. I mean, call me crazy, but I'm pretty confident in that.
Trying to reproduce with them, then what you're creating is your own reality of morality in sexual encounters with women.
No,
you're not just trying to reproduce.
No, he is explaining a visceral, unflattering reality. It is factual, absolutely. He's stating facts is what he's stating. He's not saying it's right or it's wrong. But you see, you can't state a fact in today's literalist world without telling someone how to feel about it. You want to know what I bang my head against all the time? You know what what he's losing his hair over all the time? It's exactly this. You can't tell people facts without telling them how to feel about it. Thank you, Rob. I'm Rob Henderson. I'm paraphrasing. People want to know what to do with that fact. Show me how to live, Myron. Show me how to live, Rollo. No, you have to figure it out on your own. You have to say, well, I got this information. How am I going to use this? How am I going to apply this or not apply this to my life? How am I going to protect myself against this reality? That's the question. They're not making moral calls, Tatum. They're not making judgment calls. Good, bad, moral, this. That's not what the conversation is about. And I know it's like speaking a different language to you, but he's speaking the language of empiricism. You are speaking the language of emotionalism, just like the girls on this show. That's why you feel so aligned with them.
You're trying to have a good time. You're trying not to reproduce. So you're not going fully on the male instinct.
The drive is to reproduce. It's not that you go out there and you go, you know what? I'm going to go and put on this sharp ass suit and I'm going to get in the gym and I'm going to look the best I can because I got to go and put the baby in every chick I meet at the club. No one is thinking that, dude. And that's exactly where you're going with this.
Come on, bro. These young men don't know what it takes to have a woman. And that's why me and my wife was going to make a show, because you only hear from one side, right?
Don't do it. Don't do it. Dude, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I've been married longer than you have. Dude, just don't do it.
It's like either women can do no wrong, or women are the most evil things on planet Earth. And that y'all all are worthless, and you need to try to get yourself to a point where a man actually loves you.
The language of empiricism will always sound like hate to the language of emotionalism. That's a Rollo wizard. You could go pull that one right out of my fourth book. The language of empiricism, of objective, factual reality will always sound like hate. It will always sound like misogyny. It will always sound like bigotry to people who only understand the language of emotionalism. And that's really where he's at. I want to use this as an example here because it's easy to provide examples of the conflict between those two languages when we're talking a man and a woman, like on Fresh and Fit or on Access Vegas or whatever. When a woman says, "Who hurt you?" That's an emotional reframe. That's the most obvious one. I feel like merch, right? The reason why that's funny is because it's an emotional reframe. I feel like, how much more obvious can you be? I feel like, okay. But that's the thing, is that's what that says to me, is when you'll see, like Myron first tried to do this for a while. They say, don't say I feel, say I think that, blah, 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 right? Because when you're saying, I feel like this ought to be the way it is and we ought to do this and we should be vibing and, check our horoscopes or whatever. I feel. The reason why women start a sentence with the word I feel is right there. That's a subconscious way of saying we're talking in emotional terms. This is emotionalism. When you say, I think, it means I'm engaging my rational, reasonable mind to try to sort out and solve a problem. Women don't want to have their problems solved. They would rather talk about their problems and vent about their problems, and it's not about the nail, whereas men are problem solvers. That's why we don't speak the same effing language. See, I didn't swear. But that's what Officer Tatum is doing right here. He's trying to be a little bit more like hip about it, right? Trying to be like more on top of his game. But it's really, remember, the language of moralism is really emotionalism and just a different flavor of emotionalism. Guys who want to appeal to moralism, it seems like that works a little bit better because more people want to align with that. So anything that's sort of like not easily understandable, it's easier to understand the ununderstandable by throwing it into moralistic terms. And sometimes maybe that metaphorical truth is like what really like convinces people of something. I would say more power to you, but understand that that's the language that you're speaking. If it gets you to truth, it gets you to truth. But what I'm saying is that if you're going to use blunt force trauma, if you're going to use the language of empiricism, guys like this and girls like this are going to interpret it as like being hateful. It's not. It's just being factual.
And in reality, it's like, no, a good man is a man who can manage his sex drive.
Good man. That is a judgment call. Judgment calls are the language of emotionalism. You know what else? A practical man, a guy who might actually use his knowledge of human nature, might actually want to curb his sex drive too. It doesn't have anything to be about being good or bad. It's just, it's the most practical, pragmatic way to do things. So is it good? Maybe it is. You could certainly put it in those terms. But the fact of the matter is that that's not what he's going for. It's not best practices. It's this is good and this is evil. That's what it comes down to.
Who is not sleeping with 100 different women, because your reputation goes down, brother. Even though these young bucks don't believe that.
Does it?
You sleep with a whole bunch of women, bro, your reputation goes down. The good woman that you want as.
Well, that's funny because like every single woman that we've ever asked that question to on Access Vegas they probably, Myron Fresh probably says the same thing. Does it matter if a man has a high notch count? Most women don't have a problem with a man having a high notch count. It's usually the other way around. But when your entire take is couched in moralism, then you align with the feminine. This guy basically wants to identify with the feminine. He thinks that the right thing to do, the correct way to think about everything, is whatever works best for women. And it doesn't work that way. There is actually a difference between men and women. In fact, I would argue that Officer Tatum is a blank slate equalist. Well, how come girls can't have a high notch count, but guys can? That seems totally unfair. What a double standard. Yeah, it is. Sucks to be you. That's a double standard. There's way more double standards for men than there are for women. But when you bring up that word and that term, you say double standard. What do you think? Exactly that situation. I'm a slut if I have a lot of girl boys, and then I don't know if guys go do it, they're superheroes. Yeah, because it's difficult for men to get into a woman's pants. It takes skill. It takes practice. You have to have your burden of performance. You have to be high value enough for many women to want to do that with you in the first place. You basically answered your own question there, brah. Dead serious, man. Well, it's wrong. Why do you think it's wrong? Why is it wrong for a guy to sleep with a bunch of women and then expect one woman to like be his wife? Why is that wrong? Well, because it's just it's morality. Funny how morality always skews to the female experience. It's funny how morality always skews towards like what works best for women and men identifying with that experience. Well, he says that you want to impregnate and you want to, he's so out, like he's off in so many different directions with this. But I want to point out that when guys resort to emotional language that is couched in moralism, you have to remember that moralism is also rooted in the female correct way of experiencing the world. I wonder what he would say if these girls said, "Oh yeah, I've got 100 body count." Well, he would just say they're damaged, right? They ain't worth. They're for the streets, right? That's probably what would come out of his mouth. There'd be something cutesy and funny and stuff. But the fact of the matter is he's aligned. It doesn't even realize he's doing it. He thinks that's just the way that it ought to be. Why? Why is what works for women the moral perspective, and why is what works best for men's sexual strategy? Why is that evil and perverted and deviant? I'm not saying it shouldn't be. I'm just saying, how come we don't even ask those questions?
As a man, and you out here slutting it up with all these women, you're not valued.
It's funny. We've asked this before other girls on Access Vegas. And we said, does it matter how many women a guy has slept with? And all of them pretty much to this date have said that it doesn't matter, or it's actually an advantage. They don't want to get with a virgin. They want to get with the guy who knows what he's doing. And I'm going to, let's see. I'll quote, do I have that here? I might have this one here. This is Sterling Cooper is so great. You know, a guy who knows his way around a woman's body is a high value guy because he was been rewarded long enough. Oh, is this it? There it is. Okay. So here's Sterling Cooper. And I quote, being good in the bedroom is the most honest signal of pre-selection there is. If you know your way around a woman's body better than she does, then she knows that you fuck. Sorry, that's his word. I didn't say that. I just read it. It's demonstration of higher value. And every woman we've ever asked that question of, they have said the only hesitation they have is they don't want to meet one of the girls that their present boyfriend has slept with at like the club or like wherever. They just don't want to have to engage with an ex. That's their only hesitation. Everything else is like, well, he's the kind of guy that other men want to be and other women want to bang. That's what makes him a high value guy. Whether he's like capitalizing on that is, you know, that's how that guy sort of lives his life. But I don't care if you're like this born again Christian. I don't care if you're Muslim. I don't care if you're like I don't care if you're the Pope. If you're the guy that other men want to be and other women want to bang, however you use that value is up to the individual. But it still boils down to one fact. You're the guy that other people want to be and other women want to get with. That's really you want to know what the definition of high value man is? That's it. Simple as that. How you use that, how you exercise that is up to the individual.
Cause she probably thinks her mind, bro, this bro gonna cheat on me. He got all these women out here playing the field. Ain't no way in the world he gonna be serious with one woman. But
and you would be surprised how many women will sign up for that today, especially today. In fact, they will willingly, whether they admit to it or not, will sign up for that. Women will stand in line to get with a Justin Waller. He's not going to be. It's closed on your end and open on his end. Is that I sincerely, you know what gets me, and I love Justin like a brother. Okay, this is no burn on Justin, but closed on her end, open on my end. Justin's worth quite a bit of money. He's a good Southern gentleman. He's tall. He's got money, muscles, and game. That dude is the 4% that women will initiate contact with. They will give him their number unasked. I have seen it happen. That is a Justin Waller, high value. You want to say, when people say, well, Rollo, name an alpha male, name a guy who's high value. Justin Waller's right there on the tip of my tongue. But you know what else? Justin Waller would be a scam artist, according to Officer Tatum, because the way he works his arrangements is closed on your end, open on mine. Just like Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate, would you say he's a high value guy? At least from the perspective of money, muscles, and game? I would say yes. But when we're talking about, oh, he doesn't live a moral life. He's not virtuous. He doesn't read the Quran or the Bible or the Torah or the Bhagavad Gita or whatever, you know, whatever the Krishnas read. I don't know. He doesn't read that. He's not moral in any sense of the word. Why is that? Well, because closed on her end, open on his. By any other metric, if you looked at like Justin Waller and you said this guy, you would say this guy is a high value man, but not Officer Tatum, because closed on her end, open on yours. That's why.
People like Fresh and Fit don't believe women have enough common sense to kind of perceive those things too.
No, they do. That's just the problem. And they sign up for it themselves. That's the whole problem. That's just the dynamic.
And men, just like men perceive them in women. But, you know, as a man, the woman is a prize.
There it said, wait a minute. There we go. Okay. No, we can move on now. Hold on. That is why you fail. You catch that? The woman is the prize. That's why you will always be in a perpetual state of chasing your tail, Officer Tatum. That's why you will always defer to qualifying to your wife. That's why you will always, like that right there. When I hear stuff like that, oh, the woman is a prize, right? If that comes out of a guy's mouth, walk. triage, right? Save the ones you can and read Last Rites to the Dying. That guy who comes up with that, read him his last rites, because you will not save that person. That individual with that mindset, you will not save that person. You will not red pill Officer Tatum. Seriously. He's too wrapped up. He's too locked into the blue pill mindset. That's the language of the blue pill. Women are the prize. Happy wife, happy life. Let me go check with the boss. That is the language of the blue pill. That is emotionalism too. So just throwing that out.
Striving to have a good wife. Being single is not your full potential. Now, I'm not jumping into the marriage.
So monogamous marriage with one woman is your full potential? Let me see. I'm see if I got that.
Thing, because the legal bounding of marriage is definitely detrimental to men if you get a divorce. It's not nowhere near fair to men in marriage. If you get a divorce, you're going to be screwed.
So why would I not worry about anything except for the proximate goal of having sex with women and not impregnating them? Because if you're going to go and you're going to say that that girl is right, then you also must say that that birth control is not right. You must also say that using a guy using a condom is immoral. Right? Because if sex is not meant for procreation, or if you're going to try to thwart that, if you're going to try to like not spill the seed, I feel like it's like a Monty Python skit. If that's the case, then you also have to be on board with prosecuting women who have abortions as murderers, whatever, for murder one. You better be on board with that. Are you on board with that? Are you on board with using birth control? Are you on board with her using birth control? Are you on board with birth fraud? Are you on board with child support? Whether that guy wants to be involved or not be involved. Should a man have a choice of being involved in child support? Those are the real questions. Those don't play well. They don't play well with the 30-second buzz clip.
But outside of that, the relationship, the commitment, a man should be looking at a woman with the eye of commitment, with the eye of believing she's the prize.
See?
That
right there is why you fail. That is a guy who is deeply invested in his blue pill conditioning. That's the language of the blue pill.
Woman will turn your life around.
So once again, blue pill language, a woman will save you from yourself. That is the plot of every sitcom ever made since really the mid 80s. Let's be honest. Dr. Huxtable, right? The Cosby Show. Everybody loves Raymond. Like, name another one. Stupid daddy who needs mommy to save him from himself with her uniquely feminine solutions. Because she will make your life better. And she could also make your life very, very much worse too. And you know what you'll say when that happens? Oh, you should have picked a better girl. That's what you'll say. There's always an excuse. There's always a rationale. Got every base fucking covered, man. Sorry, my bad. Somebody give me $1 for that. We need a tip jar, a swear jar. All right, here we go. Oh, I got another swear jar. Let's continue.
There's no such thing, in my opinion, is a high value man, and he's just high valued, and the woman is just
okay. What would that be?
Some side thing that she washes clothes and clean up behind him and just do that. That's not what a high value man see a woman as. And that's not what a woman brings to a high value man's life. It's just you cooking and cleaning and being a maid. It's like you bring.
Okay. What is it? What's value added beyond doing the laundry, doing the dishes, making a tasty meal, and sort of being his helpmeet? I would presume that's in the Bible, right?
Value. You bring peace. You bring support.
And can you be a little more specific about that?
You bring all these things that make that man a greater man.
Would that support also be like banging his doors off?
That's why they have the saying, behind every great man is an incredible woman.
God, can this guy get more blue pilled? Holy mother of God.
People don't like to say behind. You can say beside. You can say whatever you want. But in reality, I didn't become successful as successful as I am until I got married.
See, that's it right there. So essentially, like, guys, like, okay, he's done. The reason why he doesn't understand this, or he thinks that this is a quick hit for engagement, is because he isn't his own person. He's not. His identity is wrapped up in his wife. That's the problem. Like, okay, so I'm going to go over some of the 16 Commandments of Poon by Royce here in just a second. But the primary like sort of sin he's committing is he's not his own mental point of origin. He's not complete without his woman. He has no identity without his wife. That's his whole shtick. I'll actually, let me just see if I can go grab that really quick here. Hang on. By the way, this is from Heartiste.org, HEARTSTE.org. Hopefully it'll come up because sometimes it's here we go. 16 Commandments of Poon. All right, so here's the first one. Well, there's 16 of these. If you'd like me to show you these, I'll bring them up here in a moment. Let's see. What do we got here? It's not that one. Oh, here it is. Okay. Number 3 from the 16 Commandments. It's you shall make your mission, not your woman, your priority. Forget all those romantic cliches of the leading man proclaiming his undying love for the woman who completes him. Sound familiar? Despite whatever protestations to the contrary, women do not want to be the one or the center of a man's existence. They, in fact, want to subordinate themselves to a worthy man's purpose, to help him achieve that purpose with her feminine support and to follow the path he lays out. He must respect a woman's integrity and not lie to her that she is that you must not lie to her, that she is your everything. She is not your everything. And if she is, or she ever becomes your everything, she will not be so anymore. Got it? All right. Here's the other one. This is the other part of this. Which one is it? That was good. The first one's actually really good on this one. So that's make your mission, not your woman, your priority. Okay. Do not play by her rules. This is number 4, actually. If you allow a woman to make the rules, she will resent you with a seething contempt even a rapist cannot inspire. The strongest woman and the most strident feminist want to be led by and submit to a more powerful man. Polarity is the core of a healthy, loving relationship. Officer Tatum, you have no concept of what polarity is. She does not want the prerogative to walk all over you with her capricious demands and mercurial moods. Her emotions are a hurricane. Her soul is a saboteur. Think of yourself as a bulwark against her tempest. When she grasps for a pillar to steady herself against the whipping winds or yearns for an authority figure to foil her worst instincts, it is you who has to be there. Strong, solid, unshakable, and immovable. I'm going to keep that window open so I can read that to you a little bit later, because that kind of goes back to the pastor and the priest guy who want to say, well, your job doesn't end when you come back home from work, man. You got to keep mama happy, because if mama ain't happy, God ain't happy. And if the kids ain't happy, then mama ain't happy, and then God ain't happy. So it's all on you. It's not enough to just go to work and make a whole bunch of money and bring it home. Do you think that is there any wonder why guys are so sold on the black pill or MGTOW or whatever? Because it seems like it's all a downside responsibility. And that's exactly where he's going with this. In fact, it's so endemic that it gets into these guys' heads. They literally cannot think in any other way but how the blue pill works for them.
I can peacefully go through life focusing on the things that matter as far as business and not focusing on dating women. And you got this one over here and then this one over here. Yeah. And then you don't like this one. And now she mad because she want more attention from you. This one want to be in a relationship, but you ain't really trying to be in a relationship with this one, but you don't know how to tell her no. You spinning all your wheels going nowhere.
Right. And you can't even tell your woman no, because if mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. Happy wife, happy life. You're incomplete without her. That's your whole thing. Guys who are like, I'll tell you what's funny. It's like, again, if I introduce this dude to a guy like Justin Waller, where it's closed on her end and it's open on your end, and he's got a Rolodex full of girls. Seems to be living a pretty damn good life, right? He's not worried about it. He's not playing whack-a-mole. The girls are the ones who initiated themselves. He doesn't have to spin plates. The girls spin themselves. For a guy who is high quality enough, that's how it works. But that's a foreign, like he can't even think in those terms because he's already gaslit himself. He's been conditioned for the past, probably most of his life anyways, to think that there's only one way that could possibly work out. Now, I'm not saying that what Myron, what Myron, what Tate, what Justin Waller, I don't live that way. I live exactly the way he would say, right? Like, oh, close on my end, close on my wife's end. Great. I wonder what he would say is if I was to say, well, okay, Officer Tatum, I'm doing exactly what you said. I found this really great girl. I've stopped advertising myself. I'm not trying to spin more plates. I just got one woman. I'm doing it the right way, but she's still on Instagram. She's still on OnlyFans. She's still on Tinder. She's still on, well, not even that. Let's just say she's just on Instagram. She's still showing off her ass and her bikini shots, and she's really all about the likes and the beta orbiters and her market share on Instagram and Facebook or Twitter, whatever, TikTok, right? I've stopped selling myself, but she won't stop advertising herself. What do you have to say about that? You know what he would say? I guess she's a low quality woman. You should find another woman. She's damaged goods. That's what will come out of his mouth. Or it'll be like, well, are you so insecure in your masculinity that you won't let her have an Instagram account? And she's advertising her ass. Other guys want to jerk off to her. Other guys are sliding into her DMs because I'm not even she won't even put a soft launch with me on her Instagram. So it'd either be, oh, you picked the wrong girl, or it will be, you're an insecure dude. Trust me on that. Take that one to the bank.
When you have a good woman at home that loves you, that supports you, when everybody else fall apart and they don't want nothing to do with you, people don't want to talk to you no more, your family didn't abandon you, you still got your wife, your life partner.
And 50% of the time she's going to divorce you 75% of the time she's going to divorce you, and 50% of the time it's not going to work out. So what's more pragmatic in that situation? I'm just asking a question here. I'm not saying one's right or one's wrong, but we need to actually have that discussion.
And these young boys, every time I hear them talk, they neglect to understand that.
Young boys, you know how old Myron is? Myron is what, 32? No, correct me if I'm wrong, Myron. I think 32. I think Fresh turns 30 this year. These are not young boys, my friend. These are men.
They think that these women should be fighting and tripping over each other and stabbing each other just to get to a good man.
They are, dude. Every single show. They are. Why do you think that 4.5% of men are the ones that women will share an alpha? We live in we're headed right now, and I'm going to come at Destiny about the whole poly thing here in a minute, but you know what? Destiny's right. At least in that perspective. I mean, he's right in the mechanics of it. I think he's wrong in a lot of other things, but that's where we're headed. And it's not because of guys. It's not because of Myron and Fresh. They're reacting to market stresses. That's all. They're just reacting to what the market wants. Do you have any idea of the women that will just slide into a guy like Justin Waller's DMs? Like he couldn't even imagine that wouldn't even register as a thought. It's not even a concept that would enter his brain. Because it's like it's just so foreign. He thinks that girls are so smart and that they're so in control of themselves and so understanding about like their own motives. They can do no wrong. They cannot sin whatsoever. He doesn't think that they, like every girl that's in here, I will guarantee you at some point they have been sharing a guy, whether they knew they were or they consciously or unconsciously, they were sharing a dude. Women would rather share a successful alpha than be saddled with a faithful beta. I don't know what this, like if you go and you look at Jordan Peterson's relationship, you look at Ben Shapiro's relationship, you look at a lot of these guys who get into these situations, they begged their wives to marry them. They were persistent. They were proud of that shit. Hell, Grant Cardone, trying to think who the other guy was. Brad Leah, all those dudes, every last one of them. Man, I wore her down, man. That's a power of persistence. No, She got into her epiphany phase and had no better options than getting with you. Like that dude that I showed you, I forget, who was it, Victor something or other? So he wants to talk shit about guys like Myron and Fresh. But the fact of the matter is your wife wouldn't be with you if it wasn't like, oh, well, he's the most paid dude and he looks pretty good. I think I'll get with him now. How old was she when you got married? People say, oh, look at these powerful guys like Bill Gates, and he sticks with Melinda Gates. Like, no, they're divorced, man. That's probably not the best example to put in your video, your 30-second video. Jeff Bezos. No, Jeff Bezos is kind of fucked up. So did Gary Vee. I say fucked up. Actually, Gary Vee probably did pretty well for himself in that sense. But like, yeah, Gary Vee was married for a long time, up until last year? Because he got married when he's in his 20s and he wasn't making jack shit. Now suddenly he's making a lot of money. He's just like, you know what? I can get with a hotter piece of ass. I bet you don't put him in your video. He got married. He stuck with her. He stuck it out with her. He's very successful as a result of that. What about Jeff Bezos? What about Mackenzie Bezos? What about Bill Gates? Bill Gates, who had Melinda Gates, but then kept his mistress on the side, and Melinda Gates was cool with it. Go get after it with your freaky girlfriend out in Martha's Vineyard every 2 weeks, but just come back to me. She was okay with that. Don't use those guys as an example. Please don't use these spurgy, semi-autistic guys that make a lot of money as some sort of example of like guys who did it right. Elon Musk, please don't put him in your video if you're going to say, oh, they did it right by getting married. Elon Musk, really? If you have even any cursory understanding of like the background of any of these guys, you'll laugh your ass off. Sorry, there's another swear word. Was that a swearing word? I don't know.
Now, some of them are delusional, but by and large,
some of them, just by and large, they're not delusional, and they wouldn't have anything to do with these guys. Wrong.
For a man, the prize is the woman, and for a woman, the prize should be the man. Right?
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. Yes, you're correct about that. At least on the woman's side, the prize should be the guy. In fact, we see that. That's why they will share an alpha guy. You want to know why women are so upset and they get all pissed off? Because when I say, hey, you need to get in touch with your feminine side, the reason why they got in touch with their masculine side in the first place is because they wanted to provide their own protection, the provisioning, and the parental investment. I will show you stats for that here in just a moment. But they want to cover the beta buck side of their dualistic sexual strategy. Alpha fucks beta buck. Sorry. Here's another buck. Alpha seed, beta need. That's what I should have done. Dang it. Sorry. I'm going to hell. But so like, how do you this is why I tell you guys, like, this whole, well, I'm going to let him finish, but like, this is why I tell you guys, unplugging chumps from the matrix is dirty work. It's triage. You don't say that. You read last rites to Officer Tatum.
You shouldn't be going after the opposite sex and thinking you the prize. That's the most selfish thing ever, and that's why.
And every single girl that has ever been on Fresh and Fit has exactly that attitude. Every single one.
A lot of relationships don't work. My goal is to please my wife. I want her to be happy. I want her to feel safe. I want her to be protected. I don't want my wife to worry about nothing. She ain't got to worry about money. She ain't got to worry about nothing. All she has to do is be a mommy. All she has to do is take care of the baby. I got everything else. That's what I want for my wife. That's my goal.
She have to be loyal. Is there any prerequisites for her? Or is like, she do whatever she wants to? Is there any boundaries whatsoever in that?
Oh, I work hard to build a legacy and make sure my wife is completely worry-free. My goal ain't to just build my capital and have her the afterthought. My goal is to make sure my wife is good. And when I'm dead and gone, my wife ain't got to worry about nothing. She is my queen.
Okay, well, I'm done with this. But the definition of slavery is responsibility without authority. The guy doesn't even pretend to authority. And when I showed you the pastor in the clip, and by the way, I'll probably talk about that pastor clip when I do the show with Iron Disciples and Glenn Lawrence. But responsibility without authority is slavery. And there's not even a hint of authority in any of that video. It should, like, I don't even know why I even bothered with that video, to be quite honest with you. The only reason I brought that up is because you get guys like that who think they smell blood in the water and they go after Myron Fresh. Ben Shapiro did something very similar with this. That's a recipe for a bad marriage. You would know because you had a whirlwind romance with your girlfriend and you proposed to her inside of 2 months. Ben, I beat their odds. You're Ben Shapiro. I wonder what will happen. I'm waiting for one of these guys who like gets on his podcast and pontificates about like, oh, this is the key to a good marriage, blah, 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 blah. And then they turn into like a Gary V and they divorce their wife and they get with their secretary or the hottie, whatever. How about Leonardo DiCaprio? I wonder what Officer Tatum would have to say about that. Because Leo seems like happy as a pig in slop. All right, let me grab some of these. The rest of these, you guys are just whipping by. If I missed your super chat, let me know. Super chat again, and I'll read it. Let's see. You think so? I don't think. Officer Tatum's t-shirt has a high notch count. Okay, merch. I need to get some merch going here. I need to find something to call my merch people. How about we put "I am fake Rollo"? That would be man. That's actually a pretty good. I put my icon here. I am Rollo, kind of like I am Alfarius. 40K reference. Sorry. I am Rollo. I am Rollo. I am Rollo too. We're all Rollo. We're all going to post as Rollo Tomassi in the chat. You know, how come you guys pull this kind of crap and like you create fake Rollo accounts in my chat? If you really wanted to like really screw me over, or if you really wanted to have a good time, why don't 10 or 12 of you go and create fake Rollo accounts and then go over to Tim Pool or go over to Chris Williamson or go over to Michaela's channel? Like you're not pissing me off. You're not like even like, I'm not even fazed by it. You're wasting your time. Like you're wasting your talents too, because you're making more and more of these fake proxy accounts on YouTube to get it back into the chat with my icon. Please. You guys are Spurgs, but you're my Spurgs. All right. Nobody messes with my Spurgs. I will defend my Spurgs. I don't care how much you hate me. I will defend you because you're my Spurgs. You guys are my haters. So here's my advice to you guys. My haters, my Spurgs. Go over, like create those accounts. Still stay on top of your game, but take it to Abba and Preach. Take it to Chris Williamson. Take it to Tim Pool. Tim Pool probably will be live here in a few hours. You go over there, do that. Hey, you could use my face. Use my face, and then put that in your AV. Say, Rollo Tomassi, I give you permission. Fake my account, but take it someplace where it's useful. Please. Like, do me a solid. You're not doing anything in my chat. You're not phasing me, and nobody believes it's me because I'm here talking to people, for Christ's sake. Oh, I don't understand. I really like, maybe it's because you're like Spurgs. I love you. Please, I love my haters. I wish I had better haters. Help me. Yeah, well, we'll get scriptural. I'm not, the devil can quote scripture. I have a 36-year-old who cooks, cleans, provides value, aware that I can spin plates. She can't. Way harder to find a 25-year-old to provide the same value in the United States. Great. Good for you, Passport Bra. Passport Bra. Katie. Hi, Katie. I love you too, Kate. Keep going. Is Pearly still in the chat? I haven't seen Pearl. There's a lot of people in the chat today, man. Thank you guys for joining us today. I'm about to switch over though to the Destiny. He's gonna take us out today. I think that's because it's gonna get a little bit long with him. For the swear jar, thank you. Yeah, please somebody pay my bills for swearing. I'll tell you what, I will take that money. I'm just gonna keep a loose tally. I will take that money and I will donate it to the church or charity or something. I'll tithe it. How's that? Rollo, I wonder how many of the tradcons all prioritize their wife loving them over their wife respecting them. Yeah, because none of them respect them. Or if they do, they'll go, "You're a very good man." Well, why do you think I'm a good man and I'm respectable? Because you're not like other guys. That's no reason. Please. I would be insulted if my wife said that to me. I want something tangible, man. Tell me why you respect me. Because you're a great writer. Bam. Thank you. I love you too. Let's go have sex. Don't just say, "Oh, you're a good man," because you're less bad than these other schmucks. God, come on, man. What's that? I always hear them lead with, "You got a woman who loves you" statement. You know what else and you know how the next statement is? "My bride, I can't believe she would want to get with me." Bride, by the way. "I'm such a schmuck. There must be a God, because how on earth can you explain this gorgeous goddess over here who I bow down and just worship the pedestal the dirt under the pedestal that she's set upon? Because, that must be evidence of divine intervention, because I'm a schmuck and she's just way up here." Those guys, I mean, I'm exaggerating, of course, but it's usually, "Here's my better half. Boy, can you believe I got a hot thing? I got a hot wife like this." Meanwhile, the wife's like, because you're actually insulting her. I've said, would you like me to explain that to you? I'll explain that to you. Here's why you should never self-deprecate. And this is also an iron rule of Tomassi that nobody wants to challenge for some reason, because apparently everybody agrees with it. So I guess they're not all worthless. But it's the last one. It's iron rule of Tomassi number 9. Apologizing for game is not itself game. And that's what guys do. They want to incorporate their own self-deprecation, or they want to laugh at themselves as part of, like, they think that that's attractive. It goes back to the vulnerability nonsense as well. They would never get cocky. They would never want to, like, cocky and funny actually works, but these are the guys that cocky and funny is like a foreign thought. But the other way, like the self-deprecation, they think that self-deprecation is a form of game. That's why, ergo, or iron rule of Tomassi number 9. Apologizing for game is not itself game. Never say you're sorry. Never depreciate yourself. Because trust me, there's enough people and there's enough going on that's going to deprecate you. God forbid you go and actually say you got your shit together. Oh, there's $1. Sorry. That's a 50 cent. I'm going to give you 50 cents for the S word. But the premise is that if you must become less so she becomes more, because if you make her more by saying she's a goddess, she's so wonderful, I can't believe I'm such a schmuck and she would get with me. Oh man, what a wonderful life it is. I got lucky. You want to make your wife cringe? The reason why she's cringing is because hypergamy works the way that it does. Okay. Women have attraction floors. Men do not. So if she married you and you're a 6 and she's a 6 and you're going, you know what? I'm so lucky. I'm actually a 5 because I'm a schmuck and I'm a worthless piece of crap. Right. Well, guess what? Now you've gone to a 5, or you've made yourself a 5, and you're confirming that she's actually made the worst decision she could possibly make. Now, I'm not saying she literally thinks that, but her subconscious mind is thinking, oh my God, he's confirming the fact that I got with a guy who is not as good as I could have gotten. Oh my Lord, and I'm married to this guy. I've got kids with this guy. What am I going to do? That is the same as GRAPE. EPAR. What are you talking about, Rollo? That's ridiculous. No, it's not, because you got to remember what's the existential fear of women. The existential fear of women is to be forced into a situation of reproducing with a man that is not of her choosing. If she chose you because she thought you were a 7, or she thought you were at the same, like a 6, but you also bring a lot to the table, so you kind of compensate a little bit for that. And then you introduce her constantly as being like, I'm a 5, I'm a 4 because I'm a piece of shit and she's so great. If that's how you constantly say, oh, she's your better half. If mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. She's the prize. What else did he say? She completes me. She, without her, I'd be nothing. All the way down to 0 and probably into the negative numbers. That's the worst thing you can do, especially as a husband, especially as in an LTR. Never, never, never self-deprecate. If anything, get cocky and say, you know what? My wife's lucky to have me. I do that. I introduce myself. I talk about, you know, and people laugh at it because they're not expecting it. Yeah, I love hey, here's my wife, you know, married for 27 years. She's lucky to have me. She'd be like, yeah, he's right. You know, but people will laugh at that because they think I'm full of myself and I'm being a selfish, self-centered, egotistical prick just by joking like that. But by doing that, it means like I'm the guy that other men want to be and other women want to bang. Whether it's true or not, it's irrelevant. It's the perception of it that counts in that moment anyways. You keep doing that enough and you're going to build yourself up, or at least, you know, just kind of incrementally. But if you constantly self-deprecate every time you introduce your wife, or you got to be in an event, or you got to do some socially, and you're like, God forbid you're a pastor, and you're like, oh, let me introduce the little lady. I can't believe she would get with a guy like me. You know what you're saying? You're confirming you're insulting her. You're making fun of her. You're actually insulting her by saying that, because women being hypergamous, they want at or better than their own self-estimate, right? So if a girl thinks she's a 6, or like subconsciously or consciously thinks she's a 6, and you keep saying, I'm a 4, I'm a 3, I'm a 1. Now you're confirming that existential fear. That existential fear is he the best I can do? That's hypergamous doubt. Is he the best I can do? Hold on. Let me tell you, every time I introduce you, I'm going to confirm that I'm actually not the best you can do. You could do so much. She could do so much better than me. Some guys will even say that. I can't believe it must be a God thing because she could do way better than me. Yeah, you're on the way out. You might as well go get fired from your work at that point. That's the next worst thing. Zeroed out of your abilities to provide and protect and provision, whatever, you know. Never, ever self-deprecate. If anything, take the chance and get cocky and say, yeah, I'm pretty good. Even if, pull a hand solo. I love you. I know. Like a freaking pimp, man. Whether it's true or it's not, doesn't make any difference. It's just like at that moment, you're just kind of like, she's going to laugh. Even if she's like jokes around, it shows that you have a high estimate of yourself and she got with the right dude. That's why like you get cocky and funny. Like, hey, you know, here's my wife. She's lucky to have me. She's going to roll her eyes and everything. But later on, she's going to be like, yeah, at least I picked the right guy. He's cocky and stupid and funny enough to actually go against the grain. Never self-deprecate, ever. Not with your chick anyways. Not, especially not with, like, people say, well, you got to be able to laugh at yourself. Yeah, but that's different than saying I'm a worthless piece of shit every time you're introducing your wife. You do yourself no favors. You confirm her estimate of you're not the best she could have done, and you're basically confirming that for her. And you're saying that she's not the kind of girl that can get with a guy who is a high-value guy. So if you say, yeah, I'm a high-value guy, she's lucky to have me, you're confirming that, hey, she got the prize. She got a good deal. She got a big fish. a big catch. He's a good catch. You still use that term? Probably not. Goddamn right, man. You're goddamn right. You're lucky to have me. You guys are lucky to have. You're lucky I do this. You're lucky I do this for you at all. See, that's me building myself up. You get that attitude, even if it's true, even if I'm messing with you, you still laugh at it and you go, you know, he's kind of right. If anybody mentions Tom Brady is because Giselle was not that into him, proves there was no genuine desire in that marriage. I think there was initially, but after a while, it's like, oh, Tom Brady. I'm so over Tom Brady. Imagine saying that. Imagine you're the chick that's like, you're Giselle. You're like, oh, God, Tom Brady again. Brady. Marsha. I can't believe it. Right.
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Oh.
God, that will be the best drop. Big Mo, I'm sending that to you. You can have it for free. It's too good not to give away. Okay, I got to you. Okay, let me get to the starter ones and then we'll move on. I did not get to this. I have to give you your props, brother, man. We're almost the same age, both train sticks and knives. Very good. Okay. Oh, you do, Kali? Save my life, Rollo. Much love, my friend. Thank you for all you do. Thank you for that, Ned's College Fund Pew Life. Amin Danya. Destiny is effective at straw manning an opponent's position and is effective and it's affecting the optics of the manosphere when debating. He's problematic. He's only problematic because people take him seriously and dumbasses keep propping him up as a legitimate authority in the manosphere. Like I said before, why do we not just prop up Jack Murphy? I'm sure we could probably dig him. I'm sure he'd come out of retirement. Honestly, he has more of a background in the red pill than Destiny does. When I started doing what I'm doing, Destiny was 12 years old, maybe 14, somewhere around. He's just in middle school when I started writing in So Suave, because I know, what is he, 34? I believe that was the last time. I think when I saw him on Adam Sosnick's show, he mentioned his age. 34 years old. I've been doing this for 22 years now. So that would have put him at 12 years old when I started doing. So here's the thing that gets me about Destiny. And I'm just to sort of give you a preamble to all of this, is the Destiny mistakenly, stupidly, probably, hopefully, wants to presume that the manosphere is going to go away. It's going to change. It's never going to be the same thing. I will tell you right now, you are 100% wrong about that. I have been here. I've outlasted all of these people. I've outlasted people from the blog days, from the forum days, from the earliest audio podcast days, from YouTube days. Everyone in my peers over the course of the last 22 years, I've outlasted every single one of them. The manosphere ain't going anywhere. In fact, you know what really boils their lobsters is because the red pill is an idea whose time has come. That's what they're afraid of. That they're deathly afraid of that. The powers that be are deathly afraid of that. Even the people who are promoting it, who are jumping on it as a grift, they are deathly afraid of the fact that I'm right. That Myron and Fresh are right. Tatum O'Neal, Channing Tatum, Officer Tatum, what is your name? Guys like that are scared, absolutely scared, because it challenges the life, the quality of the achievement, what they think should make them respectable. The red pill challenges that. You want to know why Christians and, well, I mean, even Muslims to a degree, when I was writing the fourth book, Religion, one of the things I noticed when I was doing the research for that book is the reason why people were really, really hostile to the thought of me doing a book on religion was because it took up a guy that they thought was a pickup artist to explain some very blatant, obvious truths to them about their own churches, about how they did religion, not the religion themselves. Okay. I tried to separate as a church and state, right? I tried to separate faith from the actual practice, from the doctrine, from the church, from the organization. I got no problem with Christianity. I consider myself a Christian as it is, right? If you want to know more about that, just get the book and read the last chapter of the book. I don't care if you just get it for that and you throw it away. If you want to know, because it will take me too long to explain that to you. That's why I wrote a book about it, right? But it's not about shitting on religion. It's also not about shitting on atheism. It's about explaining dynamics. And when you do that, you speak the language of empiricism. And that is what pisses people off, because they can't separate that from the language of hate or emotionalism. And then the emotionalists say it's misogyny, it's hate, it's God knows, misogyny. That's what it is. Because it's easy, because you can't explain facts to people without telling them how to feel about those facts. And there's nothing that's more frustrating for a person whose feelings, telling somebody how to feel about something, those feelings are rooted in their religious experience. So do women who watch pornography have an emotional connection to the actor? No, but they watch porn for different reasons. Or are women capable of disconnecting emotions from sex as well? Yes, good question. I know you're trying to get me with this one, but it's okay. Let's go with it. Or maybe not. Maybe you good intentions. So do they have an emotional connection with the actors? No, they don't. It's about having sex, right? It's about the sex act. But you'll also notice that women's pornography is much different than men's pornography. Men's pornography is about getting in there and getting it done. Like, I love the act. It's about the act mainly. When men get jealous of infidelity, the jealousy stems from the sex act itself. Men are interested in the nuts and bolts of sex. We want unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. And no, it's not about variety so much as it is about the access being unlimited. Like, I hate it when I listen, and some very prominent like evolutionary psychologists will say this too. Well, men have a higher need for variety. Yeah, okay, but it's about unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. They're confusing ultimate cause or ultimate goal with proximate goal. They think that the variety is the ultimate goal. No, it's not. It's actually the proximate goal. The proximate goal is I want to have sex with a girl who's got a brunette, a blonde. I don't even see the code in the Matrix, right? All I see is brunette, blonde, redhead, right? Like that's, you notice that was in the Matrix. It's like one of the earliest lines in the Matrix. Using the Matrix for like sexual satisfaction. That's law number whatever for human sexuality. Any new technology that can be repurposed for human sexuality will be repurposed for human sexuality. To the point where you look at the code, you don't even need to see pictures. Anyways, guys want the redhead, the blonde, the brunette. They want the skinny girl, the fat girl. They want the dark girl. They want the black girl. They want the Asian girl. They want the tan girl with the tan lines. They want the lingerie. They want the thong bikini. They want this. They want the midget. They want the spinner. They want the name it. It's not about variety. It's about, I haven't had that yet, and I want to put my seed in that. That's the ultimate goal for it. That's not about the variety itself is the proximate goal. It's not the ultimate goal, which is when I hear that coming from very prominent voices in the evolutionary psychology sphere, they conflate that as like variety. Men need variety. That's not an ultimate goal. The ultimate goal is to spread the seed. Unlimited access to unlimited sexuality. The proximate goal is variety. And then, of course, they will say, well, men are behaving badly because men are behaving badly because they want variety. Rather, if that's where you just drop the whole conversation, you are incomplete. Tell them the whole truth or don't tell them the truth at all, my friends. So don't tell me about that. But let's parse this out because this is a really good question. So do they have an emotional connection with the actor? No, they don't. But you also have to remember how pornography works for women and how it works for men. Like men don't care. But like that's why you hardly ever see the face of the actor, of the male. Like I love you, Sterling, but you rarely see Sterling's face when he's like unless he's delivering lines. That's like women don't give two shits about that. It's just to carry the plot so they can get to the point where they're having sex, and it seems plausible, right? Assuming you even need that, because the most popular genres of porn, according to Pornhub as of last year, is the reality category, which is like just real people, regular real people having sex. I'm not gonna say amateur, but it's all just like it seems like it could have like reality. It doesn't have to be like necessarily amateur, but I mean it can be, but it's within the realm of possibility. And the reason why I think that it's the most popular category as of 2022 is because, well, you can also say, well, it's the influence of OnlyFans. Yeah. But it's also the best OnlyFans girls are the ones that seem accessible. They seem like they're within the realm of reality, which of course is why reality porn is the number one category right now, according to Pornhub and their stats. Not my observation, their observation. Go check out Pornhub, the blog. I'm not going to add, I'm not telling you to go throwing your robo out on Pornhub, but if you go look at the blog, there ain't no porn on there. There's just the stats from 2021, 2022, and it will show you all of the ins and outs of it's mostly American, but worldwide. We have access to stats of what people like to do in their bedrooms all day long. You know,
that's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Oh,
yeah, Pornhub. I'm going to be playing that all day long. But you probably have heard me say this as well, Dude Ride, is that social media is effectively as addicting as pornography is for men. It's as addicting to women right now because it satisfies a different need. Let me tell you, let's see if I can explain this to you with a story. Okay. Story time with Rollo. You might have read this in one of my books. Okay. I used to have a workout partner and his name was Dean. And Dean was, this was like way back. I think it was in my late 20s when he was my workout partner. And Dean was probably about 6'1", not quite Justin Waller height, but he was pretty tall dude. He had a V-taper. He was ripped, had the tan going. I think he later on did like amateur circuit bodybuilding, and I don't think he ever got his pro card, but the dude was also a dancer in a male review. It was just once a month. Okay. He wasn't like part of like Thunder from Down Under or Chippendales or whatever. He would just go and do it because he made extra money. It was like a side hustle for him. Right. So he would go to this one club called the Nugget, not the one here, not the one in Reno, but another one. And I think it was every fourth Saturday or fourth Friday of the month, they would have the all male review. Now it's usually a strip club, which was with chicks, but one night a month, they would have the guys come in there and they would do an all male review strip thing. And the women who would go in there were usually just sort of like post 40 divorcees. Or there were the girlfriends, the strippers who were the girlfriends of the guys, right? Because Dean had a lot of girlfriends who were mostly strippers, right? He goes in there and he's making money hand over. Like he's the crowd favorite because he's tall, he's a good looking dude. And then I remember having a conversation with Dean one time. And I said, what is it that separates a successful like male dancer from an unsuccessful one? Because there's guys that weren't making as much money. And I always figured it was just because of the look. They just didn't have the same look as him. And to a degree, yeah, that was it. But he told me this. He said, the most successful strippers, male strippers, are the ones who have a story going on for themselves. So it wasn't enough for Dean to just go up there and like strip down to his skivvies, right? He had to tell a story. So his strip tease would be to some song by Firehouse, or like maybe it was Kiss Firehouse or something like that. And he would like pretend to be like the sexy fireman. And then he would go get like a friend of his would loan him a jacket or something. He would go in there and have the fireman thing. And he'd go in there and be dancing and everything. And he just slowly, he's taking off the fire hat and he's taking off the coat and everything. And it was this kind of story he was telling with his striptease, like, I'm the sexy fireman you always fantasize about, and here's how it's going to happen. It's happening live right in front of your eyes right now. Those were the guys that would make the most money because it wasn't enough just to take their clothes off. They had to have a story behind it as well. So it was the sexy fireman, or it's like the Village People, like the sexy cowboy. I didn't see any like sexy like construction worker, but there was the guy who's the executive. He's like in his suit and tie, looks really, really hot and everything. He has the rose and he makes a lot of money, but at night, once a month, he just strips it off and suddenly he's the sexy executive now. He's Christian Grey before there was Christian Grey, right? And I always thought about that and I go, yeah, that's kind of true. But like, that's the difference in pornography. It's not enough to just see the guy banging the girl. There has to be some backstory to the porn. There has to be some backstory. It's not enough just to have a hot guy. He has to be hot and he's got to be a fireman. He has to be hot and he has to be a cowboy. He has to be hot and he has to be an exec or an attorney or whatever. There has to be some sort of story that's attached to it. For guys, all it has to be is just like she's spreading her legs and she's ready. And if there's 2 or 3 of these girls that are ready to go, all the better. That's what it boils down to. And that's another thing that Officer Tatum is never going to understand. That's the difference between male sexuality and male sexual expression and female sexual expression. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that when I get into Destiny, but that was a really good question. Thank you. Rollo, would you ever go on whatever podcast? I've already discussed that. Funny enough, I had Brian hit me up right after the Myron and Fresh were on Access Vegas the last time, but I'm in contact with Brian quite a bit. He has my number. He probably, after seeing this, I wouldn't be surprised if he texts me, but yeah, I would definitely go on. Could be an interesting discussion with the women Brian has on the panel. I'm curious your thoughts. I like the format. I think that a lot of the sort of trad cons see him as the safe alternative, whereas like Myron and Fresh are the dangerous like dating show. He's like, I think they see him as more like the safe dating show. The only disadvantage I would say is that all of them, well, not all of them, but like a majority of his women are like recruited from UCSB, which is University of Southern California at Santa Barbara. And I mean, maybe that sort of skews one like co-eds, but yeah, I'm always down for that. And I think I would love to do it with Mike at some, like I would get Mike Sartain and myself on there. I think it would be for a really good show. I'm thinking Nick Cannon, really, and Eddie Murphy, high value dudes who have earned the right to unlimited access to women. The market dictated their value and they got their reward as a result. Good observation. And it comes back to what I was saying about Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk. You could also put Bill Gates in there, I guess, because he had his mistress, right? That he was going and nailing out in Martha's Vineyard. Was it Martha's Vineyard? And now suddenly it comes out once he gets divorced. Now, if all you ever knew was Bill and Melinda Gates, yeah, I could see why Officer Tatum or the rest of these guys would think that, or that Victor guy would say, oh yeah, powerful men, really rich men, they've got great wives. Behind every successful man is a successful woman or a great woman. You heard Tatum say exactly that same shit. Now, I'm not saying that like my wife doesn't support me. Absolutely she does. Is she a strength? Is she a compliment? Yes, she's very much a compliment to my life, and I'm a compliment to her life. We have polarity in our relationship, as I read to you from Royce. And I understand that. She understands that about me. I understand women's nature. She understands men's nature. And we're in love, deeply in love, and have genuine ride or die desire for one another. But that came as a result of understanding men and women's nature and accepting it and working within the parameters of those dynamics. But if your dynamic is, I'll do anything for you, you're the prize, oh, I'm nothing without you. It's a Michael Bolton song. How am I supposed to live without you? God, I suck, don't I? Michael Bolton can sing. He used to be into metal. He used to have songs written for him by Sammy Hagar, just throwing that out there. But the idea that like this romantic ideal that, and guys buy into this probably more than women do these days, is I can't live without you. Yeah. And in some cases when that woman leaves you, you literally cannot live without her. You'll off yourself. You'll zero yourself out. You will delete yourself. That's the ultimate danger of living the way that Officer Tatum is throwing out to us in that video. If you are subordinate and you are if you are, what is it, Glenn? Like living the life of servant leadership. That's a nice way of saying you're a slave. Don't worry, honey. You really have some authority. You'll be okay. Don't worry. You're a man. You're a man today. You're a man when I need you to be. Yeah. It's okay. I'll allow you to lead. If that's you, back on Dios, man. Let's see. Did I get to you? I did get to you. Okay, I got all past that. What else is this? Did I get to this? Time is it? Oh, that was a while ago. Sorry. It's like I have to look at SuperChats by the timestamp now because it's on the West Coast. It's 4:09, and I'm looking at SuperChats from 3:36 right now. Oh, let's go. If I missed your super chat, I apologize to the nth degree. Oh, there we go. Black Sigma. Okay, I already got to you. Thanks. What's this? I think girls have dogs to meet men while walking them. What kind of dog? See, I think you need to be particular about the breed of dog that you're talking about, because I will tell you this, it is a detriment. It is a disincentive. It is you will dissuade men from coming to you if you have some little loud yappy ass dog. If you got a nice dog, you got a greyhound that is as badass as Ned. Yes, I can see that as an advantage. Ragnar Odinson. Since we are now a cult, am I the patriarch of that cult? Can we be called the Space Wolves of Rollo? No, you are Rollo's roughnecks. Thank you very much. There's no way. There's no way we could be called the Thousand Sons of Rollo. Why not? No, you're the roughnecks. Rollo's roughnecks. There you go. Oh, look, speaking of Spurgs, what did you want to say? There you go. Here's that attention you wanted, Moose. Yes. You're goddamn right.
You're goddamn right.
Am I caught up yet? No, I'm not. Damn it. Oh, was that the last one? Okay, that was the last one. Okay, now I can actually go back all the way back. Oh, except for Rick Terry. Thanks, man. Now you come at the last minute. The human machine. If you're going to come at the last minute, at least give me like a $20 super chat. The human machine has evolved to motivate reproduction by making it feel good. Proximate goal. Men can satisfy the feeling without actually reproducing because we have a lower reproductive cost. Yes, we do. We also have a higher reproductive investment to have actual sex. So yes, our reproductive cost is low, but also our to get sex is very, very high to us. So we have to balance that out. That's why pornography is what it is. That's why it's sedation. I would like when people tell me like, oh, I think it's because guys are just jerking off to porn all the time. Yeah, they are. But you have to understand that's the proximate goal. Get rubbing one out. Ultimate goal, sedating the population by having free, ubiquitous 4K streaming porn anytime you want. You used to have to work to get porn. You have to work to get laid, but you also had to work to get porn. Should I go old man on you? Put a one in the chat if you want me to go old man on you. Don't do that because I'm going to do it anyways. So here's the deal is like, even just to find like a Hustler or a Penthouse or a Playboy magazine back in the mid 80s was like finding pirate's gold in a dumpster or your uncle's, closet somewhere, and you held on to it and you used it as like, that was like finding $100 bill. It's like finding porn in prison. You get a porn magazine so you can rub one out and just sort of take care of yourself, I guess. Because, God forbid that you're finding a VHS where you can actually watch hardcore pornography. I don't think I saw hardcore pornography until I was like at least in my 20s. And that was because it was on a VHS tape. But when I was a teenager, like a Penthouse was great, man. That was a great day. Finding a Hustler, finding a Playboy, finding even some of the more finding the more nasty ones.
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty?
Yes.
Ugh.
Yes. Ugh. Hustler. Ugh. Yeah. But finding that was like, but you had to like, you really felt like you found something, like you got some, holy crap, I'm going to take this home. I can't wait till tonight. Right. That was what's your teenage mind. Like there was a time, did you ever watch the Beastie Boys when like the first, I think it was off the first album when they were saying you got to fight for your right to party. And there was that one lyric in there where it's like, your mom just found your best porno mag. And that Kerry King from Slayer was actually did the solo and the guitar and that. God, that's some great days. But like your mom finding a porno mag was like, oh, you're mortified, right? And what will guys do? They would hide them in their, between the box spring and the mattress or some shit like that. And that was what you did when you were like a teenager in the 80s. But you had to go and actually find to actually get laid. Oh my God. There was no internet. There was no cell phones. You would go to the club. You want to know why I became such a great musician? It's because I wanted to get laid. It wasn't the music. I love playing music. Don't get me wrong. That was definitely a big plus. But what got me out there and wanting to play in a band and go through all the bullshit I had to get out there and do that, to learn all that, to learn the business of music, wasn't the money. Money? What money? No, man, you want to get in the clubs because that's where the chicks were, man, because you had to work for it. You had to like perform. Literally, you had to perform. But now it's just easy. Now you could go, yeah, where's my phone? Here's my phone, right? Oh, hey, let's go look at Pornhub. Anybody can. You don't have to. It's like you don't have to kill your food. You just go down to Taco Bell and get a burrito supreme. The investment is like next to nothing. On the women's side of the equation, can you give your take as to why women read erotic fiction? Oh, easy. It was exactly what I just told you. I just did. How should writers take advantage of this? Well, it depends on what kind of writing you want to do. Let me use another example or another story here. If you write out a book 4, in the center, in the very middle of my 4th book, Religion, there's a big, healthy chapter on marriage. And in that chapter, I make mention of 50 Shades of Grey. And I don't go into like, oh, it was wrong. It's horrible. I can't believe it. Women. It's a failure of men. No, you know what I got into? I did numbers. I was Aaron Clary, goddammit. I said, here's how much money was made on just the book. I want to say it came out in 2013. If memory serves, it was 2013. And I believe by the end of that year, it sold 65 million units. And it was a self-published book. That is the holy grail for like Kindle Direct Publishing or Create Space or whatever she published. I forget what she published on, the writer of that. That's what they wait for, is a hit like that, man. And it was all word of mouth. It was all one woman, to each one tell one. That's what it was. There was no advertising for it. It was self-published. There was no, I wonder what the little ladies really want. It was fan fiction. It was what that chick was, E.L. Fudge, whatever her name was, E.L. something or other, who, Sam, give me the name of the author for 50 Shades of Grey. But the sales number for that were insane. The trailer for the movie, which came out a year later, like the summer of 2014, and then, of course, the movie was released, I want to say, in the Valentine's Day in 2015, if memory serves. But the trailer is still one of the #1 most viewed trailers of all time on YouTube to this day. That's what women want. They want Christian Grey. They want that story. They want some good sex in it for sure. But it can't just be sex. It has to be a story behind it. You don't have Christian Grey who just has a big dick and he goes and he bangs whatever the girl's name is. He has to be Christian Grey, the independently wealthy Bruce Wayne. He can't be just Batman. He has to be Bruce Wayne, the independent millionaire with a backstory. He's got to be brooding, and he's got to be he's got to be like Edward from Twilight. He's got to be like that. You know, what's funny is like, if you look at is it Edward, and I forget, Jacob, Team Jacob and Team Edward, right? Edward is the beta male, but he's the loyal, dutiful one he's got your back all the time. He's got superpowers. He's a freaking vampire. He has a very interesting world. He has a frame into which the sort of nameless, formless female character wants to enter into. Love that. And then comes Jacob. Bang me, werewolf. I don't care what your backstory is. You're a hot werewolf. Ow. Jacob, man. By the way, Jacob, I forget the name of the actor who played Jacob, but he was also Shark Boy on Shark Boy and Lava Girl. And then when that kid grew up, oh my Lord, was it the second, or I think it was the second movie of Twilight, they didn't care if he was Lava Boy or Shark Girl, whatever the hell he was. E.L. James. And by the way, that is her pen name. That's not who she actually is. 50 Shades of Grey. And that put her on the map. That woman's great-grandchildren will be set. You know why? Because women love that story. They love that. They want here's why. Okay, very simple. I just read it to you. Women want to submit to a worthy man's life. She wants to enter into a frame that is exciting, fun, and ready to go. I know of a certain woman that you guys know by name. She is currently dating Tim Pool, according to my sources. And she also had an affair briefly with Destiny. And that woman would be Lauren Southern. Now, Lauren Southern wants to be famous. She wants to get with a guy who's going to really take her serious. She is whacked beyond whack. But she wants to get with the guys who are super, super famous. It's not so much about money. It's about the excitement. She's been her ex-husband, very, 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 very wealthy guy. But she's not with him anymore. as much as she wears that freaking ring and tries to convince you that she's actually like still married and she's this good conservative, anti-abortion, pro-lifer, girly girl. No, she's with, according to my sources, she's with Tim Pool right now. I can either confirm or deny those allegations, Your Honor, but you guys can go dig that up if you'd like. I'm sure somebody will come up with the link sooner or later. But she also had an affair with the guy I'm going to talk about next, and that is Destiny. Yeah, we're going to get into that later. Let's go here. Here's that balance. I used to crank to the old Sears catalog. Yeah, J.C. Penney. Oh, look, underwear. All right. I think my mom has that lingerie. Does the 80-20 ratio or 90-10 ratio apply outside of dating apps? Do they even apply inside of dating apps? Do you know of any studies, data showing that 99% of women are only attracted to 10%, 20% of guys that doesn't really rely on dating apps? Okay, one man's chorus. You are mistaken. Okay? The 80-20 rule is not about really the Pareto principle. Everybody says 80-20 Pareto, Rollo, red pill. That's not what it's about. Okay. Would you like me to explain? Well, you gave me $10, so I have to explain to you. And I'm explaining this because you're going to hear sooner or later, Destiny's going to go, I can't believe these idiot red pill guys think that the Pareto principle means that 80% of guys are getting laid by 20% of girls, or 20% of guys are banging 100% or 10% of this. Oh, man, what idiots they are. Okay, here it is. And the stats back this up. Multiple research backs this up. 100% of women want to get with about 20% of guys. Figured it, like, roughly speaking. Okay. 100% of women are hypergamous. Got it? Hypergamy is not like some social dynamic. It's not something that, wow, I'm going to be hypergamous today and not tomorrow. No. Or, oh, she's a good Christian girl, Arab girl, Muslim girl, Jewish girl, Hindu girl, and she doesn't obey her hypergamy. No, she does. She just does it within the context of whatever her culture, whatever her regional differences are, or her upbringing, but she still wants the best. She still has an attraction floor, and that's how it works out. Okay. Studies show, online studies and offline studies show, 100% of women want to get with 20% of guys. Or I should say this, they deem 80% of men to be unattractive. And by the way, that's multiple research, not just the single one that not just the Dataclysm numbers. It's like there have been much more since 2014 when Dataclysm came out. There's a lot more research that's been done about this. In fact, I'm about to quote one right now. 80% of men are deemed unattractive. That's the definition. That's the designation. That's the distinction. Unattractive. That means that 20% of men are not attractive, but they are not unattractive. Do you get me? Are we tracking here, children? 80% of men are deemed unattractive by women, according to Tinder, Hinge, Bumble, surveys that have been done on colleges, surveys that have been done on multiple demographics through all kinds of different cohorts. Them's the numbers, at least more or less, like rounded off, depending on who you work with. But pretty much 100% of women are not attractive or deem 80% of men unattractive. Does that mean that 20% of guys are banging 80% of women? No, you don't know how stats work. So here's how it is. 20% of guys are not unattractive, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be the guys that women are going to be like, oh, I really want to get with him. He might have a chance. He might have enough to like say, well, maybe 20% of guys, she's a 6 and 20% of guys are 6, right? He might do if he brings something to the table. Maybe some of them are 7s and she's a 6. But it's also, what does that woman perceive herself to be? That's very important. Guys don't throw that into the hypergamy equation. Oh, hypergamy. They're all the same, Rollo. They all look the same upside down. No, they all want the bigger, better deal. Oh, why would I? The juices are worth the squeeze. Not every woman can capitalize on hypergamy. That's why I say it is not a straitjacket. Also, a woman who is 23 years old might be able to have higher standards according to her dualistic mating strategy than she does at 23, at 33. Things have changed. Things have been mixed up. Society's changed. Her brain's changed. Her outlook on life has changed. She might still be hot. She might not still be hot. She might have a kid in tow. I don't know. But what I do know is that her ability to get the guy that she could get at 23 is no longer the same caliber, at least ratio-wise speaking, as she did at 33. That's the variable. Stop it with the gloom and doom black pill horse shit about hypergamy. She changes, you change. It's in constant flux. You know what? If you're a fat piece of shit, give me a buck, and you become a non-fat piece of crap, does that mean that the girl that you got with, because like you're a 6 and suddenly you go up to an 8, does that make the 6 girl any less hypergamous than she was before? No, but she's probably going to realize that you're way more valuable than you used to be, and your relationship is going to change. Guess what? A variable is now affecting hypergamy. Thanks, dumbasses. Okay. So hypergamy is not a straitjacket. And as a result, that 80-20 percentage can and does shift quite significantly at varying stages of a woman's maturity, at varying stages of your own maturity, considering you've actually become something and make something of yourself. Got it? Good. So 20% of guys are not unattractive. That doesn't necessarily mean that they are actually attractive, but they might do. They are enough to go on a date with. They're enough to consider. 80%? Nope. 20%? He might work out. Of that 20%, only 4.5% of guys are hot, attractive enough. They're the Justin Wallers of the world. They're hot and man, I got to get with that guy. Hot enough, convincing enough, high value enough, chivalrous enough, insert whatever it is that you think is important, to actually initiate a contact with the woman. It's Sadie Hawkins' world. The woman like wants to say, hey, why don't you go to the dance with me, Justin? Though that's about 4.5% of guys. Those are the guys who you'll hear Jordan Peterson say they're evil, fiendish Christian Greys, and these women don't know any better because they want the bad boy, and he's going to take them and lick the ice cream, and he's going to ruin those girls for just the average guys who are going to have to deal with her psychological problems and baggage for the rest of their lives because of Justin Waller. That licking the ice cream. That's why the 80-20 rule gets distorted out of all proportion. It's not 80-20. It's more like 95-5 if you really want to go after it. You want gloom and doom, call it like 96.5% and 4.5%. There you go. You really want to you really want to get nihilistic and like despondent? Use those numbers instead. That's way better than the Pareto principle. It's true. Okay. Did I catch up with everybody? I think I did. Oh man. Holy crap. Just Sam Botta is telling me that he has met E.L. James. And I'm glad I called her E.L. Fudge because she's put on quite a bit of weight since she's become a multi-gajillionaire. She gave the women what they wanted. That's the difference between male pornography and female pornography. Women need the backstory. They need to know that it's okay to bang Christian Grey. They need Bruce Wayne and they need Batman. They need the Dark Knight, the dark triad dude, but they also need to know that he's got his shit together and he can afford to like take her to Aruba or pay for her mom's cancer treatment if that's what it comes down to. Okay. Now then, let's move on. This is going to take a little bit of time, so I want to get into this. Or I probably should have just started with this. So clips, guys, start here. This is from last night on Destiny. We're going to do Destiny's Child right now. I downloaded this. Thank you very much for my friends who have been sending me these videos recently. I am well aware. Actually, let me give you a bit of. Do you think she's dressed? Hold on a second. This is from Destiny talking about H3 and talking about sluts and blah, blah, blah. Okay, we're going to get into that. But before, I got to give you a little bit of a preamble here. Quite honestly, I don't know why Destiny's even considered an authority. Does anybody still consider him authority? In the Manosphere. There are some things that I actually do agree with Destiny on a few things, okay? I've heard him talk about education and college and everything, and I do, Destiny, if you're watching, I do actually agree with you when it comes to like for the vast majority of people, college is actually a pretty good idea for them. Be educated. There's nothing. Education is its own reward. Even if you go to school to be educated, then that's worth going and doing it for. People say, well, if I don't go and I like Aaron Clare, you get a worthless degree, right? If you go to college and you don't use that degree, it's money down the drain. Well, yeah, it is. But it also keeps you you learned a lot more to it than just like whatever your subject or your major is as well. Okay. According to everyone's criteria, I have a worthless degree. Well, I've got 2 worthless degrees. I've got a BFA, a Bachelor of Fine Arts, and I've got 1 in psychology, right? 2 very liberal, artsy, humanistic, definitely not STEM fields, put it that way. Well, I mean, I guess you could make a case for psychology if you did the science side of it. But I don't have a doctorate in it, put it that way. So by all intents and purposes and by everyone's narrative, I should not be doing what I do right now. I'm worthless. I have a worthless degree. I have 2 worthless degrees. I doubled down on it, doubled down on that worthlessness. But here's the thing. I know I'm good at art. And I know I'm good at what I do. I know I'm good at writing. I know I'm good at like interpreting things. I have a different way of articulating things as a result. And I never would have developed those skills had I not gone to college. I would never have had the experience or the requirement to write every single day. When people say, Rollo, how come you write? How can you be such a prolific writer on your blog and now Substack and writing 5 books? You don't have a degree in English. How dare you write a book? You don't have a degree in psychology. Well, you don't have a doctorate in psychology. How dare you write a book about that? Who the hell are you to write a book? I'm the guy who said I'm going to do it, and I don't give a fuck what you say. So, but I did have to go to English class. I had a lot of humanities requirements. I even took a class in women in literature. Oh man, I can't believe you do that, man. You're part of the enemy. No, know your enemy. Know what they're talking about. When I get onto a show with Myron and Fresh and I got to talk to like raging, foaming at the mouth feminists, I know exactly where all that comes from. You know why? Because I put my money where my mouth is, and I spent like 2 semesters, women's literature, women's studies, because that was part of my requirements for my general ed to get my degree in the first place. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong, but I used it to my best advantage. So if your talents and your drive is something that is, maybe it's not STEM, you're probably going to be better off with an education in whatever your strengths are than not having an education in that, right? And yes, I understand that college has been sort of bastardized and turned into like, cult indoctrination. And you're right. You would be correct about that. But if your strength is in art, if your strength is in music, if your strength is in like humanities, if your strength is in communications, and you really know that it is, you don't necessarily have to go to college, but do follow up in some way to educate yourself. I laugh my ass when I laugh my eye. The height of irony is when people say, Rollo, can you give us a show on your suggested reading? Are you going to actually read it? Because I'll give you 10 books right now. But you're not going to do that. Most people, when they say, you got to be in charge of your own education. Yeah, I'll do that in a minute, right? As soon as I'm done with this round of League of Legends. So I stroke one out, then I'll get back to my self-learning program. No, I think that education should ideally, I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying it should ideally, education should be its own reward. I think people like, I forget, I'm going to paraphrase this, but I think it was Isaac Asimov or Heinlein. Maybe it wasn't Heinlein. Anyways, one of those old sci-fi writers says, a human being should be able to like cook a tasty meal, marshal an army, change a diaper, I forget the whole thing. So I'm sure somebody will come up with it, but it's like basically all these skills, like you should be able to cook a tasty meal, write a sonnet, all these things. And then at the end of it says specialization is for insects. If all you can do is one thing, you're an insect. A human being should be able to do a great variety of things and be able to be a well-educated, well-rounded person who can speak on a great many things. And if you can't, you will at least have the skills and the curiosity to educate yourself so that later on you will be able to do that. That's why when people ask me about something I know nothing about, I will, first thing out of my mouth is like, I don't know, but I'll find out for you. And then the next show, we'll come back and we'll talk about it. Simple as that. I don't see any shame in doing that whatsoever. Oh, there it is. Thank you very much. Oh, it was Heinlein. See, I was right because I'm a well-educated person. A human being should be able to change a diaper, plan an invasion, butcher a hog, con a ship, captain the ship, design a building, write a sonnet, balance accounts, build a wall, set a bone, comfort the dying, take orders, give orders, cooperate, act alone, solve equations, analyze a new problem, pitch manure, program a computer, cook a tasty meal. I knew that was in there. Fight efficiently, die gallantly. Specialization is for insects. That quote has always stuck with me. You need to be a well-educated, well-rounded person to do that. And this is not me trying to give you a prescription, but I'm saying this is something I think anyway. This is what I would tell my grandkids. Would tell my daughter, what I would tell my 1,000 sons. Yeah. Specializations for insects, man. You got to be a multi-purpose. You got to be able to adapt to new changing situations. And if you don't think you need to do that now, there will come a time where you will have to. So keep that in mind. Specializations for insects. And that's one area I would agree with Destiny about. There's a few others maybe, but when it comes to education, absolutely. I'm on board with that. Now, how you go about getting that education, we might have to make some distinctions there. So anyways, this is him talking about, him responding to Ethan Klein from H3H3. If you don't know who he is, he's the guy that came at Myron and Fresh last year, trying to set them up as being, let's say, grapists or assaultists. Maybe that's a better way to put it, but I'm going to let him go a little bit here. And just so you know, I do have timestamps here. So if I jump around, it's by design because I've got like sort of points of interest that I want to get to. It's not that long a video, but it's, separating it up might make it a little bit longer. So let's do it.
Like a hoe right now. And you can say, yes, it's fine.
Like, how are you posting stuff like this? And you're mad if your girl posts like a picture with cleavage. The real answer is going to be some. Oh, they find it.
Yes.
God, Ethan, you are so annoying to argue with. You just.
All right, so this is on Destiny.
H3 Ethan debates Red Pill dude who called his wife a hoe.
Here's one about what girls can't wear. So let's take a look at this.
So if you're dating a girl, is there things she can and cannot wear? Well, it depends. I mean, fashion is so broad. So I'll have to see. But if she's dressed provocatively and I'm not with her, there's absolutely no reason why she should be dressing like that. There's attention I'm trying to get if I'm not there. If I go out with her, that's another thing. You should only care about my attention. If you're my wife, there should be no other attention from a
I think we're like probably 12 months is my guess from this red pill shit finally dying out. This cringe shit. I think it's had enough time to run its course.
Wrong, dude. Red pill's been around for at least 22 years, at least in my book, but who am I to tell you?
I realize it's bullshit. It doesn't work. None of it helps anybody. Like, Jesus, please. Let's move on to the next thing.
Care about other than mine at all, except for.
See, all you guys trolling me about like getting with Destiny or like talking about Donovan Sharpe. I'm not the guy you need to be trolling. It's this guy.
Your father and your brother. That's it.
So your stance is you can look pretty when you're with me, but if you're not with me, you need to not look pretty.
Yes.
No.
Okay.
Wrong. My stance is you shouldn't dress provocatively unless you're with me.
What's provocative?
Like showing a ton of cleavage or wearing as little clothing as possible.
Wearing as little clothing as possible. Okay, so it's cool when they're with you, but if they go out looking like that, it's not okay.
And I mean, no, I would say even when they're with me, I wouldn't want them to do that in public.
Okay.
Why is that wrong?
Okay.
What's the problem?
Oh no. I hope he found something better to fight on. That's not really that ridiculous of a stance, is it? Is it that crazy? I don't think there's anything wrong with girls like going out to hang out at like bars or whatever, even if they're dating or whatever. I think that's fine. But if a girl goes out and she's like ultra slutted out, we know what I'm talking about, and she's dating a guy and he's not with her, that is a little bit weird. I think that's totally okay. I think that's an okay stance to have. No?
What's the problem?
I'm going to agree with Destiny. See, you guys don't think I could find some common ground here. However, let me also point out a few things here. This is not like, if you want to talk about red pill stuff, this is a red pill stance. Destiny, you should know about this. You're the king of the fucking hill on the Manosphere right now. You want to be a Manospherian authority, then here, let me see if I can educate you, help you not be an insect for a moment. This is, I have said that I will, let's see, I will give you the brief version of this. The brief version is this, is for men to get with women, they have to pitch themselves. They have to be salesmen. They have to perform. Women decide who they get to go with, right? So a guy has to be high performance. He has to have a good money, muscles, and game. He's got to look hot. He's got to have money. He's got to have game. He's got to be somebody. He got to be interesting. Got to have social skills. You got to have game, Riz, and then you got to have money. Not a lot. I mean, not necessarily. Remember, you can. Those are by order of degree, depending on the context of the guy and the age and the maturity of the girl. I mean, it's however it works out in that particular ratio, but there's a certain combination there, but the guy's got to sell that combination to the chick. He's got to perform. It's called the burden of performance. Let me educate you in the red pill. The burden of performance is this: every man, if he wants to be respectable, he must perform and achieve and do things in order to be considered worthy of respect. For men, respect is merited. For women, it's communist. It's everybody deserves respect because women just are and men must become. Now, how does that translate to sexual mating strategies? Men have to pitch themselves. Women advertise themselves. They have to look good. They have to look cute. They have to be where the guys are. They have to go and put themselves into situations, usually right when they're ovulating, in a red dress, hoop earrings, high heels, red lipstick, sexual ornamentation. Let's go. Would you like me to go down the list of ways that women advertise themselves? Well, one way they advertise themselves is on Instagram. In fact, it has never been more industrialized, globalized than right now. You could throw OnlyFans into there as well, but I don't think it is in any way insecure for a man to want a woman not to advertise herself to other guys when she claims to want to be in a relationship with him. That's the discussion that's being had right here. That's the manosphere. That's what we've been talking about for 20 plus years, or at least maybe the last 15 plus years. Women advertise, men sell themselves. When they come together in a relationship, the man has to stop selling himself and being a pitch man and saying, flirting with the waitress or the bartender or the stripper or whatever. He has the expectation is of loyalty, dependability, reliability, whatever. If he's going to be a good boyfriend, he can't be the guy that's out there, trying to sell himself to the hot bitch in the clubs. He can't be a pitch man. But women, if we say you should stop advertising your ass on Instagram, you should put a picture of us together if you were really ride or die, if you were really in my frame, if you really want to be my girlfriend, I won't have to tell you to take your ass off of Instagram. You will do it by yourself. It will occur to you because you don't want there to be any confusion that you're with me. And even at the very least, even if the guy is cool with that, you should still do it anyways. And he should say, no, Tony, it's okay. You keep going. Like, there's no conversation. You have such genuine burning desire, own her soul desire, as Fresh would say. She has such genuine, organic desire for you that it occurs to her to say, you know what? This guy is the best I can do. And therefore, I'm going to take those pictures off of Instagram. Maybe I'm not going to kill my Instagram, but I'm going to start putting some pictures of him and me up on the Instagram together. So there's no confusion as to whether or not I have a boyfriend now. Because what most women will do is what's called a soft launch, right? It's the show the hands. Oh, look, there might be a guy in my life. Oh, look, here's our feet at the beach in Cancun with a bottle of Corona. You don't show the guy's face. The guy might as well be a porn star. You don't show his face. You just show his dick. We were just talking about that a minute ago. Because you just show the hand, right? You just show the feet and you show his prick. He's this disembodied accessory, right? You're still advertising. You're advertising your ad. It's like, well, it might not be the best I can do. So I would just want to keep the ads up. I just want to keep the video up. I just want to make sure that people still think I'm hot and sexy, and that I'm going to just blame it on the fact that I really need that. And it feels good for me to be wanted. Yeah, by other dudes, not the guy that you're with. You're supposed to be ride or die with. That's the Manosphere take. If I can't pitch myself and sell myself as being single, you don't get to advertise yourself as being single. And for me to even for a guy to point that out, to say, you know what, I'm not really cool with you selling your ass on OnlyFans. You know what? I thought we were a thing. Well, what do you mean we're a thing? No, because if we were a thing, it would have occurred to you to take your ass and your bikini, your thong shots off of Instagram, and you put a picture of us together on vacation in freaking Aruba. Well, I spent a lot of money to take you on that. I took you out to how come you don't post pictures of dinner when I'm with you? Or you do, but I'm not in the shot. Hey, ladies, look, I've got this great sushi right here. Well, who's that guy? I don't know, just some dude who happened to be there. My foodie call. No, if I can't pitch myself, if I can't sell myself, and if I do, it's grounds for divorce or termination of the relationship. But I'm an insecure crybaby, insecure in my masculinity. If I have any expectation that you're not going to advertise yourself anymore, that doesn't sound like a relationship to me, but that is exactly what is going on right now in the brand management era of dating. That's why I say that's from my 5th book, which if you had read Destiny, you would probably already know this. Dating in the 21st century is brand management. Part of that brand management is that women evaluate their self-esteem based on likes, follows, subs, and they know damn well that if they show a picture of this, look, there's somebody in my life. If they do that, they're going to lose market share. Somebody might think that they're not single anymore. They might ruin the fantasy. And God forbid you actually show a picture of the dude on your Instagram, because then it's confirmed in it for all the world to see. Yeah. By the way, you're right about that. Looks for danger. Yeah, because what happens is then, if you're part of a soft launch or you're an Instagram boyfriend and God forbid, you're an Instagram boyfriend and you're taking pictures of your girl on vacation so she can put them up on Instagram, you are participating in her advertising her ass to other guys. Am I wrong? Is that incorrect? Does that not make sense? And if you start talking shit about my wife, you are going to definitely be blocked. Really, dude, the rational male, please go and take that shit to Destiny. You can, I give you permission to impersonate me. Just take it to Tim Pool. Just take I take that exact account and go take it over to Destiny. Go take it over to Tim Pool. Go get me in trouble. I'm giving you permission to go get me in trouble. Because you, at the very least, my spurgs will be pragmatic spurgs. You'll be actually useful to me at some point. Right now, you're just useless. If you're in here, you're useless. Stop being useless. Go make yourself useful. I'm going to teach him a thing or two. I'm going to impersonate him on his own chat. Dude, what do you, Moose, can you tell this? He's got to be a friend of yours, right? Go tell that dude, do something about this guy. All right. Did I catch everybody? What did you say here? On the women's side of occasion, can you give Okay, no, I already got to you. Thanks. Sorry, I was backtracking a little bit. Probably shouldn't have. That's the perspective. Men sell, women advertise. And when we get into relationships, women think it's the most offensive thing in the world for a man to give an ultimatum or to even have a problem with her advertising her ass on Instagram. If I was the ride or die guy, if you had, you're going to go break me out of jail, that would, if that's something where you would say, I will break you out of jail, I love you that much. Do you love me enough to like actually have the thought into your head that maybe you should take your Instagram down? I shouldn't have to ask. I've said that on Myron and Fresh. I've said that on Access Vegas. The wrong question is like the question we always ask on those shows, Destiny, just so you know, we're having a conversation here, right? The reason why we ask those questions, I think it's the wrong question. The question we always say is, would you give up your Instagram for your right guy, for your idealized boyfriend? And what do the women say? Well, if he was the right guy, you wouldn't ask me to do that. Wrong question. Here's the right question. If you found the ideal guy, the guy your dreams, your Christian Grey, your perfect ideal, like Jesus Christ, your own personal Jesus Christ. If you found the right guy, your ride or die guy, the guy who answers your hypergamous question, which is he the best I can do? You meet that guy. Would it occur to you to take down your Instagram because you don't want to lose him and you don't want there to be any confusion? Or would you be so proud of him that you would put pictures of yourself and him up together on that Instagram? Would that occur to you? We have asked that question, and you know what? Pretty much every girl we've asked, they look at me like I'm speaking Swahili, like I'm speaking like Mandarin, because it's not even an afterthought, because they know brand management. If I don't have my shit up here and things don't work out with the most perfect guy in the world, I want to make sure that I've got hot, sexy ass pictures up on Instagram so I can hit the ground running when I'm single again. That's what it is. It's based on fear. Ladies, you are fearful. And I don't give prescriptions, but this is one rare instance where I'm going to make a quick prescription here, or analysis anyways. Women are fearful. They have that existential fear. The existential fear is that they're going to have to be with a guy who's not of their choosing. Usually that's going to be the guy who is loyal, faithful, fun, good beta guy, but he's not exciting. And so that's why they don't take your last name. That's why they don't drop their Instagram. It's not even a thought that enters their head, because they know that you are not that guy. You might have the potential, but we don't know about that. Let's just do a soft launch for now. That's why they keep that up. That's why they reserve the right to keep advertising in a relationship, even when they're married. Go ask Steph Curry's wife, Ayesha Curry, or you can even go get Ciara, who is Russell Wilson's wife, still advertising that ass, baby. And if he says anything, he's an insecure bitch.
Problem.
Well, it's a little insecure.
No, it's not.
It is a little bit.
It's a preference.
Well, no,
it's a preference.
Well, in this video.
No, it's not a preference. It's simple mechanics. It's basic, easy to understand nuts and bolts. 1 + 1 is 2.
Because you're kind of walking it back. So we can move on if you want. But in this video, you say, dress sexy when you're with me, but not when you're not with me.
Yes. Not. And here's the thing. What's insecure? What is insecure about that want, that desire? Like, I want my wife to dress sexy for me. Every man wants a slut. He just wants her to be his slut. He wants, and what, like, people go, oh man, that's Rollo. That's funny. It's a Rolloism. No, what that is all the pithy little things that I've said over the years, they all have a factual basis. They all have pragmatism underneath them. When I say every man wants a slut, he just wants her to be his slut, people automatically, their minds go to possessiveness. No, that's not it. She should want to be your slut. She should want to dress sexy for you. She should want to say, you know what? I reserve this look and this arousal and this sexuality for no one else except for you. And that is not even a conversation that happens. The reason why Ethan Kleiman, because he's a fat ass, but the reason why he has a problem with it, or he seems like insecure to him, is because the guy would have to say it in the first place. It's who's delivering it. If it comes as an ultimatum saying, like the guy says, look, I'm not going to be with you if you advertise your ass on Instagram. I'm not going to be with you if you act sexy, like you're sexually available to other guys, because I want you to only be sexually available to me. I want you to only be sexy for me. If I, as a guy, am telling that to a woman, it sounds insecure because it seems like I'm worried about her. It seems like I'm jealous. It seems like I'm mate guarding, and I am, but I shouldn't have to do that. Because if there is genuine desire, it's a thought that enters her head and she says, you know what? This ass, this pussy is yours, baby. Yours, daddy. This is all yours, daddy. I want all my sister wives to say this right now. This is all yours, daddy. That's what I want. And I don't want to, I want you to have such genuine, burning, perfect, like overwhelming, visceral, lustful desire, holy, divine desire for me, that you will change your religion. You will leave your country of origin and you will come join my tribe. You will come join my red pill clan. You'll be one of my sister wives, right? And you are so hot and desire that so much that it's not even an afterthought for you to say, I'm going to get rid of my, of course I'm getting rid of my Instagram. I don't want him to think any other guy would ever be able to have me. He's the best I can do. Fuck, are you kidding? He's Rollo Tomassi. I'm lucky to have him. Got you, man. Yeah, exactly.
Man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man.
Just clarifying things here. Seriously, that's the degree of desire. I want genuine desire. I can make you do things. I can put a gun to your head and make you do things. I can pay you to be my prostitute and be a good actress, but I can't make you want to do it. And that's what fat asses like Ethan Klein are never going to understand, because their only frame of reference when it comes to intersexual dynamics is transaction. I pay for our goods and services. You give me those goods and services. If you're a good actress, I give you a tip. If you're a good service, you're my good waitress, you make me a good drink, whatever, I'm going to give you a little bit more, right? It's all transaction. None of these guys have ever been on the receiving end of a woman who just wants to fuck. You know what? I'll give you $1 for that one. Who just wants you so bad that she can't wait to tear your clothes off. I think it was Eddie Murphy in the 80s, Eddie Murphy Raw. What would you rather have? Would you rather have a woman who says, make love to me, Eddie? Or the woman who says, fuck the shit out of me, Eddie? That's the difference between mitigated transactional sex versus validated. Like the woman, it feels validated. That's the proximate goal. The proximate goal is also the ultimate goal. Fuck the shit out of me. That's both. The holy union of lust and love at the same time. That's what I want. And that includes your exclusivity and your thinking about, I'm only going to be exclusive to you because you are the very best I could ever do. And when a woman is only sexual for you, is only reserves her sexuality for you, that is an investment. Because you got to think about it. When women are at like around 22, 23, they're at the peak of their agency. Their sexual market value is right about then. If you have a woman who's 22, 23, 24 years old, and she's hot as hell, and she has a lot of potential, and the world is her oyster, and she says, you know what? I can have all these guys, but you're the one. You're the guy, and I don't mean one as in like soulmate, but I mean like you're the guy that I'm going to reserve all this. I'm going to take all of that cap. I have $1 million. $1 billion in sexual capital and sexual agency. You know what? I have such desire for you. I'm going to give you that $1 billion. And I'm ride or die. Let's go. That's the kind of desire I need. I don't want it to be mitigated. I don't want it to be, you got to be drunk to have sex with me. I don't want it to be, no. It has to be organic. And part of that organic, natural, innate, genuine desire is the thought that I don't want there to be any confusion with this guy. That is such a foreign thought to like most people today. But if you have never experienced a woman who is so into you that she's ready to leave her country of origin, change her religion, lie to her dad, lie to her brothers, get on the next train, like the Tinder swindler guy. Like, remember the chick, like the first girl in that documentary, what she wanted, she's like, she met the guy on Tinder, and like that night, within 45 minutes of like meeting him online, she's like driving to the airport so she can meet him at his private jet and they could fly off to Belarus or wherever the hell they were going. Start with a B. Insane. Absolutely insane. That girl is the girl who says, you know what? This is it. My ship's come in. I'm going to delete my Instagram. It's all bullshit because the guy's not a Mossad agent and he's the swindler, right? She got played, but it does exist. It does mean that if you're the right guy in the right place at the right time, every woman is a slut. You just got to be able to bring it out in her. She has that lust. You're just the wrong guy. She'll do it for Justin Waller. She'll do it for Jason Momoa. She'll do it for me when I was in my 20s, maybe now. But it's the difference between validational sex and transactional sex. These guys will never understand that.
If you laugh at this, you're going to hell.
Admire you, man. You're a legend. I wanna go ahead and bless you today, bro. Do you have by any chance, are you streaming on Kick or Twitch?
Yeah, I stream on both.
Oh shoot. Okay. Well, what have you been streaming on mainly? What have you been mainly streaming on lately?
On Kick.
Okay, this is like mean and stupid, and I would never do this. So let's just move on. Where's my next timestamp? 3:55. Hold on one second. There it is. Okay, here we go. This is the next timestamp.
Desperate like babies are for like affection, basically. And they do an experiment where you have like a baby and it's like looking at the mom and they do things. And obviously mothers, people in general, any parent is going to have like really big, huge expressions.
This is the face experiment we've been doing. Face and LMS and the guys who are looks maxers talk about this all the time. So don't think that this is something novel. Destiny, the red pill, the black pill has picked up on this a long time ago.
In response to the baby. And then they'll do a thing where the mother just has like a still face. And the baby will spend like so much time like trying so desperately to evoke a reaction out of the parrot. They'll range from doing the normal reflective things to pointing at things to throwing their head around to eventually crying to getting upset. But the baby gets very upset like very quickly if they're not getting the response that they're supposed to. Oh, that's so sad. It's so sad. Okay. And the baby gets so upset, and like it takes like 30 seconds for the baby to like lose its mind because this is what you guys are like when you're telling me to react harder. Okay. Most people around here are insane. Normal adults don't need to be babied so much, whether Brit, Sneeko.
Okay, that's pretty funny.
They're all insecure plus vindictive. Whether your intention or not, they all screw you over. You choose these people. I do. I like these people. Okay. Oh, the next backstabber is in chat. Yourmoviesucks.org. Me and Adam are going to get into it over furries or something. And that'll be the end.
Does TikTok access the home Wi-Fi network?
Only if most people around you are insane. Normal adults do not need to be babied so much. Whether Brit/Sneeko, they're all.
Okay, I read your dono. Okay, it doesn't need to be read twice.
Turns on the Wi-Fi. I'm sorry, I may not understand the.
So if I have a TikTok app on my phone and my phone is on my home Wi-Fi network, does TikTok access that network?
It will have to access the network to get connections to the internet, if that's the question.
Is it possible then that?
Keep going. This is not where I want to go.
To be way more specific. It sounds like what he's trying to get into is like in a non-normal way, or in some what would the question be? Does TikTok access other things on?
Okay, keep going. This is stupid.
Not provocatively.
Hold on a second. There we go. This
layers of the stack or whatever for these things to even communicate with each other, right? That'd be my guess, right? So I mean I don't know how you would meaningfully answer this question. It would need to be more. Yeah, it feels like it would need to be more specific. Yeah, I actually, the more I think about it, I don't really like the hearing memes. I don't like them in the United States. I don't think it's a good format for anything. I don't know what the purpose is. I don't even know how many Americans actually watch them. It feels like, I guess you just do them to farm clips for media and then those go viral maybe, but.
Yeah, no, I would say I prefer if she never dressed.
Don't dress.
I'm not saying dress sexy. Women can dress sexy and not provocatively. You can dress sexy and look tastefully good without showing like your tits and your butt and whatever. But
it's a preference.
Yeah, I would say I would.
It's a preference based
I don't like
on
it.
your.
I don't like it.
Okay. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
It's not.
No, that's fair. If you have that understanding with your partner, I think that's totally fair. But this
it's not insecurity either. It's not insecurity. It's just I don't like that. I don't want
it. It is. Like, let's follow the thread.
No, it's not.
Because you're basically.
No, it's not. Would you want your wife out there?
Okay,
Would you want your wife out there dressed like a hoe?
Well,
all right, let me hold up right here because I have some data sets that I want to get into here that I've actually loaded. I've already preloaded these before the show. So I actually did my homework on this one. Let's before we get into this, I already know that Destiny's in a quote unquote open relationship. Now, prior to all this, I was already talking about when I was talking about the Officer Tatum videos. And I was explaining the difference between closed on your end, open on my end, right? There's different ways to arrange a relationship right now. So the first way to arrange that is what I have with my wife, okay? Closed on my end, closed on her end. If it's closed on both of our ends, the agreement is I'm not trying to pitch as much as people think I do. I'm not trying to pitch myself to go find another lover, okay? People will say, oh, you're a blue pill. You're not high value because you can't do that. No, it's closed on my end, closed on her end. She realizes I'm a high value guy. And I realize that that's the arrangement that I have with my wife. Closed on her end, closed on my end. That's usually how a marriage works. I mean, heterosexual marriage, monogamy, I think it's going to make a comeback sooner or later. Maybe I'm naive. Closed on your end, closed on my end. That's the easiest one to understand. Then there is open on my end, closed on your end. That's when you start talking about Kevin Samuels and Myron, Justin Waller, the Tates. Anybody want to name somebody else who has that arrangement? I guess okay, Destiny does not have that arrangement. So open on my end, I can go bang whoever I want, but you're my main, you're my queen. I come back to you. I'm in love with you. All of my investments, all of my time, my resources, my provisioning, my protection, and my parental investment is all involved in you. But I'm a guy. I'm high value. Girls want to bang me, and I don't need variety, but I do want unlimited access to unlimited sexuality, and I'm high value enough that I think I can pull that off. Most women today are okay with that. I hate like Officer Tatum. Like, oh, go blow his head blows up. I can't believe women would do that. Then you got like this, right?
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Oh,
I think what's funny about and God bless you. I love you, Jed. But like Justin Waller is like the perfect dude for Jed, except for one thing. Closed on your end, open on his end. Other than that, he opens the door for you. He's a fine gentleman from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Owns his own business and is just a perfect Southern gentleman. My wife says I don't do a good impression of like a Southern accent. I disagree. I just think it depends on which Southern accent I do. Maybe not the deep South. I'll agree with you on that. I can do Texas accent pretty well because my father-in-law is from Texas. So for instance, I don't think Jedediah Bila would. I think in every other aspect, if Jedediah was single and she met Justin Waller and Justin was interested in her, I think they would have a beautiful relationship up to the point where it's open on his end and closed on her end. That's the only, other than that, absolutely high value guy. And he knows he's a high value guy. If you've read my first book, there is a chapter in there. It's called The Threat. And I don't mean like you should threaten girls. I mean, it's a threat in the sense that women feel threatened by a guy that nothing is more simultaneously arousing and threatening to a woman than a guy who understands his own value to women and embraces it and uses it. Because she sees him as high value, but she also knows that he's self-aware enough that he is high value, knowing that she's going to probably share him with other women, whether she does so consciously or like by her own volition or not. I think a lot of women who, when you put that question to them and you say, would you share a high value guy with other women? They'd be like, no, I have more respect for myself than that. And they would probably mean it. They would probably pass a polygraph test if you asked them if that was true. But in reality, when you see who they're dating, they're maybe they're high value guys, right? But they're sharing super high value guys because there's so few of them. So when you got women who are like these strong, independent women from around the world, and they've already taken care of security, long-term security, they've already taken care of provisioning, protection, and parental investment because of their business, their education, their OnlyFans, their modeling, whatever. They get paid more money than God because we live in an era where it's very easy for women to like make a buck off of their sexual agency. And they don't have any use for guys that are like Destiny. They don't have any use for guys who aren't hot because they've got the money. Like, for instance, they don't need a blue-haired 34-year-old guy who's a little fat and chubby because he's got a lot of money and he's got status. Granted, he does. I'll give that to Destiny. But you put him at a pool party at Wet Republic and they wonder why. Is he there to serve drinks? Is he there to give us towels? Is he like bringing equipment in? Is he a bar back? That's what they would think, right? Because women who are that hot don't have any use for the guys who like make as much money as they do. And maybe they do, maybe they don't, but they make enough so they don't worry about like long-term security. They're looking for alpha fucks. They're looking for the hot guy in the foam can, or in this case, the pool party at Wet Republic, right? So they got no use for even guys who would be otherwise high value. So what's left? They don't need beta bucks. They want alpha fucks. So that's what they go for. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep it to a minimum today. There's a habanero in the pizza or in the soup. But that's really the long and the short of it. And we can look at this and see this in action, not only theoretically and research wise, but we can just see it like on a daily basis. So they got no use for you. Then who did they have use for? Right? Then that's why high value guys, when they say it's open on my end and closed on your end, that's why even women who are high value women will put up with that because they don't care about the money. They care about how hot the guy is and does he lay down the good D? Because that's not something that women can easily buy. They can if they find a boy toy. They can if they find the guy who's like, fun to be with, but they can't live with that guy. They can't start a relationship with that guy. So what do? They willfully embroil themselves, is your vocabulary word, in relationships where they're sharing a high value dude. All of the women in Tinder Swindler who knew about the other chicks, like there were several of them that did. They were still just fine. Oh, he's going to fall in love with me. I'm going to be the one to turn him. Now, you want desire. There's your desire. Now, a lot of those women had their own money. Some of them didn't. Some of them had to take out bank loans. But the idea was that they were okay, at least on paper. These are the same girls who would say, no, I wouldn't. I have more respect for myself than to do that. They would say that on Fresh and Fit, but then they would go right out and just jump on the next plane to go to Belarus with the Tinder Swindler. So it's what's another chapter from my first book. The medium is the message. Don't listen to what a woman says, but watch what she does. People think that that's what that whole chapter is about. It's not. What it means is it's not just watch what she does. It's that her behavior speaks a language to you. So when a woman flakes on a date with you, when a woman says she's going to be there and she's not, when a woman says she's into this and clearly she's not, or she says one thing and she behaves in another, it's the behavior. That's the language. That's the message. That's why I say the medium is the message, right? And yes, I know that's not like a Rolloism, but the medium is the message in that what is happening, the medium, the behavior is actually the message. And that's why most guys don't, they're so hopeful or they're so desperate that they don't want to read that, and they call it mixed messages. It's not. She's telling you exactly what she means. It's just you don't want to listen to it, and the language she's using is her behavior.
Definition of a hoe, I guess, is, I'm not quite sure what that means. But you're
okay. I feel like this is one of those examples where it's like,
merch, this is the language of emotionalism. Let's continue.
Can we just meaningfully engage with the question? Like, we all know what it means to look like a hoe. Can we not pretend that like we don't? Can we just like, let's engage with the question, right? I feel like it makes you look kind of silly, right? Like, engage with the question.
Answer my question. Would you want her out there dressing or wearing as minimal clothing as possible out in a club?
Would I want my? Well, hold on.
No, answer the question.
Okay, well, let me show you this.
Like, it's a yes or no.
Okay, well, hold on.
Yes or no.
Is my wife dressed like a hoe here? Because I just want to get your.
Jesus.
She posted this to social media.
Would you go out to dinner with your wife dressed like that?
Of course, she wouldn't go like that. I mean, why? But do you?
I don't know why she's posting. I mean, that's you and your wife, your relationship.
No, but I just
wouldn't be okay with her posting
Say
on
what you
Instagram.
want. I'm trying to understand your point. Do you think she's dressed like a hoe right now? And you can say yes, it's fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't want her posting. I wouldn't want my girlfriend posting pictures.
Why not just say yes? Say yes, she's dressed like a hoe. Why doesn't the other guy own a position? It's like two fucking...
Why am I agreeing with Destiny right here?
Fucking people dancing with each other. Just say, yeah, she looks like a hoe. Say it. That's the whole point of your videos, isn't it?
Well, I'm a whore.
Okay, because that's a preference from insecurity, right? Because
no, it's not.
See how he leans into insecurity and puts the blame back on the guy? No. If the guy is expected not to sell himself, why does there no commensurate expectation for her not to advertise herself? If she's really as into H3, here's the thing. You want to know why? I'm going to burn on Ethan Klein here right now. You want to know why Ethan Klein, who's the fat kid above there, you want to know why he wants to put the blame and the onus back on this other guy who's saying, yeah, your wife looks, she might not be a whore, but she's wearing a whore's uniform. David Chappelle. But the idea is this, like he doesn't want to say that, and Destiny's absolutely 100%. I can't believe I'm agreeing with Destiny on this. It's true. But the reason why he wants to turn it back on him is because I think on some kind of cellular level, on some sort of like subconscious, some level of consciousness, Ethan Klein knows that there's only one reason a chick as hot as that would be, well, if you want to call her hot, a girl of that like sort of caliber would be with a fat guy like him, is because he has status and money. And the reason why a woman like that dresses like that and puts her ass and still advertises herself is because she realizes that if this guy ever didn't have money, she'd be gone. And she got to hit the ground running. It's an insurance policy. It's a fail safe. But he's got to find some way to rationalize it for himself and be okay with it. And how does he do that? He reaffirms himself by tearing down another guy who is basically not saying what needs to be said, as Destiny said. She's a skank. She is.
Well, I'm a whore.
And that's what is the definition of prostitution? It's a woman who has sex for pay, who transactional. And I think that that's one of the things that he's just simply not ever going to wrap his head around, is that the only reason she's with him is because he's got money and because he has status. That's why she dresses the way she does. She doesn't want to bang him. That's why, like, really hot women who get with old farts and they think that they're falling in love. They think it's like they marry their sugar baby or whatever. That's one. You want to know why I have a problem with sugaring? This is it. Ethan Klein is basically a sugar daddy for this wife. In fact, he's not even getting the best deal he could be getting out of this. At the very least, sugar daddies can like have a variety. You know, they can have unlimited, but certainly more access to more sexuality than the average guy because they have money and they have status. The problem is that you go and you make up all these fantasy situations or these scenarios where you gaslight yourself into believing that this woman's she's a very good actress and her performance is actually sincere. She's actually in love with you. She just dresses like that because, I'm not insecure. She can go do what she wants. But you never ask the question, why? Why is she doing that? Is she doing that because she wants to go out and have a good time? Is she doing that just because that's what young ladies do? Is she doing that because it's a fail-safe for the time or the day or whatever when she either divorces you and takes half your shit, or you no longer make money and she wants to get out and hits the ground running? I still want to be as hot and sexy. Lord, please kill my man while I'm still sexy and hot and I can get another man. Amen. That's the insurance policy.
Because
I don't want that.
Yeah, because it makes you feel insecure.
No, it makes you feel insecure because your wife has no genuine desire, at least not enough to actually want to not look that way and advertise, Ethan.
Make me feel insecure.
How does it make you feel?
Secure.
How does it make you feel?
Who cares? It's not about feels. It's about the pragmatism and the nuts and bolts. And this kid's going to lose this because he's going to get wrapped up and dragged back into an emotional reframe. See what's happening here?
I don't like the hold on. How that girl's portraying herself, like how she's basically advertising and like saying like, look how nice my body looks for the entire world to see, for the entire public to see. I don't like that. I want her to just save that for me.
Why don't you like
what
it?
I like.
But
I just
why?
don't want other people seeing it. It's mine.
Are you not?
It's mine.
It's yours. It's yours.
It's my wife. I don't want everyone to see her body. It's my wife.
Because it's a breach of contract, you dumb fuck. That's why. The contract should be this: closed on her end and closed on my end. If that's the contract, then yes, it's not so much about, oh, I have a right to tell her not to what to do. No, you don't have a right to tell her that. She just shouldn't do that in the first place. She should have so much desire for you that doesn't even enter into the equation. So we've already covered closed on my end, closed on her end. That's traditionalism, right? I think it's going to make a comeback. Then there's open on my end and closed on her end. But the way that it works now, the most common arrangement on planet, well, certainly in the Western culture, ever since the sexual revolution, ever since feminism became more militant, is this: closed on your end, open on her end. That's where we're at right now. When a woman says, I would never give up my Instagram for the most ideal guy. Open on her end, closed on your end. I would never do that. He'd be Ethan Klein. What? So you're insecure. You own her, blah, blah, blah. Open on her end, closed on your end. That's the situation. You want to know why someone like Kevin Samuels or Myron, you want to know why Myron's words are so inflammatory to a guy with the mindset of Officer Tatum? Open on her end, closed on your end. That's why. That is the number one most common arrangement for a long-term relationship today. Fight me. Show me your wife, and then I'll show you her Instagram. Show me your wife of God knows however long, and I will show you her Instagram. I will show you her Facebook. I will show you the soft launch. I can show you images of some of the most successful soccer players on planet Earth. On their Instagram, their girlfriend and maybe even their kids are on the same beach as their girlfriend or their wives on Aruba or French Riviera, whatever. And you go and you look at their wives' Instagram, and there ain't no Ronaldo. There ain't no soccer player. It's just her. And you know what's even worse? Ronaldo or the soccer player, whoever, took the picture on that fucking beach, participated in closed on his end, open on her end. Steph Curry, Ayesha Curry, close. Well, now it's supposed to be open on both of their ends, right? Because that's an open relationship. But that's the next. That, by the way, open on his end, open on her end. That's the next. That's the open relationship model, which is according to my records, is what Destiny is pretending to be a part of, which is really not a relationship at all. You might as well both be playing the field. And quite honestly, I think that's probably more honest. Like, just say, hey, look, I'm not with you. You're not with me. I'm going to live over here. I'm going to bang other girls. You're going to bang other guys. And it is what it is. We're both single. We're playing the field. You can be a friends with benefits. I'll rotate you. If you want to leave, you can go anytime you want. You want to bang someone else, you go out and do whatever. Open on my end, open on your end. That's not a relationship. But if you want to pretend that you have a main and then you both can go, that's the Jack Murphy ideal. Open on both your ends. That's not a relationship. At that point, it's more pragmatic to just be single. Like, I don't understand why people would want to do that. Actually, I do, but in this situation, I don't. But open on her end, closed on your end. That is the most common way of having a relationship right now. I'm in an open relationship. Yeah, open on her end, closed on your end. Because the moment you start banging other chicks is the moment that she either A, gets jealous, or you're guilty of cheating. But she's advertising. She's effectively not. It's actually worse, I should say, because the guy still has to sell himself. He has to flirt with the waitress. He has to go get out there and hustle to sort of, for most guys, unless you're like unless you're part of the 4%, you're probably out there having to pitch yourself a little bit. Open relationships only benefit the party that can like make it the most effective for themselves. In fact, let me. I have a study about that. Here we go. This is the study. Thank you, Rolf Dengen. The idea of open relationships is likely to be most attractive to those who see themselves as having higher quality relationship options. This is from Online Library. This is a research paper. I want to say it's at Cynet. I don't know. It might be behind a paywall. So we use the investment model framework to examine the relationship features are associated with interest in and positive evaluations of consensual non-monogamy among individuals in monogamous relationships. So it's sort of like this, trying to have the best of both worlds, right? In data sets from the United States, Europe, and Korea, perceptions of higher quality alternatives were consistently associated with more interest in consensual non-monogamy. Further, consistent with the previous work on commitment motivated relationship maintenance processes, we found support for an indirect effect whereby lower commitment was associated with higher perceived attractiveness of alternatives, which in turn was associated with more interest in consensual non-monogamy. The data suggests that the idea of consensual non-monogamy is likely to be most attractive to those who see themselves as having higher quality relationship options. In the global sexual marketplace of the 21st century, which sex do you think sees themselves as having higher quality relationship options? We already said 80% of guys are considered unattractive. We've already said that 20% of the rest of them are maybe he'll do. So we can only go and boil that down to the 4.5% of guys who are the ones that women will actively engage with. Those guys, 4.5% of the male population, according to Tinder, according to the latest research, are men. Those are the men who can make it work best for them, right? They are the men. They are the people who see themselves as having higher quality relationship options. But we I think stupidly presume that it's the guy that's going to benefit the most from an open relationship. No. Women will always be in a better position to optimize an open relationship than a guy. And in fact, they do that sort of like halfway with a soft launch. They do that by half measures, by advertising themselves while they are in consensual monogamy, right? So why is Rollo bringing this up? Because if it is closed on his end and open on hers, does that not align with the idea of consensual non-monogamy? So what that means is the woman is in an open relationship. The guy ostensibly agrees to it thinking, hey, I have the option to have a hall pass or something, when in fact, he can't really make anything happen for himself because he still has to pitch himself. He has a higher reproductive investment in going out and like hooking up with new chicks. That's why. So if the guy is in a better position, if he's hotter, he's a higher value guy, he's in a better position to do that. But most guys are not, because 80-20. So effectively, when it is closed on the guy's end and open on the girl's end, however they like rationalize it for themselves, they're essentially agreeing to consensual non-monogamy, or the woman is, because that is the fail-safe for getting out of the relationship if she finds something better. See how that works? Damn, I'm good.
Yes, and I'm hers.
Okay, and so, well, to me, I don't want to control. Yeah. I want my wife, Hila, to be as powerful and confident as she wants to be. I'm not threatened.
Does that include leaving you? Does that include having other guys bang or root her out, dig her out on a Friday night? She'd be pretty powerful, don't you think?
By other women looking at her in a way that they think maybe she's attractive or maybe she looks hot or whatever. Because I trust her, right? She knows. Well, hold on. I know that there's no one else out there who's going to tempt her away from me. And I want her to feel powerful and confident. Okay.
Not insecure.
I don't think I'm insecure, right?
That's what you just said. I'm not insecure.
Yeah.
I'm the same with my wife.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Are these guys in the same studio?
Exactly.
She's not going to do anything.
Right. And so I just want you to dig a little deeper and explain why you don't like it. Because it's yours. Because she's yours. And nobody else can see her body. Nobody else can see her body but you.
Yes.
Even if she.
How old is this kid? The kid has no good answers either. The answer for the question is supposed to be the same as the sex question, right? That me and my wife have special things about us, like sex or our bodies, that we share with only each other. Because within the commitment of a monogamous relationship, one of the special things about the relationship is that we reserve those things for ourselves because they're special and they should only be explored within the confines of our monogamous relationship. That's
what exists outside of that, I think, is the more like, here's the thing. When it's closed on my end and it's closed on my wife's end, guess what? All of that is included in the relationship, not just certain things. The whole fucking relationship is including in all that.
it. So don't show off your body or have sex with other people. That's the answer. It's so I feel like a million people said this. I don't know why he doesn't just say that. That's the answer to this question. Like, but the kid looks like he's like 17. I don't know if he's ever thought of this entire life. Or how old is this guy? The kid, Seb. YouTuber, content creator, nice guy.
Yeah, that explains everything. But see, here's the thing: is the kid's not wrong. I mean, he can't articulate. I always said, if you are watching this, give me a call. Like, hit me up. I would love to have you on and talk to you about this whole thing. But he's not wrong, and you know why? Because he picks up on the innate imbalance between closed on his end and open on her end. He picks up on that imbalance. How come I'm the only one talking about this, man? You don't hear this from Andrew Tate. You don't hear this from anybody else. You only hear this from me. Closed on your end, open on her end. If you like, I have heard Myron on Sean Reynolds talk. I say, open on my end, closed on your end. That's outrageous. You know why? Because most women want open on her end and closed on your end. They want the opposite way, but no one is pointing that out. And I wish some people would. If you're going to rip me off, rip that off, please. Please rip me off in this. And if you're going to take my material, at the very least, disseminate this. Closed on your end, the guy, closed on the guy's end, and open on the woman's end. What do you mean? Well, she's got an OnlyFans. She dresses sexy for other people. She wants me to take pictures of her and be her Instagram boyfriend and help her advertise. What other interpretation is it? Oh, you're insecure. Well, if that's insecure, it's insecure in the situation or in the arrangement of closed on my end and open on yours. Because if that's the case, then fucking hey, it might as well be open on both of our ends, and I'll see you. You go do your thing, and I'm gonna go bang random hoes, whatever. Roll Tomassi don't get no hoes, man.
Man, Rollo Tomassi don't get no hoes, man.
Closed on your end, open on her end. Is that the relationship? Here, let me put that to the comments, and let me put that to the chat. Is that the way your relationship runs right now? Or is it closed on your end and closed on her end? Because if you claim that it is closed on your end and closed on her end, and she's out there putting her ass on Instagram, you probably have a different relationship than the one you think you do. Just throwing that out there one more time.
Random hiking picture with the fucking contrast jack the fuck up. Douchebag.
Hey, at least he gets out and touches grass, man.
Car.
His hair's a natural color too.
Sunglasses. It's like every fucking trope. And the hair. Douchebag hair.
Wait a minute. Did I just hear douchebag hair? Hold on. I just want you to see non-douchebag hair. Sorry, Destiny. I got to give you shit because people give me grief for long hair. Let's not talk about appearances. Okay, either right or he's wrong.
She wants to show it. Even if she wants to show it because she wants to feel sexy.
She doesn't want to. She doesn't want to.
I know, but you're a role model and you're putting this out on your TikTok. This is what you're putting out. I know you guys have a preference, but I'm talking about your influence on men. So
yes, exactly. The kid is right. Exactly. You know what this kid, the only thing that I would correct on this Seb guy, you know what I would correct about him? Open on her end, closed on your end. That's the situation that Ethan Klein is in. Absolutely. That defines his relationship. It is closed on his end and open on her end. What do you mean? She doesn't fuck other guys? I would never stand for that. No, but you'll stand for her advertising for the possibility of fucking other guys, while at the same time, you got to behave yourself, because if not, you might be a cheater. That might be an affair. You're married. They're married. There are holy matrimony, baby. Closed on his end, open on her end. Yes, the guy is right to bring that up. God forbid, rip me off, Seb. Please throw that out there, because you're correct in doing that. I'm not an influencer, but I'll tell you the mechanics. And if you want to be the influencer and use that line, please go right ahead, Seb. I love you to death.
If she wants to go out and dress sexy and look good, you're against that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, because it's closed on my end and open on her end. How is this like, it's not fucking rocket science, Ethan?
I'm against her dressing provocatively. She can look nice.
Yeah, but he doesn't know why. He can't even explain
putting on
why.
Makeup and dressing sexy and going out, it makes them feel powerful. It makes them feel good. It makes them feel confident. It's not necessarily about wanting to fuck up.
Yes, because they're available. Why do you think that is? Why? Okay, here's a better, oh, God damn, this is even a better question. Why do you think that dressing like that makes them feel powerful? Why not having a job? Why does her job not make her feel powerful? Why does how come maybe she volunteers at the church? Does that make her feel powerful? Maybe she's very good at, maybe she's a fantastic stand-up bassist, musician player, right, Margot? Does that make you feel powerful, Margot? I bet it does. Fucking great, man. I love being up on stage and playing and people rocking out, and I'm playing and they're loving my shit. Yeah, definitely. But why do we default and say, well, they always get naked? You know why? Because there is definitely power in that, because women know that men will pay attention to them if they take their clothes off. They always get naked. Women's only real agency is their sexuality. End of story. If that's the case, and she's not willing to sacrifice that for you to be in a relationship with you that is closed on your end and closed on her end, then it can only mean that it's closed on your end and open on her end. So she can feel powerful. You can rationalize that away all you want, but it doesn't change the dynamics of the relationship. Closed on your end, open on her end. How is this like I can't even believe I'm the one that has to say
it's what it is what makes them feel powerful about it is when they go out and they dress really nice. What gives them the power is the attention that they get. It doesn't have to be a guy walking up to them. It could be a guy looking at them. Okay. And that's what gives them the power. It's the attention from other men. Okay. And if that weren't true, then they could dress up and look amazing and just, and they could stay in home, or they could look in the mirror and without anyone around.
So they can.
You know what's funny? It's like this kid is like he has like the wisdom of like a child. And like Destiny, I can't really say Destiny too much. I think I know what he's going to say about this, but like certainly Ethan Klein, he wants to be on Team Woman. And he thinks that by appeasing women and by closed on his end, open on her end, that's going to endear him more to, well, probably his female viewers, but also to his wife. No. I'll tell you, how much more respect would Ethan Klein's wife have if he said, look, bitch, you're not going out there anymore. You're my woman. I care about you. I pay the bills. You're in my house. You're in my frame. I love you. I love you so much that I'm going to correct you right now. Imagine what would happen if fat ass Ethan did that. That's one thing. But what if a dude like Andrew, well, I don't want to say Andrew, what if a very good looking dude who had a very high value guy said that? See, the reason why Ethan has this idea, this mistaken idea of female empowerment being all about, feeling sexy and advertise clothes on his end, open on her end. The reason he thinks that is a good idea is because it's the only thing he has. It's all he can do. He can't say no. Do you think he can say no to that? Do you think he's ever tried to say no to that? It's never been, I would bet you money that it was never even a concept in his brain to say, you know what? This seems a little skewed. Do you really love me that much? Do you really want me that much? Are you fucking me because I got some status on my name and I got some money? Or are you fucking me because I'm that hot to you that you really want my, beer belly? Were you working under this hood? Really? See, here's what happens is when guys get into, it's like what is it? Making your necessity a virtue. His virtue is like, well, I want her to be empowered so she can do whatever she wants. Yeah, the reason why you say this is because he doesn't have any other choice. His necessity is only closed on his end, open on her end. She would not in any other way be with this dude if he wasn't who he was, if she didn't need him for resources, if she didn't need him for long-term security. That's why she's still sexy. She's still, I wonder if he has an open relationship with her. I don't know that for sure, but I wouldn't be surprised to find out if she did. Rick Terry, if you don't have exclusive access to her sexuality, what's the point of you even being around? Because I'll tell you why, because you're thinking in terms of you're thinking in terms of like evolutionary, naturalistic way. These guys have convinced themselves that this is the only way that they can adapt to solve their reproductive problem. We have to let the little lady have what she wants. Otherwise, I'm not getting laid. I'm not going to be able to pass my seed on to the next generation. So if what it takes is closed on my end, open on her end, but if that means that I'm going to have children with her, then you'll probably be okay with that, because you wouldn't be in any other situation. That's why you're absolutely correct, Terry. It's your instincts that are telling you this. We see an imbalance in this. Seriously, you like to talk about feelings. You like to watch CSI reruns. For fuck's sake, what's the point? Yeah, what is the point? Exactly. What is the absolute point? Why would you, if you don't have exclusive access, then you don't have a relationship. If it's not closed on your end and closed on her end, is that a relationship? Or even then, if maybe you could say, well, if it's closed on her end and open on my end, then it's sort of like the women have to trust that you're going to act within their own best interests. And that situation, you want to know why women great. They just bristle at the idea of closed on her end and open on the guy's end. It puts a woman into a state of helplessness. And it also, I should say, emphasizes the existential fear of women to be with a guy who won't do exactly what they want. There's no control over it. They're completely disempowered, but more so, they're also prohibited from the fail-safe or the insurance policy, which is open on her end and closed on your end. Because that's what it is. It's just an insurance policy. Well, he's a fat fuck, but he has a lot of money and he's kind of funny sometimes. But I want to look hot and sexy, and I'm 28 and I'm not getting any older, and I want to go out there and have fun with my girlfriends in the clubs. How can I get this guy to do that? How can you get a guy to accept closed on his end and open on her end? You shame the guy for having a problem with it. That's how it works. You tell that guy, you're insecure, you're a bigot, you're misogynistic, you're a little boy, you have a fragile ego. There's something wrong with you. You don't agree with this. You're not emotional. You're not vulnerable. You need to trust me, blah, 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 blah. Gaslight, gaslight, gaslight until that guy feels bad about even having the thought of wanting some way of limiting her ability to advertise her sexuality in the confines of what was ostensibly a relationship or a marriage, for that matter. Ethan Klein is not in a marriage. A marriage is closed on her and closed on his end. That's what ideally anyways. You can also, like, even my Muslim brothers will probably agree with this, because you might have 4 wives, but it's closed on their end and closed on your end. You're not fucking other chicks except for your 4 wives, and they're not banging other guys. So it's still a closed system. It's kind of like a limited polygamous system, but it's like closed on your, like, up to 4 wives and closed on your end as well. You have a responsibility to all 4 of those women or your wives, and you have a responsibility to all the children that are part of that. You have the authority over the family, your multiple families. And let's just say, for sake of argument, and correct me if I'm wrong, Muslim guys, but if you have 2 wives and you want to take a 3rd one on, you still have the authority to go get the 3rd one and bring her in. But then even if you do that, close on her end, close on her end, and close on her end, and then close on your end once you get married. Am I right? I think that that's the way it works, but it's still a closed system. The problem we have right now is we've made it so easy for women to advertise their ass on Instagram that it's no longer a closed system. And if a guy points out the fact that it is not, he's insecure. He's a misogynist. He's toxically masculine.
Dress hot, but stay at home.
I don't think that if I have a girlfriend, she should have a desire to go out there and even seek the attention from other men, because the attention she gets from me is enough to fulfill
don't we
her.
all
That's
crave
where I'm
validation?
standing.
Like, don't we all crave validation in some way?
You should get enough validation from your wife, and your wife should get enough from you. She should be inspired by you, and maybe if she had.
That's rich coming from Ethan Klein. There is no validation. See, that's another thing. That's unemotional. This reframe. Oh, you're just getting validation. Whenever I hear women say the only reason, or I see feminized guys say the same thing, Ethan Klein being one. When I see feminized guys say you only want to have sex with a lot of women because you want to feel good about yourself, it's an ego thing. It's your validation. No, it's not. It's my motivation. It's my instinct. It's my gut desires to bang a lot of hot girls. That's why do you think that guys who go on porn sites and they jerk off daily, do you think that they're doing that for validation? Because that's essentially the same. That's the same trade-off right there. It's an orgasm for validation. It's I'm with this chick for validation. No, it's not. That's the way women think of it, because women don't understand how men's sort of sexual expression works. Oh, he wants a conquest. No, it's not about conquest. It's not like I'm going to dominate this girl and rule the world. I'm going to rule her life because I'm going to be the conquering Caesar that comes in and conquers her pussy. No, it's proximate. It's a proximate goal. I want to tap that ass. It's not like, oh, I want to feel good about myself, so I'm going to go bang as many women as I possibly can. No, you want to do that anyways. That's why pornography, guys get addicted to porn. It's not about validation. They just want to rub one out. They just want to get off and ejaculate and evacuate, my friends.
Maybe if you had a six-pack, she would be more inspired by you, and she wouldn't post thirst traps on Instagram. But you should be inspired by your significant other.
Okay, so me not having a six-pack is promoting my wife to seek male attention because I'm not hot enough.
Yes. Just say it. Just be upfront and blatant. Just say it. Yes, you are a fat fuck, and your wife is advertising because it's a fail-safe. It's an insurance policy for her. Just say it, Seb.
My attention's not working.
Maybe if you took care of yourself, Ethan, and you were in better shape, maybe she wouldn't. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying maybe.
No, it's a good hypothesis.
See the truth from the mouth of babes, right?
It's a good hypothesis. So if I was hotter,
maybe not.
If I was hotter,
yes,
she wouldn't feel the need.
Not hotter. If you took care of yourself,
yeah.
You don't have to be hotter.
Okay, if I was skinny and I had a six-pack.
If she saw you and you're like, wow, he really cares and respects himself, and I like his attention.
This kid is really insecure. Ethan did stumble into that correctly.
No, he's not. He is absolutely. He is pointing out the truth that you don't want to confront, Destiny.
That is true.
See, don't you see you're insecure? Because I know
it's not insecurity.
Yes, it is. You are insecure, dude.
Okay.
You are threatened by the other attention that people give to your significant other.
Yes, absolutely. Own that shit. It's not insecurity. It's what's called mate guarding, dumbass. It's what's called being suspicious. And by the way, guys do this when women are ovulating. Why do you think I use that video? When women are in their ovulation cycle right there, that's when men tend to be they display more mate guarding behaviors. It's not insecurity. It's not being taught. It's not social engineering. It's not freaking social constructionism. It's an evolutionary fact. Men engage in mate guarding behaviors. One of those is feeling a little bit weird when that woman is advertising her ass to other dudes and then saying it's closed on your end and open on my end in so many words. He is 100% right. And by the way, yes, if Ethan Klein was in better shape, this conversation wouldn't even be had, because he'd be like, well, she's just sexy for me. And I'm good with that. She's good with that too. You will not find Miss Tomassi on OnlyFans, on Instagram, on Facebook, on name it. Name the freaking social media. And not because I have her under my thumb. Well, you must have real control over her, Rollo. You must be so insecure that you crush her little poor little soul. You don't want her to feel powerful on Instagram. No, I don't do that because I don't have to. I've never had to. She just doesn't want to do it. Why is that so hard to wrap your fucking heads around? I just don't understand.
You're threatened.
I'm not threatened by it at all. I know that there's not going to be other guys out there that can compete with me for my girl. My girl loves me.
So here's a kid trying to make a rational argument. And what does Ethan do? Like a bitch, tries to reframe it in emotional terms. You feel threatened. You feel insecure. You feel. No, I'm just explaining to you the nuts and bolts of things. I don't feel that if you were in better shape and had a 6-pack abs and a V taper and you could see your fucking neck, that anybody would be all that much hotter for you. You wouldn't even have this conversation. I don't feel that. I know that. Statistics point that out. I can show you why muscularity is sexy and why women who are in relationships that are satisfying with guys who are hot don't want to seek out anyone outside of the relationship when they're in their ovulatory cycle because they want to get with the guy that's already there. Why would they? But no, you want to reframe it into emotional terms, just like the religious guy did, just like Officer Tatum did, and just like Ethan Klein is doing. If you learn anything from today's conversation, if you learn anything from today, understand how to make a distinction and how to interpret the language of emotionalism and how to respond to it with the language of empiricism. Because that's what this kid is doing, and maybe not as effectively as he probably could. But when you get on somebody's platform who's got millions of subs and you got all these people like flying by in the chat, and you're trying to have that conversation with that guy, and he's just filibustering and talking over you, and what he's talking over you with is emotionalism, you need to be able to identify that and call that shit out. There's ways that this kid probably could have done a little bit better with this, but you need to be able to, that needs to be the first thing you say. Stop. Do you see what you're doing? Oh, you feel. No, I don't feel. I'm presenting you with some empirical, factual realism right here, and you want to reframe the conversation back to emotional terms. I don't care. I'm not invested in your relationship with your wife whatsoever. I'm just pointing out some unflattering truths about you and your fat ass.
You need to compete.
I just don't.
I'm not even thinking about competition.
I'm not threatened.
Yeah, you're not thinking about competition because you're non-competitive. You never have been competitive, and I would argue that Destiny's never been competitive in his fucking life either.
I'm not threatened. I just don't like it. It doesn't threaten me. If she
feel threatened is emotion. Stop it with the emotions.
Look, Ethan, if she wanted to post a picture and I said, look, I'm not comfortable, I don't like it, and she did it anyway, that's fine. She can do it anyway. And then I would just be like, hey, this breaks the boundary of the relationship. This breaks the sanctity of the intimate relationship I want to have with my wife.
Don't use terms like sanctity. Just use nuts and bolts language, because the moment you start saying holy and sanctified and this and that and pure, like I hate it. I hate it when people say, oh, women are selling purity. No, what they're selling is an insurance policy. You can call it purity, but the minute you do, you put it in emotional terms. If you say sanctity, purity, this, that, purity according to what? That's a subjective term, and that ends up becoming an emotionalist term.
Right.
I'm going to just split here. I'm going to go find a girl that respects me. Yep. It's not about insecurity. It's just, this is my preference. This is how I want to conduct my life.
Yep.
I like to take control of my life and live my life the way I think is best for me.
But you're putting out messages to young men as a role model, self-proclaimed role model.
Yes.
Yes, and he's absolutely 100% right to do so. That's the problem. Here's the thing: is like, who else? You want to know why this is even a conversation and why he has a problem with the kid? It's because it's so unusual. It's because nobody's saying this shit. You want to know why Myron and Fresh piss off Officer Tatum? Because it's a purple cow in a sea of brown cows. That's why. Yes, and he should be. Just showing my way. Thank you, Thomas. Mid-40s, divorce, no kids. I was in your Patreon group briefly. Come back. I need more people. I was the one who said being married to my ex-wife was like being married to Jane Goodall. Yeah. Gorillas in the mist. I now have an abundance mindset. Thanks. You are welcome. I'm glad. See, you're a success story. I'm going to let this run just a little bit longer.
Refer to your girlfriend as she's yours. I mean, she's a human being, right? With her own desires. She's not an object.
Yes, absolutely. She is mine and I'm hers.
Okay, let's go back. Okay, where did it go? You shall make your mission and not your woman your priority. We talked about that one. Do not play by her rules. We talked about that one. Keep her guessing. True to their inscrutable natures, women ask questions they don't really want direct answers to. Woe be to the man who plays it straight. His fate is the suffering of the beta. Evade, tease, obfuscate. She thrives when she has to imagine what you're thinking about her and withers when she knows exactly how you feel. A woman may want financial and family security, but she does not want passion security. Angst, urgency. What have I said? Women do not want full disclosure. In the same manner, when she has displeased you, you punish swiftly, but when she has done you right, you reward slowly. Reward her for good behavior intermittently and unpredictably, and she will never tire of working hard to please you. That is a foreign language to a guy like Ethan Klein here.
We are to die for each other.
Don't you feel a little slutty when you walk around with your big biceps out and shit?
No, because that's not advertising. He does, well, maybe it is advertising. So maybe he does that. But you know what? It takes a whole lot more than showing off your biceps to get a chick. You have to sell yourself. You have to be out there. Women don't just like look at your biceps and go, okay, I'm going to spread my legs for you. This is why he doesn't understand this shit.
I only put on this shirt so that I could show you guys that I work out.
That's a little fucking slutty, bro. Are you looking for validation from people in chat? Because you're crossing.
I'm just trying to show you guys. I'm just trying to flex on you guys.
But why?
I'm trying to show you guys what's up.
No, but like you think that it's funny. You think you're being funny, but you actually just totally undermined everything you said. You're putting out your...
I see. So wearing a bicep t-shirt is like the functional equivalent of having 3.5 million followers on Instagram, all generated by showing off the fact that you have some sort of sexual availability. That's the comparison that you're going to make there, right?
Your biceps. Why are you doing it? For validation.
I'm not doing it for validation.
You just said you wanted to show it off.
See, that's a problem. Okay, great observation. I have I got an essay for that. You'll find this in my second book, which is The Rational Male Preventive Medicine. Okay. There's a chapter in there and it is called Crisis of Motive. Why do you do what you do? So the way I got into like writing this chapter, or why writing that was an essay and it became a chapter. The way I got into that is I used to work with women in the alcohol industry, and we used to have these great conversations when we were at events. And one of those conversations was, I wear this for me. Those girls look hot and sexy, blah, blah, blah. And I go, yeah, they're just advertising themselves at a club. They're in a sexual zone and they're advertising themselves. And women go, no, I do this for me. I dress like this for me, right? I'm like, okay, great. So if I came over to your house tomorrow at 4:00 in the afternoon and I knocked on the door, you would be dressed up in lingerie and you would be vacuuming the house in a G-string and a bustier and some stockings, right? Because you're doing it for you. You just, you know what? I really feel like I should be special today and I'm going to wear lingerie. Or would you be in a t-shirt and sweatpants and flip-flops? Well, yeah, of course, I need to be comfortable. No, it's not for you. It's for other people, right? That's the crisis of motive. Why do you do what you do? Why do you work out? Guys will tell me the same things. It's easy to pick on women in the crisis of motive, but it's also, you can find it in men too. Guys will say, well, you know what? I go to the gym because I want to be strong and I want to be healthy and I want to have a good outlook on life and I want to have, dude, you want to look better so you can get laid. That's a crisis of motive. That's basically what Ethan Klein is saying right here. You want validation. That's an emotional reframe. But what he's getting at is what's called the crisis of motive. What is your actual motive for doing these things? And my answer to that is yes, to both, to all of the above. I go work out because I don't like this, because I like sex so much that I don't want to be a fat ass for my wife. I don't want my wife to have sex with a fat fuck. That's why I go to the gym. I also go there because I want to be built. I want to be, the older you get, the more being in shape is a flex. Maybe that's validation. Yes. I want to be able to lift heavy things. I want to be able to lift my dog into the back of the pickup truck if I got to take him to the vet. There's a lot. All of those are correct. Every last one of those is a great idea, and they can all be correct at the same time. But when you want to shame somebody and you want to say, it's about validation for you, isn't it? That's why you're wearing that shirt. You could say that about anything. Rollo never takes his hat off. He must be bald underneath there. There's plenty of I wear it because of this. Right? I've always worn it because I've always had headphones on all the time, and I don't want to end up like Myron, which I already clearly you see what happened there. Do I have thinning hair? Yes, I have thin hair, but I'm not bald or anything like that. Go ahead and look at my Instagram. But people want to say, oh, he's just wearing that because validation. He's only hanging out with those girls because he wants validation. He's only bought a Camaro because he wants validation. He's only eating sushi because he wants validation. He's got greyhounds. He just must want validation. You can say that about anything. It's a catch-all phrase. And it only applies, like, imagine, okay, do you think he's ever used that terminology with women? Does anybody use the term validation with women, unless it's other women, like trying to slut shame other women? Because men are not allowed to talk about, like, oh, validation. You only do that because you want validation. You can say that to any guy, but you don't say that to a woman. And if you do, it's a very rare occasion. Because what you're doing is you're comparing that woman to having male motives. So yeah.
You just said you wanted
Ethan,
to.
It was a joke. Ethan, I just put on a shirt and I'm
okay, so it's a joke. But you're
okay. So like, there's no. I'm just going to let this go right now. There's no point in proceeding with that line of conversation with Ethan Klein. That's Destiny's Child, by the way. Seb, I thought it was funny because, like, I'm watching this and I'm going, you know, I now later on later on Destiny starts talking about like stuff, but I want to point out just a couple of other things real quickly here, just while I have them loaded up and they're ready to go. I wanted to point out how poly works here. Researchers studied polygynous households in more than 50 different cultures. Co-wives engaged in some of the most intense violence that occurs between women. A woman and her children do better when she is in a strong monogamous relationship with a man. Closed on her end, closed on his end. Where is this coming from? Well, it's coming from forget which book this is from. Researchers have studied polygynous households. More than 50 co-wives compete fiercely. They fight to put the interests of their own children first, and they fight over sexual and emotional access to their husband. As they described in chapter 5, Women and Warriors, I think is what the name of the book is. Not only are they not sympathetic and helpful, but co-wives engage in some of the most intense violence that occurs between women. And lastly here, a higher percentage of children in polygynous households died. Okay, this is over Beverly Strassman compared children from first 5 wives in polygynous marriages to children of only wives in monogamous marriages over an 8-year period. A higher percentage of children in polygynous households died. A woman and her children do better when she is in a strong monogamous relationship with a man, despite the dangers posed by a man. That's that. Now let's look at infanticide. A child was 33 times more likely at risk of abuse, where his or her natural mother cohabited with a boyfriend, meaning bringing in a new baby dad or bringing in a new boyfriend after the baby daddy's gone. For children up to age 5, the homicide risk from stepfathers was approximately 60 times higher than from genetic fathers. You want to know why poly is a bad idea? Do I need to go on? Perhaps I will. Let's see. We went through that. We went through open relationships. Jealousy. How about that? Which is the number one reason why I oppose poly. Okay. I want to say this is from Cynet. This is an actual study. This is the abstract from it. In line with previous work, we find a robust sex difference in the classic forced choice jealousy task. However, we also show substantial variation in jealousy across populations. Using parental investment theory, we derived several predictions about what might trigger such variation. We find that the greater parental investment and lower frequency of extramarital sex are associated with more severe jealous response. Meaning, if you go fuck other bitches, you're going to provoke a jealousy response. This is an adapted evolutionary part of men and women's evolved psychological firmware. Jealousy is a feature, not a bug. sex differences and jealousy in non-weird, and weird meaning Western, educated, industrialized. What's the R? And then D is democratic. I can't remember what the R stands for. Rich and democratic. That's what it is. Men more than women in every culture indicated greater upset about a partner's sexual than emotional infidelity, precisely as predicted. The kid is right. The kid is right, Ethan. The kid, Seb, is right, Destiny. The field of psychology is sometimes criticized for studying weird samples, weird Western industrialized, blah, blah, blah. An acronym for Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic. That criticism does not apply to the study of sex differences in jealousy. Led by evolutionary anthropologist Brooke Skilza, the large research team administered the same tests to 11 different populations, most small traditional foraging societies that are decidedly non-weird. These included the Himba of Nambia. You can see the rest of them here. I'll let you guys read this. The long and the short of this is that men are more interested in emotional infidelity than or in sexual infidelity than emotional infidelity, and that is what triggers jealousy. The kid is right. You are wrong. Wrong. Yes. Okay, another one. When women thought a man was single, 59% found him attractive. But when they thought he was in a committed relationship, 90% found him attractive. Single women were more interested in poaching an attached man rather than pursuing a single man. Would that not explain exactly what Seb could sort of intuitively understand about fat ass Ethan Klein? Why would that chick be interested in this guy if he wasn't a good prospect for long term? She don't want to fuck him, but she does want him to believe that she has some sort of fidelity to him. What I want to know is this: would Ethan Klein, would Destiny be okay if they were in closed on his end, closed on her end relationships? And the woman said, you know what? I wanted to feel powerful. I'm Jada Pinkett Smith. I want to fuck other guys because it makes me feel good. You'd be all right with that? You'd be cool with that? Just throwing that out there. Want to find out. Let's see. Attraction of that was attraction from monogamy. And then what was this last one? Oh, John Maynard Smith and by the way, this is from a 1982 study on cultural evolution and polygyny, 1982. An association between polygyny and transmission of wealth to male descendants could evolve by natural selection, even if there is no relevant genetic variance and the transmission of the habit is entirely cultural. Another reason why men are interested in passing on their DNA, particularly to sons, because it is a transmission of wealth, resources, all of the things, provisioning, protection, and parental investment, all of the things that would help that guy with the beta buck side of hypergamy. Why am I the only one thinking this up? How come I don't see any evolutionary smart eggheads talking about this stuff? You don't. You never will. Let's see. What else do we have here? I think that's about it. Oh, I want to also throw this one on. Last one. In the UK, nearly 2/3 of divorce petitions for heterosexual couples in 2017 were submitted by women. Okay. This is the 75. This is where you get some of the 75%. And by the way, the 75% number is worldwide. Were submitted by women, while 3/4 of all divorce petitions for same-sex couples were lesbian couples as opposed to gay men. In both cases, the most common reason for divorce was unreasonable behavior, with women more likely to use this as the grounds for divorce, 52% as against 37% for males. Unreasonable behaviors was also most common cause of divorce in lesbian marriages. 83% of cases compared to 73% of cases with male gay marriages. So women have a greater need for long-term security, even in lesbian relationships. Oh my Lord. Anything else? I think that's probably about it. I'll just let this. We're at the 5-hour mark. I really got to hold off on the rest of this, but I hope you guys have enjoyed the show up to this point. Anybody else? Let me get back to Wicked Jester. Wicked Lester was Kiss. How can your woman be monogamous when she still has her Instagram, social media? Well, here's how she can be. Here's how it is. You pretend that you're monogamous. She gaslights you into thinking that it is closed on her end and closed on your end while having it still open on her end. So you can make that, oh, well, you're going to wear biceps, you're going to wear your biceps and advertise yourself. Yeah, but the problem is that the way male strategy works to get women is not about just showing off biceps, man. You got to have value. You got to be able to pitch yourself. For most men, the vast majority of guys have to be able to be good pitchmen. Women just have to advertise. You want to know why women of 60 years old still can be successful at OnlyFans? Because guys will fuck anything. That's the difference. Fat fuck Ethan Klein doesn't know that, and I've sworn a lot. I owe you guys hundreds and hundreds of dollars by now. Wicked Jester, not Wicked Lester. Anything else? Black Sigma. The moral of the story is if it's open on her end and closed on your end, she's not that into you to begin with. It doesn't require you to explain that to her. You just leave. Thank you for bringing that. Thank you for getting us back to basics, Black Sigma. The kid is also right in the sense that was talking about how the best course of action. Okay, here's what I think. I'm going to give you a prescription here. I hate to give you prescriptions because you guys have heard me say I don't believe in establishing boundaries. I believe in enforcing boundaries because that's the only way animals learn, period. Okay. A dog, a horse, a human, we learn through touching the hot stove. If a woman crosses a boundary, you don't go, you don't verbalize it. Demonstrate, do not explicate. If you say, honey, if you do that again, well, you're going to be out of here. I'm going to put all your shit on the sidewalk. No. If she crosses a boundary and says, hey, I want to go to Vegas with my girlfriends and have a good time out there. I want a girls' night out, blah, blah, blah. And maybe you entertain it once, but if it becomes a habit and you're not comfortable with that, you don't say, I'm not comfortable with that. You go, fine, go ahead. And then she comes back and all the locks are changed and all her shit's on the sidewalk. That's enforcing a boundary. Oh, that seems really harsh. I'm using that as an extreme example. But you have to enforce boundaries or they're meaningless, particularly in this day and age when men will put up with fucking anything. If you go and you say, here's what I'm not willing to put up with, that doesn't mean jack shit. In fact, if anything, that's an invitation to test you. No. I want to go with my girls to girls' night out or a weekend in Vegas, blah, blah. The problem, the boundary crossing isn't going to Vegas. I don't have a problem. Go do what you want to. You're not my slave. Your shit's going to be out on the sidewalk when you come back. But I have a good time. I hope you have a great time. That's enforcing a boundary. Well, you're insecure, blah, blah, blah. And I'm not insecure. Just telling you how it's going to be. If I was insecure, I would. Here's the thing. I'm so secure in my masculinity that's what I'm going to do. I'm so secure in my masculinity that I will enforce boundaries instead of talk about them and give you some empty threats and ultimatums that'll never back up. I have a problem with you going out with your girlfriends. Oh, you're insecure. That is not even a conversation. And to tell you, the thing is the offense is not the actual act of going to Vegas with your girlfriends. It's the desire to want to go out there in the first place, which all comes back full circle once again. It's about innate, genuine desire. It is one of the premier, I think it's the first or second, it's the second chapter, third chapter in my first book. It's called The Desire Dynamic. Go get my book. Go get the first book. Read that first. That's number one. I don't know what order to read them, Laurel. Well, read that one first, the one from 2013. That is now 10 years old and the anniversary edition is coming soon. Read that one because all the stuff I have talked about today is in my first book. And it's almost like this is a remedial class. I feel like I have to go back in time to school all these idiots who want to come at Pearl, or they want to come at Myron and Fresh, or they want to come at me, or God forbid, they want to come at this kid. And I got to listen to fat Ethan Klein mouth off about being blue pill, or I got to listen to Officer Tatum just essentially like come up with the exact same verbatim, the same shit I've been listening to since 2002. It's still here. I don't know how old Officer Tatum is, but I bet you anything he was probably 12 years old when I started writing about this stuff. Well, you're an old man. Yeah, I am. Got my own. Me and Aaron Clary, man. It's a good thing we don't drink. Well, he drinks. Good thing I don't drink. Because we would be some crotchety old men. It would be like, what's that? No Country for There Will Be Blood. we would be a really good team when we get to be our 70s or ish. Like he's like about 8 years younger than I am. Would you believe that? I'm actually older than Aaron Clary, but I'm younger up here. Unagi. All right. What do we got here? Thank you for that. I see you, Soralita. You are hung out to the end, my girl. See? You know why I love Soralita Bas? Because she has genuine desire for her baby, for her daddy. She has genuine desire. She is a true sister wife. Sticks out for 5 flipping hours, 5 hours and 8 minutes. You, girl, go to the head of the class. You get one of these.
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Oh,
God, that is so great. Okay. Do I have any announcements? I don't think I have any announcements to go. I will probably not be doing a midweek show. Let me explain to you why. Because Tuesday to Wednesday, I'm going to be driving down to I can't tell you where it's going to be because I don't want people to follow me, but I'm going to be driving down to a place in Central California, not in the Valley, on the opposite side of the Sierras. I'm going to be picking up a new Greyhound. We finally got Anna. We're getting her on actually on Wednesday, but we're going to go. I don't want to be driving that much with the dog. So we're going to go down and we're going to hang out, and then we're going to come back the following day. And then on the 13th, I will be in Las Vegas, Nevada doing Access Vegas, which will be April 13th. That is Thursday. It will be 8 p.m. Pacific, 11 p.m. Eastern time. I don't know who the girls are just yet, but rest assured they will be hot. Let's see. What did you say? Can you talk about feminism in Iran and how it's very pervasive? There, you already did. I get in trouble when I talk about like feminism in Middle Eastern countries because people get very they're, needless to say, very tribalistic about it. Is there feminism in Iran? Yes. Is there feminism in Tokyo? Yes. Is there feminism in South Africa? Yes. It's global. And yeah, it's taking root in Middle Eastern countries. It's just taking longer because, as you know, they're not cool with that. Mark, thank you for joining us. Thank you for putting your mark and being a member. There you go. It's not yeah, I do. You're right. Who am I bullshitting? You're right. You're absolutely 100% right. Who else is a member? Let's see. Mark, you're so awesome. I'm just going to put up all member stuff. I think I'll do that when I go do the outro. So anyways, thank you for watching. Hopefully this has educated you in some way. I didn't want it to be entirely red meat, but I guess it was a little bit. So I won't be doing a midweek, but I will be doing Access Vegas. That will be your midweek. Pearl, I love you. Tori, I love you. Soralita Bass, I love you. Everybody else, I love you too. You know me. Let's see. Oh, CJ Sparks, I love you too. She has genuine desire for me. She just doesn't know it yet. I'm the perfect guy for CJ Sparks. It's just like wrong timing. No, I'm not. Here's the thing. I'm reworking that song. Let's see what I can do with it. Anyways, collab. Anyways, but relax. I got some other. I was gonna actually play Thought Mommies, but I don't have it queued up. I do want to start using more of the Savo's stuff. But Jevani, by the way, Jevani Sanders is now. Here's an announcement. Jevani Sanders is now helping me do the audio for Anchor/Spotify. So if you are interested in the audio for this, or you're listening to it now because we're gonna make one. If you're interested in just getting the audio and you can't watch me and you want to listen to me ramble on for hours on end at the gym, this show will be available on Spotify/Anchor. You can find the link in the description right down there, and we're doing it religiously now. Every week you will get the audio now because I have hired Jevani Sanders because he's a musical genius and he's also an audio genius, and so he's like putting together my multi-part because it's 5 hours and I can only do 2-hour audio at a clip. So he's the one who's carving it up for me. So check that out. Let's see. What else? So you can go and pick up the audio from it's a membership thing. I think it's $4.99 a month. I always make it as low and affordable as possible because I care, right? So go check it out there. It's at Anchor. The link is in the description there. So you can go get the audio. Go subscribe to me on Patreon as well. If you want to get in on the one-on-ones or the classes, the Zoom conferences that I do once a month, go to Patreon, my Patreon link, which is down there, and then you can sign up for that as well. I'm also working with Men of Action now, which is Mike Sartain's group. So there's a lot to be had for that. There's a lot of value in that. There's Zoom calls that are every week. I should do infield, shouldn't I? I go out there and I help these guys out. We have meetups. If you're part of the MOA, the Men of Action group, there's so much to that. So check that out. Anyways, shout out to Rollo and the chat and all of the lovely ladies here. Okay, I will see you all. Oops, wait a minute.
Man, Rollo, Tomassi don't get no hoes, man.
No. I will see you guys all on Access Vegas, and that will be, like I said, Thursday. That'll be the next time I'm on. It'll be on this show, so come back here, get your notifications. And last but not least, I have a dedicated channel now for Access Vegas. If you go to it's like the second or third below the fold, go down and get the description and sub to that channel, because at some point we're going to push over to that once we can be able to get it monetized and everything. I'm going to be pushing the please subscribe so you get at least where the next Access Vegas thing is. The reason I'm doing that is because we're going to start doing Access Vegas to that channel, because we will be other places doing the show from other places at some point. Now, we're always at Sticky Paws. That's our headquarters, our home base. But if we're in Miami, I might be live streaming to that channel and not necessarily this channel. So do go check that out. Let me know what you think. And we're going to have merch pretty soon for Access Vegas, as well as the Rational Mail pretty soon too. I've got some the Access Vegas stuff's already done. I've got some designs that I'm sort of finalizing right now for t-shirts and beanies and all kinds of tchotchkes and stuff like that for this, because you guys asked for it. So I'm going to give it to you. But that's coming up soon. But there will probably be Access Vegas merch like within the next week. So go check that out if you want to get a t-shirt or you want to get Access Vegas G-string panties, girls. I'm going to make those. And I expect Freshina to get some AV panties, and Sorolita and CJ Sparks and all my girls. You got to get the you got to get the Access Vegas thong. I just thought of that now. All right, guys. Thank you very much. I will see you later. There we go. Change things up for y'all. All right, I'm out. I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Would you do it again? I need to feel you on top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools. Please do the same. Time came by and went over like a matchbox stereo. Time to keep my thoughts now, let go. Bound to keep me up all night.
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Ugh.
Now we're fucking in the bathroom, tearing up every wall while I got your hair. While you're screaming my name. She was swinging in the bedroom, whole top stopping and stopping with her hair. Like she's Claudia Kelly. So baby girl, ride me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song, getting messy. Working up and down like a pony. Ride me up and down like a pony. Turning up my song on your body. Baby, we'll get down to it all night. But maybe we can fuck again. And maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. What is your major malfunction, numbnut? Maybe we can fuck again. Then maybe things be different. Goddamn, baby, one more again. She's not a Christian.
Preceding podcast has been a production of The Rational Male. All rights reserved. Registered trademark 2023. Don't steal my stuff.
Well, I'm a whore.
That's nasty. It is nasty, right? Isn't it nasty? Ugh.